funny enough, it changes. We're kind of lucky that we didn't do red until today, because it changes a lot of my assessment on red.
Okay. Well, we're cooking. Let me switch the scene. Welcome back, everybody,
Hi,
to the
everybody.
continuing adventures of Failed Portrayal. Magic the Gathering X Final Fantasy.
It's a lot of cards. Listen, there's so many cards actually.
So just an important news update. If you're part of the Magic community, you know, but Wizards has decided to throw a bomb inside of the format. And by that I
being
mean
hyperbolic
they
again.
bit. I'm really
No! Dallas literally just said this is the largest ban list they've ever had.
second largest, to be fair.
Okay, second.
Although-
Still,
although you could
penultimate
argue
is still
it
the
is-
penultimate.
You could argue it is the largest because of the largest ban list. 6 of the cards were kind of the same card, and they just artifact lands were a mistake. Okay, like. But regardless, Wizards has dropped a large ban announcement. They banned cards out of effectively every Tier 1 deck and most of the Tier 2 decks. I think Dimir mid-range, currently 4 or 5% of the meta share, escaped without a ban, but everything else in Tier 1 or 2 got a hit, or multiple. And some of this was predictable, like I think the biggest 2 cards, Monstrous Rage and Corey Steelcutter, pretty much everyone was predicting they were going to ban. Like, that didn't come as a surprise, but the rest of the list, particularly the lower down cards, like Abuelo's Awakening, This Town Ain't Big Enough, and, oh god, what is it called? Encroaching Nightmare? Something Nightmare? The fucking 1-mana discard spell. The 1-mana discard enchantment that Pixie bounces to your hand over and over again. Those were not necessarily Helpless Nightmare. Thank you. There's so many cards in Magic that are banned, which is kind of funny in different formats, obviously. But yeah, so my card assessment's going to be very different. We're going to be cards that we're going to talk about that are going to be probably a lot better. And then some, especially in the red portion of the today, which I'm hoping we'll make it through, will probably not perform as well as I was expecting. Like, because there were already cards in that were putting up standard results, and
Less likely now that the
yeah.
red deck shell they were going into is reduced.
Is it possible those cards will still be in standard? I think for the Mythic that we won't get to today, I think maybe will still be in standard. Spoiler. For next week. But the other cards that were more niche and not in every list, probably not. So it's just interesting times. So you know how I say take my standard recommendations with a grain of salt? Like, this week take them with a giant bowl of salt, because no one knows anything yet.
To our familiar Yu-Gi-Oh listeners, this is the same thing we talk about a lot as well when a new ban list hits there, where usually we have a decent idea of where a meta is going to go based on OCG postings, though obviously that's very heavily dependent on when product moves over to the TCG. And again, even further, you know, a lot of people play Master Duel. When stuff gets introduced into Master Duel, because Master Duel is even more fucked up than TCG. Hey, by the way, everybody get ready. Manufacture your Lancias now. Malice. July 4th weekend.
Oh, sorry, not Beat Trooper. Battle Wasp incoming. I'm so excited.
I mean, I'm pretty sure because
I'm
Battle
coming back
Wasp
from
Battle
Battle
Wasp is like a
Wasp
tier 3 deck. I'm pretty sure
Dead.
whatever
I know.
new Battle Wasp shit they printed is probably like unhinged. And
It's really
anybody
fun.
can
I
make
love
it. Anybody can make it to Diamond. But no.
I'm gonna, yeah.
Malice is coming out, despite the fact that Malice and Ryziel were in the same deck build pack. So that's why we had the Malice and Ryziel meta, and still do in some context of the format, especially in TCG. No sign of Ryzeals in the new selection pack, so I think you're just going to get a month of Malice. And then probably what's going to happen is next month they're going to introduce Ryzeal, and they're going to have everything pre-hit to 2. It'll be like Tenpai or all the other like tier 0 decks where they're just like, yes, hello, we're doing everything in our power to avoid giving you a single iota of free UR dust.
There's also something I want to clarify that's been a running theme on this little podcast review thing. And it has been spurious claims made against me that I am a blue mage. Which is something that I do take kind of offense to as a Magic player, because I am not a blue mage. I am above all a black mage. Three out of my top 3 color combinations are all some manner of black, green, black, blue, and black, white. So this is my color. This is my domain. I'm not nearly patient enough to be a blue player. Trust me, I can't just sit and pass.
I should also clarify. I didn't finish my full thought there. I got distracted talking about reminded that Master Rule's got an update coming out. But yeah, Yu-Gi-Oh! It's the same thing. Like the format, the weekend, the tournament season or the weekend of the tournament season after a ban list hits is when people will do anything. They'll try anything, and you see a lot of weird results. And then literally like the next weekend, it's like, yeah, no, we figured that shit. That's not it, man. We figured it out. We're going back. Yeah. So it happens. Before we actually do grab the first card, I did re-pull. Thanks to Crystal for grabbing this last week. I did pull back up the promo graphic where Wizards of the Coast alleges the 2-color themes of the FF set are.
Oh, we're talking about the black ones. I'd say most of those are accurate for black. Well, one of them isn't, but we've already talked about that one.
Yeah, we talked before about how blue-black is weird.
Blue-black is kind of blue-black good stuff in this set. Like, it's got a little bit of everything blue-black does. So I guess control is not a bad way of putting it, but it's also not...
I mean, as... I know that control can mean different things to Magic versus Yu-Gi-Oh! But, like... Yeah. The description they give of what they're calling the theme of control, scheme and act in secret, dominate the long game with strategies like removal, draw, and then flashback effects, which are not inherently control effects. I'm like, that doesn't sound like control. That just sounds like good stuff. That just sounds like playing Staples.
Yeah. I would say that blue-black in this set, and honestly in Standard as a whole right now, is much more mid-range than it is pure control.
Whereas
like obviously a lot of people see Counterspell and they're like, oh, that's control. It's like, yes, no, kind of.
I mean, that's the kind of thing where, like, that's, to me, again, my Yu-Gi-Oh! Brain, but that's somebody telling me that, like, oh, yeah, I run 1 Barone. That's control. And I'm like, no, a single negate doesn't make you play a control deck. That's just you're playing a generic solution.
It's the best way to put the difference in Magic terms. In a control deck, you essentially play 0 creatures, hold all of your mana for your opponent's turn, and bleed them of resources until they lose. In a mid-range deck, which is what Dimir is, you still do play the counter spells and removal spells, but you use them to back up your small or medium-sized value creatures.
And then so the other black
best card in Dimir, the best card in Dimir mid-range, I would argue, is a... Which, if you... Unless it's Snapcaster Mage, that doesn't happen in a control deck.
But the other themes that are allegedly going with black is what we're calling Black Mage Aggro, black-red kill.
It's burn aggro, which is, that's accurate.
White-black in this is supposed to be artifact and creature sacrifice, so sacrifice plays... use the token generation and artifacts of white to sack them for black, and we'll see some of the sack stuff pretty fast.
I would definitely, say it leans more towards creature than artifact. Well, and no, that's completely accurate. Which is honestly, essentially, green-black good stuff, because that's just what green-black. That's spoiler. Green-black's my favorite color. It's what I play most. It's the recycling color. It's you pitch stuff to your graveyard and get it back for reduced costs.
Mill, powerful creatures, flashback spells, etc. Late game, grind game stuff. Makes sense.
Bring back the
Yeah.
cactus.
There was such a funny thing. I was playing draft on Friday. There was someone played Jumbo Cactar and swung out with it to kill their opponent's blockers, and then it got Zidaned. Zidane, basically, when he enters, you take control of a creature and give it lifelink. So they Zidaned the Jumbo Cactar, hit their opponent for 10,000 damage, and gained 10,000 life.
We're having fun today.
I guess it does
Funny
work
to
like
see
that
how
because
the
it's like you
draft
can't go
goes.
into negatives. It's only as you're dying.
Yes.
Deal damage. So first up, we
It
have
technically
Audimon.
matters because you can save yourself. Audimon.
I'm also, I don't know if it's because they use a different spelling, but I'm confused that Magic the Gathering doesn't have a guy already just called Audimon.
Magic has a very interesting history with like actual folklore stuff. I don't know what it is because it's not obviously not copyright because these are like thousands of year old fictional stories.
Yeah.
They were really weird about like not calling certain things.
So
early
this
Magic
is-
has some real weird naming conventions.
This is our classic evil eyeball boy, the Audimon. This design goes all the way back to FF3. But he's been around, a lot. It's 3 mana.
I think
he is an eye horror.
Technically
Good.
debuted in 3.
Yeah, I believe 3 was where he was one of the fiends, so that makes sense. He's 3 mana. He's a 2/2 with flying and death touch. He's an eye horror. And if you pay 3 of any mana, you can sacrifice another creature artifact to draw 1.
Yeah.
Seems okay.
Yeah, he's very good in my
3 mana,
opinion.
2/2 for
Limited,
flying
I
death
would
touch.
say.
Seems all right. And if you have
That's
extra
very
mana,
good.
you can
That's
do some
very
stuff.
good rate for
Yeah.
flying death touch, I would say. Especially because there are not that many flyers, dedicated flyers, I should say. Dragoons I'm not counting Dragoons because they only fly on your turn. There are not that many dedicated flyers in this set, so having just a 2/2 flyer is just good.
And obviously, as a fiend,
His
Audimon
sack
works
ability.
well. Yep.
Yeah, his sack ability can be useful sometimes, but
I mean,
would
at the
more
very
see
least, it gives him
as-
some place to edge into like a couple of the different archetypes, because obviously that can work to either, put things in the graveyard for flashback, but also probably just sacrifice, draw a card.
Yeah,
Technically, blue-black says it's card draw, so like in draft, I could see that coming up.
Yeah, like it's not like you're never gonna play for that ability, but you're gonna it's not a bad thing to have on the card.
Yeah, it's a good benefit if you get to keep a guy around. And like I said, obviously, Audimon as a classic fiend works as a pure black.
Yep. A lot of the pure black is undeath, demons, devils.
Yeah.
Well, okay, devils is more of a red-black thing, but demons at least are very.
But also,
demons are
how does that
black.
score up with scavengers, perhaps?
Yeah.
Guys who wear weird glasses, weird goggles. Talbot Salvagers, by the way, we've pulled up.
Yeah. I mean, it makes sense because, one of the themes of Black is getting advantage from death triggers, be it your own or your opponent's. So having, this is definitely clearly meant to be a centerpiece in the Black-White deck.
Yeah,
but it's also
3 mana
kind
to
of good in the
2/3
Black-Green
human
deck.
artificer warrior, and it says whenever this creature or another creature or artifact you control dies, target opponent loses 1 life and you gain 1 life.
Yeah, it's good in the Black-Green deck. It's good in the Black-White deck, especially.
Yeah.
It's decent in the Black-Red deck because of the Black Mage mechanic. You're making a bunch of little 0/1 tokens all the time.
Yeah.
So you will have those triggers, and it's actually quite annoying and limited. Even
Yeah,
in
because it's just
standard, like this effect is it can
it's
build up more
it's
than you
just
would
a little
expect.
chip damage, and and you get longevity, and also it's like, yeah, your opponent, it still procs if he die, or if they, I should say, because it is a group of salvagers, but it still procs even if they die, which means that, like, your opponent has to weigh, hey, is just popping this asshole and me still taking one and they
Yeah.
gaining one worth it for me to kill this little guy?
And I mean, usually it is because you have to pop it before you pop anything else. So usually you'll at least get the one trigger out of it.
Yeah.
And then
Have we
But
said
it's
that, like,
still
have we said the lose one, gain one is a staple of black?
it's black white is especially, but the aristocrats is an archetype that's very associated with black white and black green especially. Of like killing your own stuff or usually sacrificing your own stuff for advantage. Like Armon is what I would call a bad sack outlet for that kind of thing. Because usually for sack outlets for an aristocrats deck, you want something that you can sack for 0 or for a free. Usually for not a benefit, like you wouldn't get sacked for free, draw a card. That'd be way too overpowered. It'd be like there's a card that's like sack for free, scry 1. Which is oh god, what's his name? I don't remember. Smarter people than me will know. It's like bone artist, bone singer, something like that.
Blood artist.
Not blood artist. No, blood artist is whenever something. It's this effect. It's whenever something dies, you gain 1, your opponents lose 1. We'll get into the king of blood artists later, but yeah, no, that's a pretty standard effect. It's a good card. Good in limited, good in standard if there ever gets to be an aristocrats deck. It probably actually won't see play in standard because, as I have alluded to, there is literally a better version of this card in this set.
Yeah.
But
So
that card is also a mythic, so
first
this
one
is an
here,
uncommon.
our first big one is Arden the Usurper, 8 black,
Arden.
which has a couple of alt arts I will pull up. This guy's from 15. I can only assume, based on how much fucking mana he is, this is the villain of 15. I have
He is
no
the
thoughts on that. And my literal next sentence is, this is not an invitation to explain it to me.
Oh, fuck you then.
Literally locked and loaded. But yeah, no, like I said, I can't speak to the lore effect, but he is comparatively large and mana costed to the other big bad type guys. And he has 2 alt arts, so.
He's very, very large. I believe he's one of the highest costs in the set.
And considering
Maybe
his stats are
Bahamut's
that
higher?
impressive,
Oh no, his
you're hoping
effect
that
is
that effect has to be
fucking
worth
nuts.
it.
I don't know that much about him, but him having demon support makes sense.
It's the effect is very lore accurate. That's all I'm gonna say.
Where the fuck? There we go.
I feel we're not
Sorry.
talking about, but okay. Okay.
I just don't want to devolve into another time-consuming jog that I have no input on. On the 3rd card in this list, we are 3 cards in. It's been 15
Maybe 2
minutes
sentences,
already.
But okay.
I will say I love his art for the first alt art, the Roberto Ferrari.
It's a very good art.
Ferrari.
It's really good. Yes.
That art, I kind of want that.
So he's a 4/4. Demons you control have Menace, Lifelink, and Haste, all of which is very annoying. And then special ability is Star Scourge. At the beginning of combat on your turn, exile up to 1 target creature from a graveyard. If you exile a card this way, create a token that is a copy, except it's 5/5, and it's a black demon.
So this card is very strong.
Yeah.
This has been toyed around with in like rogue standard decks. Obviously, it's a big, fun, splashy card for Commander, so there's no surprise there. But this has been toyed around with in like some standard decks, because that effect is just like, if you can cheat this out onto the field, because obviously in standard you're never paying 8. That's just
Yeah.
no.
Well, and he's in black,
Just no.
which is the color of revival. So
Yeah. There are a lot of ways to cheat him out. And he kind of just like chain does that, like, because of his effect. You cheat him out, then he cheats something else in your graveyard out, and it's just this kind of just double whammy effect.
And of
that's
course,
pretty
obviously,
good.
For those who have not seen the clip, this is was used in a combo to revive Jumbo Cactar, and was the first one used to kill CGB.
Ah,
Yep.
that's
No.
mean.
Yeah, it's a very strong effect. Like I said, I don't know if this will be like a standard meta playable card, but it's definitely a rogue standard. Like this has rogue standard deck written all over it.
There's room for this in standard, and obviously, I think
Yeah.
in Commander as a lower and slower format with more
Commander is
graveyards to pick
a
from.
heavy staple.
Yeah.
Like Commander is like a heavy staple. I don't
Well,
know
I mean,
if
I
would
just
want him
the way
as
I've like, yeah, I don't know if he's the commander himself, but I'm just like, the way I feel it is just like, I've realized that any card that targets any graveyard just like multiplicatively has utility in commander because there's more opponents and therefore more graveyards.
Yeah. Like I said, like this card is a finisher, obviously, like that. Oh, and also I should say, in limited, this card is fucking nice.
Just pull him off
I
once.
think this card is tied for the third highest win rate of a singular card.
And to remind
it's just-
people, Menace is you have to be
block it with 2 creatures.
blocked with 2. Lifelink is just you gain life equal to the damage they deal, and haste is you don't have summoning sickness, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so just
It-
your demons enter
It's extremely good.
untapped. They need 2 blockers, and they have lifelink. And at the minimum, Arden is creating a 5/5 black demon creature that also has whatever other abilities of something in your graveyard.
Yeah. No, he's an extremely powerful card. Like the only question is like, it's like you have to build around him, and in most formats, like in Commander even, you would want to be either a recursion deck or a demon tribal deck. So he's not like a card that you would put in just any old deck, but this kind of big splashy effect is very good in the right deck. Yeah, I don't know if he'll be better in standard. I have a feeling he'll be in the same place he was before the bannings of like fringe rogue decks. And honestly, cards like these should never be like, if cards like these are meta relevant, it's a problem. That's usually a bad sign if like a card like this is part of like the standard tier 1 deck. I mean, something has gone horribly wrong. But yeah, no, I like it.
Yeah, the card's cool. The art's also good. I have a hard time getting over this character design. it's
He is a
very
hobo man.
very like, I don't want to say for sure
Who
mid
here
2010s because
I mean,
15 started as like versus 13.
yeah.
So like
and then,
technically I think that means Nomura was like doing some of that work in like the mid 2000s, but it's just he's
know
got so
you're
many
excited about it.
layers.
I know you're gonna fight about it, but like, I think Kingdom Hearts is trying to become versus 13 now, but that's a whole other thing.
Well, I mean if that's what
I
Nomura
would-
decides he wants to do with Kingdom Hearts, that's fine. But like there is a clear through line that they announced a project, called Versus 13, and then later they were like, yes, we've changed that project. That's now 15.
I will say, throughout the entire time playing 15, I did just call him Hobo Man.
It's the hat, isn't it? Well,
Okay, who here actually has played?
No,
15?
it's the fact that his coat is always like tattered for no reason. He's like a rich aristocrat, and it's like,
Well, I think
why
it's
is your clothing
at least
so
by the
cheap?
art, it's artistic. But I don't know if the
it's not
model.
tatters.
Yeah, it's like a lace pattern, but I
Yeah,
don't
it's
know
a-
what the
it's like a
models in
cloak
15 were
Oh,
like.
I know it's a lace design specifically, but it looks shabby.
The graphics at the time were not helping it. Okay.
No.
I think it was
I
better
mean,
in,
and
like,
I think
remaster.
it was like look at how his like hair is like around. I feel like he's despite I mean elder human noble. Despite that, he is a little scruffy. God, he's got so many layers.
Part-
All right,
is a-
I
I mean,
can't. I
part
can't
of me,
keep
he's
looking at it.
really
I
meant
gotta
to
move
be
it.
the dude that's like, fuck it, I'm just gonna be the villain now kind of dude. That's part of who he is.
I mean, he is, but he also is a very scruffy man.
Mm-hmm.
Let's
There's a
let's
reason for
talk
that, but
about
yeah.
something we can all get behind: the Black Mage's Rod.
Okay, yes, we can.
I do like, by the way, that while this is still our
So-
job select art, specifically this is keyed to FF1 straight up. We're just like, nah, fuck it. Number one,
Yeah, this
the
is
OG.
yeah, this is FF1 because black mages have always been the little hooded, cloaked.
Well, and I believe they've
goobers.
always used rods or staves,
Yeah.
so it's a classic. So this is 2 mana.
I believe in some games they can use daggers.
Yeah, sometimes. I mean, there's been a few variations over the years, but no, this
Or
is.
what is it? There's some of the games they could use knives and not daggers. Like any of the games where casters can do that. But
There's a few different variations, but this is another one of our job select equipment. It's 2 mana, one of which must be black.
yeah,
So it creates a 1/1 colorless hero token, and then you automatically attach the equipment to it. So it gives the equipped creature +1/+0, and then says whenever you cast a non-creature spell, this creature deals 1 damage to each opponent, and also it's a wizard.
All of the fucking black mage homunculi, or all the black mage dolls or robots that from 9 and other things like that all do this basically same effect.
yeah. Every black mage.
So
like
this
the black
this I believe
mage-
is this card is not necessarily like essential to that strategy, but I believe that this is what Wizards meant by
Yeah,
Black
this
Mage
is
aggro
the
for the
Black
red-black
Mage.
strategy is
Yeah.
just we're gonna do death by 1,000 cuts. We're gonna do so many tiny little
Well,
damages to you when you're casting non-creature
Listen, if you have 5
spells.
of these guys on the board, you just need to, and then you just need to, and then have something where it does
just
double,
cast
where it
4
proc,
non-creature spells.
and then also ley lines lets you proc it twice. So you just do that and cast
Yeah.
like 4 spells and you win.
And this does have a
like,
re-equip
it-
condition on it.
yeah. This one is very. This card, I'm kind of mixed on. I've seen some people because the Black Mage Wizard deck is it's kind of a like once again, it's a very fringe deck. I personally don't like this card that much in Standard. Because I just think there are better things you could be doing with your time. But it's not awful. And in Limited, it's pretty good.
It doesn't seem bad. I'm definitely reading it. This is one of the more grounded and simple job equipped we've had. Obviously, that can be very good too, but this is just like, no, this is what the Black Mage strategy, what the Wizard strat is. You do this. The rod creates
This
a black
reads to me
mage.
like a limited card more than a standard or commander card.
Like for the body you get, I think that the other black mage cards you're better off using them, and then as an equipment is like you said, much more simple. So it's like maybe not as valuable.
Well,
I mean,
I don't think it's
For a draft, if you're playing like the white black sack strat, this gives you a token and an artifact to sack. So like there's merits to it in some of the decks, but yeah, it's just very like you're paying 2 mana to get a 2/1 creature that's a wizard and does one of these little burn damages. When I think there are
It's like
actually, as said, some other cards.
The
that
other
do
cards
that, as well.
the other cards that generate black mage tokens, which is kind of a thing in this set, to me are better cards because they do something in addition to generating the token. Whereas this is essentially, even though it's not making a token, black mage, it's essentially doing that.
Yeah, it creates a hero wizard token.
Yeah,
I mean,
don't know.
it's
I'm not a huge fan of it.
for the job select stuff. This is a pretty solid one, and it can go in
Yeah.
a few different places. But it is definitely one of the ones because we've seen some of them which are very very plain and straightforward. Let's talk about a real cool guy. It's time to talk about Cecil.
Oh, Cecil.
Oops, I accidentally cropped. Let me undo that.
I think he has a couple alt arts as well. I would hope he has a couple alt arts.
Well, first of all, he has a flip card.
yes, he does
Yeah,
have
So
a
that's the
flip card
version
as
we're
well.
starting with
Yeah,
is
he
Cecil
has to,
Dark
yeah.
Knight to Cecil Paladin. Because, I mean, that's the whole fucking through line of
A 14.
4.
A 4, sorry, not 14.
Yes. Correct 4, but there's
Yeah,
not an X in
no.
this one. So
I will
the
say
original
I like the original Dark Knight art more, but I like the alt art Paladin art more.
I concur with those feelings.
I just really like Cecil. I'm extremely biased. I
bet the DS version
prefer
of
I prefer the other card that Cecil has that's from the Through the Ages collection. But that's because its art's done by Yoshitaka Amano, and I'm a complete fanboy bias
Classic.
person.
Cecil and Amano's art
Cecil.
would be pretty cool, yeah.
Like, I'm just gonna always think the Amano art's better. Like,
I mean,
like-
yeah.
it's just how I do.
I'm just so used to seeing Cecil's art in the how do I put this? I'm always used to seeing Cecil's art as like like a fucking DS 3D model. So like seeing it look like the armor look like this just kind of looks weird to me because it's like that's not how it looked like to me at all. In my understanding, of it.
I will say, I think it's because the classic Dark Knight design, which I assume this is based off probably Amano's character sketch back in the day. It's a little goofy. It's a little goofy.
Yes.
We're a little Toku for the Dark Knight version.
It looks like it looks like an 80s Toku character.
and
Yeah,
and
he's
then
very
he
Kamen Rider.
sheds it to become a classic anime pretty boy.
Yes.
And then I'll say like
So-
the Paladin design at least looks like a more like a classic Japanese fantasy character.
Yeah, no, looks very much like I mean, he's from FF4 on the
Yeah.
Super Nintendo, but still, like guys have looked like that in JRPGs for years.
I would argue
So-
this is the first universally loved Final Fantasy.
I mean, it's
Four does weird shit. Four does weird
Four is
shit.
the one that really actually tried to do like
It's very
proper like story and character beats and stuff, because like 2 played with that like a little. They got a little more dramatic, but your characters were still kind of interchangeable, and then they fully went back to that with 3 to like really nail down the job system. And then 4 is when they were like, no, you don't understand. You don't just pick Dark Knight. Cecil is the Dark Knight, and in the story he becomes the Paladin.
Yeah, like
I also
like,
just remember, like, they do weird shit. Like you get a 8-man party and you lose all of them in a fucking shipwreck, and then you have to get a bunch of shit, and like you have a character that knows all spells in the game, and then they die. It's like shit like that.
Well,
It's crazy.
four is a very, very good story. I don't want to spoil it because I think while it is a exorbitantly old game, it's kind of in this weird place where it was good before Final Fantasy got popular.
Also,
in
I want
either
to
Japan
remind
or
everybody.
the US.
I want to remind everybody, the pixel remasters for all the pixelated games exist and are very accessible. They
Yes,
might be
and
on
you should
sale
also
right now
play
on the
them.
Steam sale.
I honestly want to play DS4 again though.
Well, I can't help you with Nintendo's policies of backwards access.
That's fair.
You mean their backwards policies of access?
Sure. Anyway, Dark Knight Cecil is only 1 black for a human knight who's 2/3 and has Death Touch, but that's because, I think, because he has, first of all, very classic Dark Knight ability, Darkness. Whenever Cecil deals damage, you lose that much life. Then, if your life total is less than or equal to half your starting life total, untap and transform him, and then he becomes Reading Paladin, who is a 4/4 with lifelink and protect. Whenever Cecil attacks, other attacking creatures gain indestructible until the end of turn.
each character in 4 had like a unique mechanic associated with them, so that was his. I think
So
Darkness let
this
him
is
pay HP
probably
to do all his
one.
attacks.
Yes.
This is probably one of the better cards in Final Fantasy.
I mean, he's a
for
fucking he's
Magic
a
Standard.
1-drop for a 2/3 with Death Touch. Yes, you do like have to pay
Yeah.
life, but if
He-
you
he-
do that
no,
and
that
you
is a
go
black
down,
staple.
Him
Yeah,
turning, him
That
turning
is a
into a
black staple.
him turning into a paladin is like a plus if he doesn't just get killed
Yeah.
by like 2 body. If he like attacks and then people double block him, you know.
Like he was already seeing play in standard, and I did mention it earlier in the stream. The deck he was seeing play in is the one deck that didn't get hit by the ban list. Doomir
Is it the black
Midrange.
white? Is it the black white deck?
No, it's a black blue deck.
Oh, black. Oh fuck. Oh, okay, yeah, makes sense.
You don't need to you because it's standard. Color breaking is much more common in standard. Well, because it's
I mean, yeah,
illegal in
'cause-
Commander, so no shit, it's more common. But
I mean, yeah, it's just more just like it just depends on like it just does your land coverage.
But no, he's just the Cecil Dark Knight is just a good 1-drop, and then eventually he turns into Redeemed Paladin, and
like if
Oh,
your
yeah,
opponent
you
decides
life
that they
back.
want to get rid of him, then they burn removal on a 1-drop.
Actually,
Yeah.
question: you can
And-
play like 4 copies of him, right? But you only can play one on the
yeah,
battlefield.
only
the
one
legendary?
can be on your side of the field at one time because he is legendary, but you can run 4 copies in the deck. I believe most lists I've seen with Cecil in it are running him at 3.
I don't know if-
Ask me to
I
break
don't know if
down
this was the
standard
direction Axe was
play
going to go
card
in, but I am
rates.
curious. How does that work with, because the 2 sides have different epithets? Could you have Dark Knight flip to Redeemed Paladin and summon a new Dark Knight?
That's a good question.
Because they are
for a
different
person
names.
better
That feels a
rules.
question for a judge.
I think you
Okay.
can. But as soon as he flips, you would have to choose which to keep.
Okay. And it is a
that's how
mandatory
legendary
flip, so.
ruling works. That's how mandatory ruling works. As you choose which to keep and then sacrifice the rest with no trigger.
All right.
Oh no,
Well,
there is a trigger. Sorry, there's
let's
sacrifice
do-
trigger is on this thing.
let's do the classic, the Circle of Power.
Circle of power
Leave me to my ley lines.
from 14.
4-drop. Yeah, it's from 14. It's literally a Lala Black Mage, and I want to say like, I'm not sure exactly. Is this meant to be Titan? Do you think, or is this like coils?
I
Okay,
can't
can
tell.
I
Actually,
get
no.
murdered? Can
He's
I
in
get
the
murdered?
he's in
Can
the
I-
Thaumaturge Guild in Ul'dah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
can I
yeah.
get nerd brand? No, I don't think he's in the Thaumaturge Guild in Ul'dah. I think so. Oh my god, have you done the Black Mage quest line?
A little. I've only just started it.
There's a very specific cave system towards the end of that quest line that this looks a lot like.
Oh, I could see that.
So
Oh, like
I've done some
ruins
caving
under
in Ul'dah.
Ul'dah. Oh, the ruins
yeah,
under
the one
Ul'dah.
near Ul'dah where you fight the guy.
Okay.
Fight the
Okay.
lady. Yeah.
So this is a 4-drop.
Yeah.
It's a sorcery.
But
So it's
that's
only
what
your
my
turn.
headcanon is, because even if that's not the case, I can believe there's someone on the Magic Design team who's that much of a nerd that they're like, no, this is what we're going to do for the art.
I mean, like all the different character arts are kind of like that, but
So
I
this
at
this
least like- I
has.
like- go.
Go ahead.
I like that it's a 4-cost card that does literally 4 things: draw 2 cards, then do 2 1-mana
Yeah,
effects, essentially.
So you draw 2, you lose 2 life, you create a 0/1 Black Wizard token creature with whenever you cast a non-creature spell, deals 1 damage. We've talked, how the Black Mage tokens work. And then also, wizards you control gain +1/+0 and lifelink until the end of this turn.
Dallas, is it normal for black cards to be basically equivalent effects to how much you pay it for? So it's being like, this is exactly what you pay for, like cost-wise.
Not necessarily,
No?
but it is Magic cards in general sometimes have that through line. Magic designers are math nerds. I've always had this conspiracy theory. They love doing symmetrical numerology shit. So I'm
Well,
not
it's just-
surprised.
this is just
if you want a set that you can, funny as it is, the Cowboy set, Outlaws of Thunder Junction, has some hilarious number symmetry in a lot of their legendary cards. But no,
But
this card's
yeah, no,
good.
this, I was gonna say this seems great for the black deck, specifically for the wizarding.
Wizard deck, yeah. Spoiler: the deck that's in, or not spoiler, I guess, just information. The deck that's in standard, that is like, it's a rogue deck. It's not a. It might be better than rogue now because of the bannings, but it's been kicking around as Grixis Wizards, which is black, blue, red wizards with.
Shadow Wizard Money Gang.
To shout out a bunch of Final Fantasy characters at once, the deck is helmed by Vivi, Kefka, Kuja, and there's one more guy I can never remember.
Literally swarm the board. The swarm the board of wizard tokens.
Yeah, just make wizard. Well, no, because it's not just wizard tokens; it's wizards. So
Wizards.
Wizards. Period.
yeah,
And also, then you
I mean,
got the
because
blue-
here's the
you
thing:
got the
Circle
red
of
there.
Power
It's-
works. Circle of Power works obviously to create a black wizard token, but does say all of your wizards, not just your wizard tokens, get +1 and gain lifelink. Which effectively means that ideally you're basically regaining the life you pay to cast Circle of Power. Which I assume, by the way, not only is it a black thing to pay life to get effect, but I assume specifically Circle of Power costs you life because in order to stay in your ley lines, you have to stand in a mechanic. Duh.
yeah, you stand in the fire.
Well, some people that are really good at it don't, but those are really good.
I don't want to be overly insulting to the 14 community, but God, that is the one thing no one in 14 seems to be good at. Is not
Well,
standing
you've
in
never,
the
I guess you've never seen like a savage running black mage set.
That's true. Oh, Black Waltz number 3, by the way, is the other card.
Yeah, okay,
Nice.
that makes sense.
Also earlier, Axe brought up the bunch of little black mages from 9. Hey, it's cornered by black
Yeah.
mages from 9.
Yep. I mean,
Yeah.
this is a recurring thing in 9. Kuch just has a goon squad of black mages.
And here they are.
You
You're
know,
cornered by
one
them.
of them's
3 mana.
one of them's on the other side, other team.
Yeah, Vivi's.
We all love Vivi.
An adorable little gremlin that is now like $70.
But
Yeah.
so,
Kingdom
cornered by
Hearts
black
tutorial.
mages. Target opponent sacrifices a
fun fact,
creature of their
Omega.
choice.
Oh my god, the alt art of Vivi, the borderless alt art, is now $130.
That's expensive for a magic card.
Y'all,
Goddamn.
for an in-print standard magic card, that's ridiculous.
Actually, no, that's expensive for any card game.
Also, yes, actually, that's high
Yeah.
for Yu-Gi-Oh! Even.
No,
Like,
for
like,
in-print
technically,
for in-print cards, that's ridiculous. For
like
out-of-print,
Starlights
like,
can get pretty
cards,
expensive,
there's
but usually
some-
they settle down.
There's
But that's
some
like,
cards
alright.
that are like.
But yeah, so
Like, once
target
that
opponent
Black Lotus
sacrifices
is
a creature
up,
of their choice, and then create a 0/1 black wizard creature token that says whenever you cast a non-creature spell, this token deals 1 damage to each opponent.
But basically, the 2 of the cost is just target opponent
Yeah.
sacrifices a creature, but it's just really good because it just ignores most protections.
It's a common effect in Magic called an edict.
I remember a card called like
It-
Lethal Push or something.
Fatal Push. That's a different effect. Fatal Push is
Okay.
like minus. It's Fatal Push is a unique card. It's a good card, but Edict is in general when you are making your opponent sacrifice a creature. It's called an Edict. It is Black's specialty. I find it to be very underrated, particularly in Commander, because unless your opponent is playing a token deck, it's very brutal.
I guess how I look
yes, if
at it
your
is
opponent
like,
is playing a token deck, it's not that good.
I guess for Yu-Gi-Oh players, it's like that's the only way. The only comparative thing is literally kaiju's, but kaiju's have extra things to that.
Yeah.
Seems very good all around.
Yeah, no, it's a very good card.
Solid card. I forgot how blinked out like the black mages are.
It's not. I don't think it's seen play in standard much, mostly just because standard's very aggressive right now. Oh, it's Bob! It's Bob!
Or I'm trying to remember this guy's exact.
No,
name.
this
Wasn't
is-
it-
No, this is
okay,
Bob.
No, I know, but
trying
it's
to
a very
remember the
specific
Asian.
Asian. It's a very specific Asian.
Oh, that's fine, but it's Bob now.
This is-
He's,
okay,
whatever his name used to be, he is not Bob.
Brailleist, I don't think it's.
No,
ever
I
his
think
name.
no. I
No,
think
no,
this
it's
is
not
the
La
secret-
Habrea's
no,
crest.
No, this is
Yeah,
the
this is Secret
Asian
Asset Man. Narbler.
Nabrialis?
Narbarbarbarbus?
If it's not Nabrialis, then this guy never got a name.
Yeah, I think it's. I
Yeah,
think it is supposed to be Nabrialis.
This is Dark Confidant. This is a reprint, not a new card.
And yet it's
and,
it still appears at the normal 94 slot. I guess because it's a mythic rare.
well, no. So what?
It's a
what,
perfect,
the,
it's a
uh,
perfect
the,
fit for the card. For like
the
your-
through the age. So oh my god. To clarify, the through the ages reprints are not legal in standard. The through the ages reprints are not legal in standard, while this is.
Ah, okay, so that's why it's in the slot.
This
So
has
it's
been
back to rotate.
reintroduced. Bob is now in standard.
Interesting.
I assume they
Okay.
do that a few times, where they're like there's like a handful of cards that get reintroduced from older sets.
Yeah, usually more. But
Let's see what Bob looked like normally.
He's a lot of different versions of him.
yeah. Oh god, when is original Bob?
So he was the 90s.
It's.
Uh,
I don't think it was alpha beta. I think it was like sometime after that.
90s, early 2000s.
Oh, it's definitely
let's
90s.
see, let's see if there's this art.
So
He's very
yeah, it's
old.
named. By the way, the reason it's called Bob is because the creator of the card is named Bob Mayer.
That Alex Brocker pretty good too, actually. Like, damn.
Oh, it's 2004.
There is also an
That's what
alt
it
art.
is.
Oh, 21 years. Okay. I mean, that's still over 20 years ago. Surprisingly. Yeah.
We also have there is a full art of this, but yeah, it's just an ASEAN. It's very funny, but like we said, this is a semi-rare,
art.
I want to say, case. There's not too many of these where like Dallas said, this is a reprint that is in the core set basically.
In the
It's
in the
being
Final
introduced
Fantasy
back in
set,
rotation.
it's much more common in general Magic sets, but in this Final Fantasy set, I think this is the only reprint.
Dallas, I hope you get to the point in 14 where you at least understand the secret ASEAN man bit.
I think if he didn't get to that one already, he's gonna be there soon. He's fucking post
You mean
ARR.
the white man?
No, because that. Well, Dallas can't always do proper nouns, so I don't know if he would know. But this is not that guy, obviously, because not only is he wearing a black robe,
this
but he
isn't
has
the
a
white
different
man.
he has a different sigil.
This is not the white man. Is it the Council of ASEANs that are random but nowhere K? Is that what
Okay.
you're talking about?
There is a time where you will see the word secret ASEAN man as a bit. Tell us when you get
Okay.
there.
Fair enough.
It's the name of a story achievement.
Oh, it's like Secret Agent. Okay, I get it now.
Yeah.
But no, this card is a classic card. At the beginning of your upkeep, reveal the top card of your library. Put that card in your hand. Lose life equal to its mana cost.
Just extra cards. Costs a
Classic
little bit.
effect.
Gets you a guy. And he
Very
is
good effect.
he is a human wizard.
Yep.
If you're doing wizard
He's
shit.
telling you, he's telling you secrets, but it's your ruin.
Nah, Bob, very good. We like Bob here.
All right, now we're going back to 14 because I think not always. There are sometimes knights and dark
Oh my
knights
God,
are
it's Sid.
great swords, but it's
My boy Sid.
Dark Knight Greatsword.
Oh shit, Chaos Bringer.
Is it actually
Yeah.
Sir Duker? I think it is. Yeah.
It looks like Sid. It looks like Sid. Looks maybe
It's
not.
it was a little hard for me to tell.
it
It's
might-
got a tail though, so
it
I
might-
think it's an aura.
I think it's gotta be Sid because it's got kind of his hair because he had like the bluish white going on.
Yeah. Anyway, this is the Dark Knight's Greatsword. It costs 3. It has job select, so you create a token that's a 1/1 hero. The equipped creature gets +3 and is a knight. And also, its equip cost is Chaos Bringer. Equip, pay 3 life. You can only activate once each turn.
Okay, correction. Chaos Bringer is the Endwalker weapon. So
Okay.
Yeah. This is.
I still think
I
it's
don't
not
it's
much to
supposed
Sid,
to be
though.
anyone specific.
I mean, fair enough.
Well,
I mean,
'cause
if they referenced Sid, it would have made sense.
all the
but,
job
yeah.
equips are supposed to be specific. Are supposed to be non-specific 14 characters.
But
player
yeah,
characters.
this one seems like a pretty good one because it's only 3 mana to generate you a
Yeah.
4/1.
It's very good in limited. I don't know how good it is in not
Well,
limited.
yeah, that's the thing. As obviously, like in non-limited formats, your token doesn't do anything. It's a hero and a knight, I guess.
Yeah.
Um,
Also,
there may
he
be something
automatically-
for the fact that it just requires you to pay 3 life to equip.
Well, that's
Which-
why it's good and limited. Is the
I mean, technically,
low
you pay
equip cost
you're paying the equip cost to move it from the token to something else. So
But like in non-limited, there are just a lot of really good ways to generate that
Yeah.
tokenness. So,
it's a great art, though.
oh,
No.
definitely.
And like I said, if you're just generating guys, you know,
I think it's as I'm trying to remember the exact move, but it's like I think it's like Blood Spiller, where I think it's Blood Spiller, where basically you basically get up and you do like a fucking vertical spin slice. Feels like it's about to do that.
That's Blood Spiller.
I think it's about to do Blood Spiller.
This card is solid. I don't know if it'll see play in standard, even with the rotations, because like equipment isn't really that big of a thing in black, and like I don't know, there's just a very awkward place in standard constructed. There are probably some commander decks that will enjoy it. Like I used to have a black, black, white, blue equipment deck. I probably would have run this just because of the low equip costs.
no, seems
well,
like it's got some homes,
it's
but it's
not
also very similar
amazing.
to the Black Mage Rod. It's not super splashy. It's just
Yeah.
you make a big guy.
It's an option, but it's not necessarily a priority.
I would probably say this is better than the Black Mage Rod in limited, and
Well,
they
yeah,
have
just
about
'cause
the
it gets you a
same
bigger guy.
use. They have about this. Well, no, it's not the big guyness of in limited. It's just paying 3 to equip is so useful in limited. Speaking of good in limited, the Darkness Crystal.
The Crystal of Darkness.
I love
With
this. card.
This is
the big
from
full art.
This is the one from 3,
This
right?
is 3,
Or I
yeah.
think it's-
Yeah, they're all the
Yeah.
elemental crystals
All the
are from
crystals
3,
are
and we
three.
have one dark here. So,
God.
legendary
the last thing I remember-
artifact costs 4. Black spells cost 1 less. If a non-token creature an opponent controls would die, instead you exile it and you gain 2 life. Mean.
Oh, I love this effect.
And
Oh,
also
this is
you can
weird.
pay 6 and tap. Put target creature card exiled with the Darkness Crystal in the battlefield under your control with 2 additional 1/1 counters on it.
So there's a really important part about this card that makes me really love it, and that is that final ability. Although it is expensive, that is instant speed,
Wow.
and people keep forgetting that in limited formats.
I mean, so tap effect means
So you're like, oh, you're wide open. No, I have your stuff
tap effect
from
means
the past. Ooh. God, I love this card in limited. It's such a fucking ball.
I didn't know. I always forget tap effects can be instant speed.
All artifact tap effects, unless they specify otherwise, are instant speed.
Yeah,
All
and also
tap
this
effects,
just seems
Unless they
even if
specify
you're not
otherwise.
using the tap effect, which like you said, that's expensive. Just by default, this is basically macro,
Yeah.
but also spell absorption.
It's a little worse than macro because it is die, so it only counts things on the field. So if your opponent discards a card, it still goes to grave.
True. So it's a little more like
'cause dies-
DeFi.
Die's true. Yeah, it's more DeFi, I would say.
But still, that could be
also
pretty
the
mean
life
because it also has a life
the
gain effect
gain in
on it.
limited, Yeah, no, the life gain in limited is not irrelevant. It's been very helpful. And just the general mana reduction is nice. Like, of the crystals, I think in limited, this one's the best.
I mean,
Is
so
not
let's see.
straight.
We looked at the white one was the
Blue
wind
and
crystal,
white,
and that one was I don't remember exactly what it did, but it seemed okay.
it doubles life gain, and then
That has a
it-
home at least in the white deck.
it has a
What did-
finisher. It has a finisher attached to it. The blue one is useless in limited because it buffs
What the
mill.
fuck was the blue?
Uh,
Yeah, the blue is when
The
your
blue one
opponent
buffs
mills.
mill, and there's only 3 cards that mill in the set.
But it's
So-
the one that people think might revitalize Mill.
Oh no! In constructed and standard, the blue these
Yeah.
are all different. Like I think the black one is still decent in standard, but the only one that's been seen play in standard is the blue and green ones.
Okay.
The
So we'll
other
talk
ones
we'll
are
talk
just
about the
crap.
Earth crystal later. Hopefully today. We'll see.
I think Earth might be next week because Red should be next.
Yeah. Well, like I said, we'll see if we can get through 3. No guarantees, but we'll try. The Demon Wall.
Hey.
Very funny to me, by the way, this is specifically the one from 14, despite the fact that the Demon Wall is at least as old as 7, and I think he might have been in some of the Pixel games.
He is in 4, I believe.
Yeah, but we're specifically saying
That's
it is the 14 one. So Demon Wall is a 2-drop.
Oh,
He's
no.
a 3/3. I assume Defender means that he cannot attack.
Yes, Defender means he cannot attack.
But he is Menace, so he can only be blocked by 2 or more creatures. As long as this creature has a counter on it, it can attack as if it didn't have a Defender. And then also, you can pay 6 mana to put 2 1/1 counters on this. Which, like, that's a crazy high cost compared to his drop, but just 2 mana for a 3/3 blocker is funny. It's an artifact creature. And I do like the idea of just, like, the fluff of, like, you know, the 6 mana cost is, you know, when the battle takes too long and the Demon Wall crushes you.
Omega, I can tell you why they use Demon Wall from 14. Is because, judging by the artworks for the boss fights, their options were 14 or 12, because the other 2 look awful, and one of them might be copyright infringement.
Well, the one from 7 is basically this, but, like, not HD.
Have you seen the original design? Not the updated one.
Yes, I've played 7 before.
I think H.R. Geiger might get a little annoyed.
No, because he has a neck. He doesn't have, like, a weird head.
One from Rebirth, though, they probably could have used.
But no,
I
like
personally like
the original
one from
Demon
12
Wall
the
3D
best.
model from 7. Oh no, I'm kind of sad they didn't. One, because I want more 12 rep, but also the 12 one is very unique because it's like
That one looks so cool.
it's like the image of like a Ashura or Rakshasa or something, but it's got like little spider legs or crab legs pulling it forward.
Yeah. It has, like,
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah. Also,
And
this is what
those guys, by the way,
original
are
looks like.
fully optional. Well, one of them's fully optional in 12, and they are annoying because that's the first enemy you run into who can cast Banish, and they just send some of your party members to the different dimension.
Oh my god, this is the original Demon Wall from 4.
Okay, I
And
think
that's why they didn't use that one, because that one looks
Yeah.
awful.
He's just like a weird guy in a wall.
It's just a thing buried in a wall, like seeping out.
Oh,
But
where are you
no,
right now, Chad?
Demon Wall is decent.
Hey, Chad, guess what? I've banished you to the Demon Wall.
We're not the Skull of Virginia, man.
There you go. Just
Demon
stuck
Wall
in
is
there.
decent.
Yeah, no, I like the vibe they're going for. It's not too crazy, but like I said, it's 2 mana for a 3/3 defender that can eventually turn into a scaly guy. And if you have another way to get counters,
Yeah. Like, I don't think I would ever play this in constructed anything, but for a limited card, it's pretty decent. Maybe Wall Tribal, but unfortunately, it's not the right color for Wall
oh
Tribal.
yeah, actually I forgot. I should have mentioned that. I know this because it's a very old school Magic fact that I've heard about. But yes, Wall is a common creature type from like the OG.
Yes. Walls there are good walls, there are great walls, there are bad walls.
So,
This
yeah.
is kind of a mediocre wall. I would say.
It's a medium.
But the
medium
problem
tier
is,
wall.
like I said, the only thing cutting into this card's play rate is generally the color for Defender Tribal is blue, white, green. So, maybe there's some commander in the future, though.
All right. So we're gonna do another double, which may have alt arts.
Doubles.
A flippy.
Oh, no.
Oh,
You
wait,
missed
no,
the
actually, we
card.
should do
Omega.
evil. Yeah, that's right. I scrolled down too far. Let's do evil reawaken first.
Evil Reawakened.
With that guy.
With the
him.
stupidest named character in Final Fantasy. Behold, I am X-Death. Wow.
But yeah, he's Evil Awakening. It's the 5 guy. It is a sorcery. It costs 5 mana. It says return target creature from your graveyard to the battlefield with 2 additional 1/1 counters on it.
So, I mean, in limited, this card's good, obviously, because recursion effects are good.
Yeah.
Uh,
And I'm starting to see, I
problem-
think, why the demon wall is in black. I mean, obviously, also it's a demon wall, but there are alternatives to just summoning it as a defender. You can also just reborn it and give it counters.
Yeah. I'd say the biggest problem with this card is oh God, what was I gonna say? Sorry. The biggest problem with this card is in standard there is a sorcery speed recursion spell that is 1 mana cheaper. Granted, it doesn't give 1/1 counters, but for what recursion does, generally that's not that much of a benefit as opposed to 1 mana cheaper.
sense.
Yeah. I mean, I'm pretty sure Evil Reawakened here is this guy, at least if I understand a future a raid that Dallas hasn't seen in 14. Like he starts normal and then becomes Neo X Death. He becomes Double X Death in the Secret Forbidden ending.
Omega, he can go against death because he is X Death. No, I'm not kidding. Final Fantasy V is frustrating.
And
But
Greg
he's
works
coming
for
back.
this guy.
Yeah.
I mean, he does have control over life and death briefly, so he's not
Right now.
weak. He's just stupid.
Okay, also,
There's some very funny-
and this is technically a tree.
Yeah, there's a tree version. Yeah, this one's gonna be a little awkward to do.
Are we gonna do
This
both
is like
of them?
this is like a wombo con. Well, I mean, if we're gonna, so we are.
Well,
the next
okay.
card on the list is
Uh,
Fang, Fearless Lucille. Let's see.
I have a proposition. I think we should hold off on doing the double sided because Vanille is kind of the main card.
Okay. So we just show
'cause
Fang now, and then we
Vanille-
go to Lucille later,
yeah.
and then do the melded form.
Yeah, Vanille is the one that has the meld trigger on it. So
Oh, okay. Well, that makes this
Uh,
easier. Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. We'll just look at Fang for now, and then we'll.
Fang is
I don't-
awesome. I love Fang.
I don't know what
my
IC
favorite character
means,
in
but that's
13.
fine.
This one?
Lassie? It's a lowercase L. It's just
Lassie, yeah.
one of the many fucking made up words they did for 13.
It's a,
Right, yeah,
believe
like,
it's
They
a-
they,
that
they had
was
a
yeah.
couple of special terms. Yeah.
I think it's a nationality.
I
Okay.
never actually got far enough in 13 to because it's one of those things
I
that
can't
like
remember.
you say it like we say it like
Or
it's like
job.
they're just code name, but it probably means something else later.
I think it's the people that actually live on the planet.
Yeah. Also, banger alt art, by the way.
Yeah, very good alt art. So Fang
I love
is
Fang.
a 3-drop human warrior legendary creature. Whenever one or more creatures leave your graveyard, you draw a card and lose 1 life. It only triggers once each turn, and she's a 2/3.
Yeah. Fang, favorite character from 13. Her and Vanille, actually. I love both of them. Stupid, useless lesbians, but, Fang's great. Her card is decent.
I see. I mean, I instantly see what it's going for.
Oh yeah, no, this is definitely the green-black. Spoiler, Vanille is green.
Yeah, I was gonna say spoilers. Vanille's gonna be green later.
Yeah, no, this
So
is
yeah,
like a
no,
cycle.
like you draw a card, you lose a life when you revive.
Whenever you not when you revive. When a card leaves your
No,
graveyard.
sorry, when you
so
leave
if
your graveyard. Yeah, so that also means
If you-
exiling and includes. I don't
Turning
I don't know
on,
how
yeah.
common it is, but would include circumstances like add back to hand or shuffle back into deck.
Can I show my favorite card in Magic right now to give
Sure.
context to
What's
this? Let me show the alt art
Because I don't know how much we have to say about Fang. So she just seems like a good. She's not like crazy
I'm-
strong in this
I'm
form.
currently attempting to run her in a standard deck, and I'll show you why.
This is for ants.
Sorry.
I will attempt. Oh my god.
I'll
Hold
try
on.
and get a better one.
Let's see what happens if I double this. Let's see how bad this is. Ugh.
Is this better? Yes, this is better.
Yeah.
I got a better one, Omega.
There we go. Yes, this is legible.
Yes.
Yeah, I think you mentioned this before, but I don't think we showed it on
This
screen.
is
Insidious
Roots.
Roots. Literally
my
one
current
black,
favorite.
one blue, or one green. I can
Yeah.
say words.
This is currently my favorite standard card, which is creatures, tokens you control have tap, add one of any color, and whenever you
They become birds of paradise. and
that's
then,
not that important, but whenever
they
one
create
or more creatures leave your graveyard, you make a 0/1 plant token, then you put a 1/1 counter on each plant token. So this is kind of a centerpiece of a standard deck that has been like made and remade since this card came out. And I love it.
I see you
this deck.
reanimate a lot of things, and then because of that.
Well,
you
it's
get
not
a lot
necessarily
of-
reanimation. A lot of it is like there are cards that we'll see one in green in this set, but there are cards that are like mill the top 4 cards of your library, put one of those cards back into your hand.
Ah, okay. I understand.
and that would trigger, yeah,
and
because
that
that's a
triggers
then
it, yeah.
effect. Because it's mill, then
Yeah.
put.
And yeah, and that's kind of like this archetype that Vanille fits into of cards that like you can exile them for a benefit.
So yeah, so
like, just
Fang
graveyard
has a
benefits.
home, but she seems like she's a very good tech card, but she's not like crazy strong.
No, she is definitely a support piece to an archetype that already exists. Graveyard.
That's pretty reasonable.
I dump my deck into my basically Dredge, essentially, but like not as overpowered as Dredge. Fair
Dredge, but we removed the keyword part to make it less annoying.
Dredge, but you can't just do the same thing over and over and over again until everyone cries.
And I remember the whole thing about colorless dread in like on the format.
Dredge is probably the third most overpowered keyword
Keyword.
in Magic.
Speaking of
After
bringing things
Storm
back
and
from the
Fountain.
grave, but not reviving them.
Yeah,
Fight on!
fight on.
Which is the name of
Uh,
the normal FF7 battle theme. It is a little funny that, you know, this is a black card, but like we said, it makes sense because that is the color of revival. This is an instant, which
I
is
mean, they
return
did
up
a-
to 2 target creatures
they
from
did
your
a
graveyard to your hand.
They did a few of the FF music pieces as cards. We'll get to another one in red today. Although they technically changed the name a little bit for that one, but
But yeah,
That's-
also very funny to me. This is just clearly the artist is having fun, because
God, yeah.
this is versus Materia Keeper, who's
Yes.
just a random boss in Mount Nebel.
So once again, one thing I love about the Universes Beyond sets is my conspiracy theory, because obviously they don't tell us how they select what properties they go for, but based on the just random grab bag of things that that have been chosen, my theory is that someone on the Magic creative team is a super fan of that, and they get lead on that project. That's the only way I could explain fucking Doctor Who into Fallout into Final Fantasy into Avatar: The Last Airbender. That's
I
the
mean,
only way
like
that
some
makes sense.
some of them work. Like FF, like right now is a little weird, but like it is a pretty big property that Square like
Oh,
has
yeah,
been
FF
making
is
more
a
budget
huge
moves.
property.
Fallout,
How about
like
the
I
Sonic
feel like the
cards?
Fallout set was like
We can
timed
talk about the
roughly when
Sonic
the
cards.
TV show was coming out, the first season of the TV show. So
was.
like that
It
kind of made
was.
sense. But like
Well,
other stuff,
Doctor
like
Who
Doctor Who is
and-
like yeah.
That was probably when they were.
I
I mean,
does
that was
anybody-
when they. picked-
what time of year was the 40K set?
But once again,
I think it was- I
Anywhere
think
near
it-
Space Marine 2?
no,
I was more thinking it was
way
around.
before
I
that.
think it was
like
around
3
the.
years ago,
I think it was around the
almost.
edition. No, I think it was around. It was close to the edition change to 11th edition.
Well, no. Warhammer 40K was the first Universes Beyond property that got a actual commander set. Like everything else before that had been Secret Lair stuff. 40K was
I mean,
the first Universes Beyond set
40
before Lord of the
40
Rings.
40K like that's just crossover, you know. I know
Yeah.
guys in the tabletop club who, you know, would have bought Warhammer and also played Magic, but still, like.
But the reason I say this is because of how much care and attention has been put into each of those properties of like just little things, like someone on their design team, like other than the Hasbro Solus executives who clearly don't, really cares.
I have a question. Why is this a black card instead of a green card?
Just because it revives, it puts them back in your hand.
Because it could be either. Both
Okay.
black and green have like babies of these cards. If you want wine specifically in this set, once again, actually, it's kind of just the same. It could have been either. They just made
Okay.
it black to fit. I assume it was a choice made to fit color, but you could literally color swap this to black and green and not change the effect. It would work.
Okay.
The only way it'd be weird is if it was in like white. White kind of maybe.
If
They
it was
don't
white,
really
I
have a
think
lot of these
it'd probably
effects.
have like some other thing going on with it.
White doesn't have a lot of bring back to the hand. It's mostly bring back to the battlefield.
Yeah.
But red and blue would be weird. But anyway, this is just a generic good card, or okay card. It's good and limited in some decks, like the green black deck.
Oh my
especially,
god.
but-
Yeah.
Final Days.
I remember these fucking things, and yep.
Oh, this card is so fucking cool. I love this card.
We can't.
Yeah, we can't
So,
discuss it too much, but hey, well, Dallas, I'm glad you like it. Well, I'll check back with you later if you still like it. 4 mana.
Initial effect.
Okay, the funny bit
Initial
about this is actually this is not specifically the final days or the memory of the final days, which is funnier to me.
I mean, it's
but-
called the Final Days, but it includes a flashback because that's how this works.
Well,
so it's a
'cause it's a
sorcery that says
flashback.
create 2 tapped 2/2 black horror creature tokens. If the spell is cast from the graveyard, instead create X tokens, where X is the number of creatures in your graveyard, and the flashback costs 2 more mana to cast.
I have
Flashback
cast,
seems a lot better.
I have cast that for 14 2/2s and just won the game off of it.
I've got
Yeah.
cast it for 20.
This card is ridiculous and limited.
I mean that makes a lot of sense for the final days because it is the end of the world.
It's got
apocalypse.
some stuff. There's some horrors. They're coming.
Also, fun fact, because this is relevant in some decks and irrelevant in others. The bonus cast does not require it being cast through flashback. It's just if it is cast from the graveyard. So if you cast it from
so
the
after
graveyard
you-
for another way, myself.
Yes.
Perfect.
I mean, it's
can,
okay.
No notes.
That is so accurate. That is funny.
No notes. Perfect.
Yeah, perfect.
Yeah, seems like a good card though.
no,
Like
it's-
obviously
it's
the non graveyard version of the effect is pretty normal. It is kind of something that was described
It's
earlier of
okay.
like it is
It's very
effectively a like 0-sum mana cost. For 4 mana, it creates 2 tapped 2/2 creatures, which is probably not the most efficient use of your time, but it does a thing. But obviously the cast from graveyard effect is fucking crazy.
Yeah. You can do very dumb things with it. I'm trying to make this work in standard. Unfortunately, it only counts creatures, but
I'm into it.
And
How
here
very
it
glib.
is.
How very glib of
such
you.
devastation.
Thank you, whoever had the button. It's him. That's also a button. Now it's Gaius van Balsar, the Black Wolf. Costs 4 mana. He's a human soldier. 3/2. When Gaius van Balsar enters, choose 1. Each player sacrifices a creature token of their choice. Each player sacrifices a non-token creature of their choice. Each player sacrifices an enchantment of their choice.
I don't get why the effect is for Gaius, but it's just a good black effect.
It's a very common black effect.
I mean, I think
Especially
I get
when
what the
they
idea
go
is
Gaius,
with Gaius is because also Dallas would know this. I mean, because like in 1.0, doesn't Gaius beat the shit out of all the Scions?
Yes.
Yeah, there's a cutscene of him just bodying everybody,
To be fair, except for Grandpa.
Well, yeah, because Louis was pretty
He's
small.
not there.
But like, yeah, no. So like, this kind of I think does represent Gaius'
I
effect on the
believe, if I
board,
remember
which is
correctly,
just
he
like
does just choke slam Thancred.
like Gaius shows up and it's just like he's on the board, so he's going to remove some things. And also, obviously, this can have a similar effect. It's not quite the same as casting Ultima, but sorry, she's got me a little. But that is another thing that happens with Gaius is that he ends up in the Ultima weapon casting Ultima and blows up a lot of his own guys to try and, ice the Warrior of Light.
I put him into Terra, honestly. Like, I put him into the Terra Commander deck because you can recur him with her.
Yeah, he's
He's very interesting.
He's under the cap for that.
It's an effect that's common in Black. It's called Fleshbag Marauder. Basically, it's just each player sacrifices a creature of their choice. So this is just better, more selective Fleshbag Marauder that you can potentially use to your advantage as opposed to just guarantee it. He's built for the black-white deck because the black-white deck is kind of where most of the Gridanians went, I believe.
Garleans, but yes, makes sense.
Garleans, right? Sorry.
Because we talked before about how
There's
white
a lot
is
of names of places in Final Fantasy.
white is the color of little soldier guys, so black-white should be the Garlean Empire.
Yeah, the evil little soldiers.
Yes.
Ironically, they also could be black, white, blue, but that's a whole other thing.
No,
I don't
not-
think as a
anyway.
universal faction they would be blue. They'd
No,
have some
well, I
blue
think
guys in
ju-
there.
Just
but...
the royals, I guess, would be that.
Nero would be blue. Nero would be
Nero's a
blue
tech
red,
guy
honestly.
would be blue. I mean, I don't
Nero
think
and
I don't think
Nero would be
Xenos
blue red
is
because
Xenos
he
is just black.
Well, also
I guess-
because he turned purple.
Varus could probably be white black because he is the control stability
I
extra
believe
guy.
Varus
Oh,
is. I believe Varus is white black. Hold on.
would Varus have a
Varus
transform effect?
Isn't in the set unless you count
No,
Anima.
it's Magister Galabranth is. Oh, that's not a Garlean. That's the guy from 12. Oops.
Well,
Similar aesthetics, but yeah.
They look very. You understand. Why
also,
I'm
well, yes, but
right?
also Dallas, you're not wrong though because there is a Gabranth XP in 14 for Boss Chow.
But no, there is one other that he's a mono black card actually. So we'll see him in a bit.
I will
we'll
say
get-
that I think Gaius is one of the characters that could have had epithet versions.
I agree. I'm a little
Honestly,
sad he
I'm
was
kinda
only one
surprised-
card.
I think Shadow
Yeah, I
Killer
thi- I
could
think
have,
a
or
lot
Shadow
played
Hunter could have
that.
been a card.
But
There's
they
a
needed,
few different
they needed,
moves for him.
There's a lot of Final Fantasy cards.
Yeah. Like I
There's
said,
a
if
lot
there
of
was
Final
just a
Fantasy
14...
games.
Honestly, they could have just done a 14 set, and they would have had more than enough characters to do. And it's not like they were
Shadow Hunter
dodging
the right
spoilers,
name?
but...
Yeah.
Shadow Hunter
Well,
the right-
anyway,
okay, yeah.
it's the time for you to shut your yap.
All right.
Well, oh my god, I'm sorry. I know he's not dead
Oh, that was
because,
full.
Well, I mean, I
I
think you
mean-
figured that out because you Dallas, like me, know the rule: no body, no death. But I don't want to talk about when he reappears in the story.
I know Final Fantasy operates by comic book logic. It's like I didn't see a corpse, not dead.
Like, I don't want to talk
I think
about when he
sometimes-
comes back.
I think
I
sometimes
will.
if you
I
see
now at
corpse,
least that
it's still
Dallas
not
has
dead.
admitted it. I can say because we played a couple of Gaius quotes. I am a little sad about the recasting because obviously because they moved to England, they can't get Richard Cox back to be his VA, which really good work in ARR, but that's okay. We got.
Heck of time.
Sorry, Sam Riegel, but I did not like you as Alpha now. You're
What
way
is this?
too much of
Yeah.
a smug little guy.
I'm sorry.
Hilda
You're not
puts a-
enough of a twin.
Princess of Finn. That's from what? Which one?
It's from 2. This
Final
is the
Fantasy
cartoon,
2.
actually.
Okay, the Jade Passage is from 2. Okay, that
Oh,
I didn't know.
so
That's
spoiler.
interesting. Okay.
2 is insanely fucking dark at the end. I mean, it spoils it in the flavor text. Hell opens at one point in 2.
Yeah, there's a lot of guys.
The Emperor kills Satan.
Yeah, because you
And
isn't there?
God.
I remember there's a whole thing of in
Yes,
re-releases of
simultaneously.
I remember holding in releases of 2, you actually go fight the king in hell, and I think but in the original version you don't, and the releases you do. And
Well, no.
and then you go fight a version of him in heaven, I think.
Yes. So it's the only reason I ever call Kefka the second most evil Final Fantasy villain, because technically the Emperor did kill both God and Satan, and then just controlled the.
I think
I am very
the
sad
heaven
that Loth has not fully booted up yet. I see his image on Discord floating around, but he's probably taking care of stuff because we got started a little early.
I
Because
think the
he would
heaven
obviously
part
love to
added
be
in
here
the
for Heck Dice.
re-releases.
Yeah.
I love Heck Dice. This card is so annoying.
Great guys, though. Another classic guy from Final Fantasy.
Yeah.
Ooze Horror, 2-drop for a 1/1 creature, but when this creature enters,
this
each opponent
is-
discards a card.
This is a classic card for Magic the Gathering. This is your Relentless Rats. Your garbage, useless body on a cheap black creature that when it enters, opponent discards. That's just a black archetype.
I mean, works out very well for Heck Dice. It's a little Ooze Horror guy.
Yeah.
He's a 1/1, and obviously, as we've already seen, literally both in the previous cards and in other things. Hey, there's this whole theme. Notice how it says when this creature enters. So, if your little 1/1 guy just dies, you just bring him back, and then you got to discard again. And like, hand rip isn't as detrimental in Magic as it is in Yu-Gi-Oh,
No.
but
Hand
it
rip is
still
also very
sucks to
common.
lose cards from your hand. Like if you
Oh.
keep reviving Hektai and keep grinding out your opponent, it will have
I
an
did
effect.
mention one of the cards that was banned today was because it is a 1 mana. When this enters, your opponent discards a card.
Mm.
And because they could recur it repeatedly through an annoying pixie.
Yeah. But no, Hektai is great.
But yeah, no, Heck Dice is a fun card. Similarly, you can do that by returning it back to your hand over and over again. I wouldn't usually waste recursion on Heck Dice because it's like, it's a 1/1.
It's a little guy.
But bouncing it repeatedly to your hand, that is much more viable. Eject. Stupid sexy eject.
Yep.
Oh, he transforms. Okay.
Yeah, he's,
Oh,
he's a
hell yeah.
transformer into
It's gotta be,
Braska's final Aeon. And we'll pull this up on screen for a sec. There is alt arts that I will grab in a second, chat.
Oh, okay. I appreciate that it's this version. I appreciate that
Yep.
it's literally this.
Mm-hmm.
This framed good? No.
I assume we can say the context because it's over like a 20-year-old game.
I think we have spoiler. Like the other reason why I've tried to avoid spoiling Dallas is just because I know he's actively playing through 14. But we've already given
Okay, guys.
the spoiler fire warning to the people at home. So
Yeah,
yeah.
this is.
Yes.
I think this
Also,
is
sorry,
like
Chad,
one of
you
the
can't
final
continue
bosses
roll
of
anymore.
10 because that's literally the thing. That's the thing inside
It
the
is
core of sin.
the third from last, I believe.
Okay, well, it's the thing inside. It's the core. It's the thing you find in the core of sin.
I think it's the second to last.
Oh, wait, second to last, right?
It's this, then you
Something like
do Yevon, and then you can always kill Yevon with the Phoenix Down.
That's a nice way to make that fight
I
take
love
less time.
that so much. But yeah, no.
Pretty good art, but it's I want to say even sicker as the full art.
The full art for the back is so good. Okay, this might just be me. I like the normal art for normal eject better, but the back is so good on the alt art.
I think
So
they're
big.
both really good because like the
Decked beam. It's so
I want
funny.
to. I feel like the fucking the full art of normal Jack looks like he's a fucking One Piece character.
Yes.
I mean, I'm real. A lot of 10 characters feel like they could be One Piece
if
characters.
if it didn't literally say the artist under it, I would honestly not be surprised if Oda did it. But
So Jekt
it
is
Tomohiko.
a four mana creature requiring 1 black. He's a 4/3 human warrior. He's got menace, and then when Jekt deals combat damage to a player, you may exile it, then return it to the battlefield transformed under its owner's control, and he becomes a Saga Nightmare, a legendary enchantment creature,
Cross.
who is a
That's what the
7/7
summoner
with
was under.
menace. Yeah, Braska was the summoner he was escorting. Its first ability is Jekt Beam. Each opponent discards a card, and you draw a card, and then Ultimate Jekt Shot. Each opponent sacrifices 2 creatures of their choice.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
I
No,
think that's
this
the
card
fact that it does
is-
it kills 2 of your party members. I think legitimately.
This attack, this card is fucking insane in limited. This is a must-kill threat. If
I
you
mean,
let
he's a
him
fucking
transform,
4/3 for 4 with Menace, who he's already good for the
Yeah,
mana curve.
yeah.
And then if you don't, if you
If you
let him do
don't
damage,
kill
which you
him-
obviously have to worry about because he's got Menace.
Yeah.
That's all he does is
Menace-
transform into a
Menace-
fucking 7/7.
Menace is required.
Yeah.
It's minimum 2 blockers, right?
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah, Menace. Let me check because I'm pretty sure this is like the second highest black card for win rate.
So like, no, this is
Oh,
this
no,
is
he's
hella
moved down
mean.
a little bit in win rate. Probably because there's a little more to deal with him because he's only 3 power, or 3 toughness rather. But if he connects,
I mean, you can lightning bolt
it's
the guy. He
brutal.
dies.
Yeah, no, that's. And
But I
lightning bolt
mean, I
is
think
in
that's
the
the
set.
thing. Like you are like you want to be doing that equivalent
Yeah.
Yeah.
because you got to
Well,
get rid
no,
of
that's
it.
what I'm saying. Like the highest win rate black card is Arden the Usurper.
That feels like a closer. It feels like a card that is on the field. You start winning the game.
You pretty much win if he hits the board. And there's creatures in graveyard. But no, we'll get. There are some other real good ones, but no, I really like Jekt in limited. Honestly, he could be a good commander. In commander, he's such an awkward card to place because he just kind of feels like he's just a good card and doesn't have any specific like niche or anything.
I mean, I do want to
He's just
say
kinda
like,
good at it.
other than like if you want to like cheat him out, I do kind of feel like he doesn't fit with any of the archetypes of black besides the fact that he has menace. He's just like a good guy that turns into a scarier creature like that. The ability that Braska's Final Aeon has of like each opponent sacrifices 2 creatures of their choice is very black themed, but still like does not really fit with any of the deck archetypes. He's just a good guy.
I don't think that's an incorrect reading of it because I think that's true. He just feels like a good stuff card.
So clearly play him in blue-black.
No, because he doesn't.
go to our
he
earlier
doesn't
joke.
really fit the archetype.
But Dallas,
of
he
blue
says
black.
discard your opponent's discard a card and you draw a card.
Yeah,
Sorry.
but
I'm
I
just
mean, I guess
I'm
it
making
depends on
it's
blue black.
it's we've gone to the well, but I'm making fun of the promo image for blue black. It's I don't think he actually fits what's going on there, but that's the joke.
No.
Okay. But now sick
What
card.
is next? To be
Uh,
K.
blah,
Are
blah.
there any K cards?
Kane.
No. Oh, Kane. Oh, this card. This card
Kane.
is so funny.
The traitorous dragoon.
Honestly, I was hoping we played. I was hoping we actually like did Kane just after Cecil, but
Well, it's not alphabetical.
fair enough.
So this is Kane, traitorous dragoon. He's another human knight. He's a 3-drop for 2/4, but he has Yump. During your turn, Kane is flying. And then whenever Kane deals combat damage to a player, that player gains control of Kane. If they do, you may draw that many cards and create that many tapped treasure tokens, then lose that much life.
I always thought Kane's Patrol was like not about him being paid, but I guess that it's the closest equivalent they can do it to being like he was a sleeper the whole time.
So, yeah, spoiler, the guy named Traitorous Dragoon is a traitor.
I think you literally have to fight him at literally the end of the tutorial part of the game.
Yeah. So this card is awful in 60 card formats.
I would
Like,
imagine.
It's very bad. This is one of those, this is a commander card cards, because I don't know a single 60 card format this would be any good at. Like, maybe if you could, like, no, even then, that doesn't, no, this card's too bad in 60 card formats. With the worst card.
I mean, I get what they're going for with, like, oh, you attack with flying, so it's easy to get in. You hopefully deal some damage, and then you get to draw some cards, make some tokens that turn into stuff later. But, like...
But you're giving your opponent
You're still giving your opponent a creature?
losing a 2/4.
The Altart is good though.
And then they get to
Jeez,
draw
the Altart's sick.
then they get to draw 2 cards, and, like this only works in decks in Commander where you can make the attack, where you can make your opponents attack each other and not hit you. And there are ways to do that in Commander, but there are better versions of it. All in all, this card is kind of all around kind of dookie. Like even
Yeah,
in
because it's
Commander,
like
this card is not very good.
you pay 3 for a card that can technically attack. No, it's flying, which means most times there's not really a flyer to block him. Which means he'll do combat damage. Usually do 2, and then you draw 2, and you get 2 treasure, and then lose 2.
Like,
and it's like
genuinely,
that's
this is
okay, but
one of
like
the-
I feel like on a body that's a delayed effect for 3 cost.
one of the few cards I've seen that just feels like a complete miss to me. But
Like I
Oh,
said,
well.
I get what they're going for with the thematics.
because like even in Commander, it doesn't work because there are other cards that have this effect that are very good that don't do the same problematic things this does. Yeah, no, all in all, 0 out of 10, useless fucking card.
All right, well then let's go to Malboro.
Oh,
The
this
big
card.
boy.
I fucking love this card.
This is meant obviously to be
Alright.
specifically the 15 Malboro, but Malboros or Maloboros have been in the game for a long, long time.
They're from 2? I think they're from 2.
Yeah, I think that's probably one of their earliest, and then obviously they're just all over the place. This is a 6-drop for a 4/4
Oh,
plate
no, they're
creature.
from 1.
Oh, all the way to the OG.
Oh, no, no,
yeah.
they
They're,
are 2.
they're,
They
they're
are
a
2.
staple.
Okay,
Holy
no, they're
shit,
2.
they're
They're
a
2.
classic.
They're 2.
I mean,
So
they're still a
so
classic. Yeah.
4/4 costs you 6. Bad breath. When this creature enters, each opponent discards a card, loses 2 life, and exiles the top 3 cards of their library. Sounds like fucking bad breath. You get hit with all the status effects. It sucks ass. And also,
Fun fact.
swamp cycling. This is our
Fun
cycle.
fact.
It does cost
They
6. That makes
didn't-
sense.
They didn't initially have Bad Breath.
Well, it's a staple.
Yeah, but you want to know how they were worse in 2?
Was it just instant death?
All attacks have a 100 by this creature had a 100% chance of inflicting paralysis.
That's just annoying.
That's so annoying.
Yes. God, I hate these things.
But yeah, no. So this is our cycler for swamps. Pay 2 mana and discard the card to get a swamp.
Yeah, spoiler. This is my favorite of the cycle series.
Well,
a
because
lot.
it's a
See
big
why.
ass creature that you get to discard to add a land, and then you just bring him back because you're playing black.
Yo, and it came back.
That's
No,
so
this card is so fun.
Are we gonna say Starlight?
And then like the actual effects are really good, especially compared to the others.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, I would say this and the blue are my 2 favorites.
Yeah.
The green one's pretty good too.
I like the green and the red ones, but
I don't agree. They're not as good.
I would say it definitely goes to me. Black, I think blue and green are about the same level for me, and then red and then white is the bottom. But this card is just if you can have any way of recurring or multiplying this ability, it's just backbreaking. Even just initially, it's like it's a swamp cycler, so you can play it as like an extra card essentially, and just occasionally it's just a fuck you, because opponent discards, they lose 2. Like it's just and exiling the top 3 is so good because because there are graveyard archetypes in this set, it dodges them.
Yep.
It's like you don't get these back. Nah, it's just solid
Great little guy.
Marlboro, man.
So let's talk about another funny one once again. So sad Lot's not here right now, but it's the Namazu trader who is mono black. Deserved.
Namazu.
Play my lost summoning catalyst.
Bastard.
Namazu.
Costs 4
Spineless
mana, one
bastard.
of which must be black. Must be 3/4. It's a fish citizen.
It's very specifically that one.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
this guy. When this creature enters, you lose a life and you create a treasure token. When this creature attacks, you may sacrifice another creature artifact to surveil 2.
Yeah.
Yeah. So this card is one of those that's very dependent on the archetype you're playing in. I would say in blue black and and black white, it's good, and the other two it's kind of bad. So this
No, it
one
makes
is a
sense.
very dependent card. Like Marlboro, I would play in any of them.
Yeah. No, I mean because it's a swamp, like you said, it's a swamp cycler.
Even Hectize, I would play in any of them because it's just a generic good card. This
It's
is
pretty cheap,
definitely
yeah.
one of those cards that is.
And this is something we
very
talked about when we did
archetypally
talk
different.
about blue. When we talked about blue, you mentioned that it's the practical version of what blue is like a draft strategy, and this is kind of surveil.
Yeah, blue black is very surveil dependent. Like there's a lot of cards that want. It's not like green black where you're just like everything must go, everything to the graveyard. Fuck it.
Yeah.
It's much more selective about what they want in the graveyard, but even still, it still cares about the graveyard.
But no,
It's
great
card
pick. It's
selection for
so
advantage.
hilarious to me, but also so appreciated to put the fucking Namazu as a mono black. Thank you. They get it. They understand.
Like I said, the designers for Magic are all nerds, and you could really tell whenever the set comes out. Like spoiler, the lead designer for this set has been on multiple like YouTube podcasts and Commander episodes, and he always wears a three-piece suit. It's hilarious. Oh god, what's his last name? I'm so bad with names.
Is there a reason why you have names?
Verhey, Gavin Verhey is the lead
Oh,
designer.
God,
for this
very, yeah,
set.
I know. Like, yeah, he was the head of that, yeah.
So he's the lead designer for this set. I think he's the lead designer for most of the Universes Beyond stuff.
I find it funny that the ninja here is fucking doing the mudra, or they're in the fucking mudra circle.
Oh,
Actually-
the Ninja Blades.
And they're in Doma.
Yeah, they're in Domo.
Got
Or
it
they're
right there.
in the island. I'm trying to remember the name of that place.
This is funny to me also, I should say, because we talked about it. I think it was a blue card, but despite the fact that in 14 they are functionally the same job, they didn't start that way. So like you have Rogue's Knives and Ninja Blades separately, but that is also probably a good way to do that for this set. So this is
Yeah.
another job select item. It's 3 mana. So job select creates a 1/1 hero token. That creature gets +1/+1 and is a ninja, and also says whenever this creature deals combat damage to a player, draw 1, discard 1. That player loses life equal to the discarded card's mana value, and it's only 2 mana to equip it.
Yes, no. Like I said, the rarer equipments for the job selects tend to have fairer equip costs. Like this is like an average equip cost. This card is a house. I just love it. It's one of the better job equips for limited.
Yep.
You can do some gross stuff with it, like discarding Arden for 8 damage.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. This is another one that this seems like it fits in most of the archetypes with black because it generates both a artifact and a creature token that you can sacrifice.
Yeah.
It lets you load your graveyard by discarding, but that also means you're doing damage.
And it's a good enough card, even in the black-red deck where... Oh, no, it's because it's a non-creature spell, then yeah.
Yeah, it's
No,
not a
this
creature
fits
spell
in
that does
most of them.
that does
But
additional
you would
damage.
play this in any deck.
Yeah.
In limited.
It's just
card's a
another
house.
solid all-around card. Yeah.
Yeah. What's the win rate on this one? It's probably high up there.
Seems good.
But,
I'm pretty sure we did talk about
it's less
Overkill
than I thought.
already,
It's a B
but I'll
minus.
throw it on screen again.
Overkill.
I'm pretty sure this was in the
Man,
10
I'm sad this card
deck.
isn't very good.
think
No, it was
think
not
it
in the
was.
10 deck, Omega.
No, it wasn't? Okay.
I do think we've someone showed it.
The 10 deck does not have black in it, so definitely not. No,
Okay,
I do not
fair
believe we've shown this before.
All right, well, then here it is.
I
This is
think I was
Overkill.
showing
Costs
you.
3 mana.
Yeah.
And then the target creature gets -0, -4 nines until the end of the turn.
Yep. Which kills most things.
Yeah. Makes you dead.
I think you should say the majority of things.
That's what I said most.
Man, I'm weird. I
Um,
think at most, I think like
it's
70%.
it's good, but
Most and
unfortunately,
majority are synonyms.
I unfortunately it's a bit overkill. And in that, because of that, it adds a mana symbol that doesn't need to be there, for very little benefit. Like there's a card called Go for the Throat, which is just 2 mana instant destroy target non-black creature or not non. Is it even non-black anymore? It's not. Sorry, we're not in 2008 anymore. I'm pretty sure Go for the Throat is just creature. Have we progressed to there? Non-artifact creature. That's what it is. But yeah, unfortunately, the overkill benefit of killing indestructible stuff is not that and not beneficial enough to make it be a good card. It's just in limited, it's great because it's removal, and removal is always great in limited.
Yeah.
Like in limited, 10 out of 10 no notes, but in standard, it's just
You know, 1 extra mana cost for something that you can effectively do already. Is it worth the edge casing? You know, that's
and
why you have side decks
indestructible
and
is
shit.
not very common in standard. Like in commander, this might be a good consideration because indestructible is all over the place.
makes
But
it very
in
funny,
standard, where
obviously, considering
indestructible
what we just talked
isn't really a thing in standard right now. Might be in the future. Genuinely don't know. No one does.
All right, I need to
If they
step
tell
away
you
for a
they
second to take
know,
a break,
they're
so I
lying.
will leave you and chat with the Phantom Trade.
Going off the rails on a phantom train.
Uh-huh.
I love that you can suplex it. We'll have to get the suplex the card later, but yeah.
Yep. We'll get to suplex later. This card is kind of a house in limited. Because once again, it's sacrifice another artifact or creature, and that is a non-cost sacrifice. So you can sacrifice things at instant speed. Obviously, so essentially, like, what's the step down from quick play in? Regardless, it's a very good effect, and then it's just a big body that your opponent will have to remove that is very annoying if your opponent only has sorcery removal, because once it stops being a creature, you can't target it with removal, because vehicles are not creatures. So when it is when you don't sacrifice, it is not a creature, so they can't target it with destroy target creature or stuff like that. It's just vehicles are such a weird creature type. I'm still getting used
It's weird.
to them.
It basically means that like you have to run artifact removal, which is this whole other thing.
Yeah, and that's not like it's common now because once again, the most dominant card in the standard format was an artifact. So artifact removal is all over the place, but now that Quarry Steelcutter is banned, it probably will go back down to like normal letters, which is like it's in your side deck if you run it. But even then, like this is a weirdly annoying card to deal with that can sometimes be really, really fucking good.
Yeah, that's it.
And I'm back. So, I didn't have to, but I took my headphones off. But what does Spirit Artifact do in this context?
So
just give it
Spirit
another-
is just Ghost.
Okay, just gives it another
So
creature type.
fun fact. Yeah. Well, this isn't a creature.
Well, yeah, it's not normally one, but
Yeah.
it becomes a
Vehicles
spirit
are never
artifact creature.
creatures. Yes. Which that's just a creature type. Spirit is Ghost equivalent. There's no Ghost creature type, so ghosts are spirits.
But this is a funny one because it's a vehicle that you create a
cannot
ghost to
crew.
put in it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You cannot crew. It must be sacrificed.
Sack a guy to make
crew.
it a game. That's cute.
Yeah, but it's a good effect, and like I was telling the guys, vehicles are weirdly annoying to deal with because they're not creatures. So if you don't have instant speed removal, you can't remove them with creature removal.
So yeah, this guy just gets to chill until your opponent is like, and now he is a creature.
Yeah. And usually you only want to do that on your turn, where you can hit them. But also, just having an instant speed sack outlet is just good in some decks. Like, this card is very surprisingly good for what it is.
That's fun,
I
'cause it's
even
the
think it's
Fated
good in
trait.
Commander and stuff.
It's a fun guy.
In Standard, probably not, but maybe now. If a Aristocrats deck arises in the ashes of the current Standard ban list, I could see this card being like a 2 or 3 of. But yeah, no, it's a surprisingly good card for kind of a meme.
It's a fun one. Let's
love
talk
this
about
art.
Poison
I
to
love this
Waters.
art.
Yeah, I knew you would. The moment I saw what this card art was, I was like, Dallas likes this.
No, this
Sorcery,
card art
2
is good.
mana. Choose one. All creatures get
forgot.
-1/-1, and then also target player reveals their hand. Choose an artifact or creature. They discard it. Speaking of
I
hand
forgot Kafka literally poisoned a reservoir.
You know, he tried to kill
about that
everyone
part.
in the entire empire. Or, not the empire, the kingdom. Once again, Kefka's entire motivation is he wants to kill everything.
and he's going ham on it. But yeah,
He wants to destroy everything.
but yeah,
He's not a
so
nice man.
2 mana, like I said, pick one. Either everything gets debuffed, or you hand rip.
Yeah. Now, aside from the art, this card is kind of just okay.
Kind of figured at a 2 cost.
Yeah, in Standard it'll never see play because Duress exists, which is just I
Just the
guess it's
hand
kind of
rip
the
part.
opposite of Duress, because Duress is non-creature card, non-creature, non-land. Wait, yeah, non-creature, non-land. So it's kind of a little different than Duress, but it's still like 2 mana. Maybe it sees play if the meta really shifts into like go wide token decks, but I don't see it. Not impressed.
Seems pretty normal, yeah.
Yeah.
Quatrub Fourier.
Oh, Quattrib.
I'm assuming this is a mob or boss from 11 that I don't recognize
I would assume so. I'd have never played 11.
because it
Yeah,
says it's from 11, so it's a guy.
Yeah, it's Quattro. Feels like it's like like an iconic boss or something.
No, it's not. It would be a legendary.
Okay.
If this could
Well,
just
no, it
be
could
like
still
a
be a boss. It
a
could be
mob
boss.
that is
It
just
could
like
be like
very
one of those
infamous,
like
but
Demon Wall type of bosses. That's like it's like a boss, but it's not a boss. You know what I mean? Like.
But yeah, the Quatrub Fourier is a trace drop for 2/3. He's a zombie horror. When this creature enters, choose one. Destroy target creature that was dealt damage this turn. Or exile up to 2 cards from a single graveyard.
Yeah.
Well, this is for those reanimator decks. Does stuff when it
Yeah.
enters. So obviously you're gonna want to, because the destroy target creature that was dealt damage this turn is like that doesn't do anything if you're just normally summoning him in your normal turn play. I guess unless you've already like you go like damaging spell, then I summon a guy. But then wouldn't you have killed that guy already? Probably.
How active is like black for like brave your hate for opponents?
So in Standard, this probably wouldn't see play as Graveyard Hate because there's a really good card that's an artifact called Ghost Vacuum that lets you basically tap it to exile a card from a graveyard. It does other stuff that's complicated, but this I could never see this card seeing play.
It's a weird little guy.
This feels kind of draft chaffy. Like, if I'm being honest. I didn't go outside of Standard. Holy God, like, Black just got arguably, like, the best Graveyard Hate spell ever, so why would I ever play this? Like, instant speed exile all of your opponent's graveyards, get something from there.
Just kind of a guy.
Yeah, it's just a dude. Not very
Let's talk
good.
about two dudes, Reno and Rude.
Oh, these goobers.
Reno and Rude, legendary
Sure.
creature, human assassin. 2-drop for a
Is this-
2/1 with menace.
Why does it feel like this art feels like Its art feels like this is like I've seen this for other promo art for like other like Final Fantasy stuff.
Maybe the.
I mean,
person who
this
you
is
look up the
their
artist. It's by.
this is their
Muzzy?
iconic fight because this is on the Sector 7 pillar. So like this is
Yeah.
the time in the game when you fight Reno and Rude together. So if
This
there's
is
other
the
art
person
that
who did a
references
lot
this
of
scene,
there is a lot of Final Fantasy VII art by this person in this set. Like, I believe
Yeah,
we won't get to him today, but President Shinra, I believe, is the same artist.
so Reno and Rude have menace. They're a 2/1. I mean, there's two guys, so it makes sense. You got to block them twice. And then when Reno and Rude deal combat damage to a player, exile the top card of that player's library. Then you may sacrifice another creature or artifact. If you do, play that exiled card.
refuse.
This turn, you may play this exiled turn this turn, and mana can be of any type can be used to cast it.
That feels like subterfuge, is like being like they just fucking blew something else up.
I mean, it's
Yeah,
an
they're human
okay
assassins.
card.
It seems okay. They're not super expensive, at least. You know, they've got menace, so your opponent has to commit a couple of blockers to him, though they go down really easy, obviously, with only 1 toughness. But you know, if you get the attack through, you get to exile their top card, look at it, and you know, if you like, that's cool. You know, sack something and play it if it was relevant. But otherwise, they're just small guys. Which is like okay, because like the Turks and Reno and Rude especially get
the Mook Squad.
yeah, like the Turks and Reno and Rude in particular get a lot of like action. But I talked about this in a previous stream. I think it was on a failed Portrayal, but it might have been like an episode of Let's Talk FGO recently. But like the Turks are like the Team Rocket of 7. You fight them a lot, and they just kind of go, "We'll get you next time." Yeah, blow up the pillar. Like. They're constantly, you know, popping in and out of the fights. So Reno and Rude is just a couple of little guys who, if you let them, can do some nasty stuff, but otherwise are just kind of like there. It works. And like I said, they're cheap at least.
Yeah. So this guy did the altars for a lot of Final Fantasy VII cards, of the ones with the numbers behind them. Basically, the one is not done by the original artist. They also did Dion's altars.
Sick.
Oh, they've also done other stuff for Wizards for Japanese stuff. They did some of the Kamigawa Neon Dynasty altar arts. So
The resentful
did,
revelation. It's one of those scenes from the big
Rudy.
flashback in 7. So it's a sorcery, costs 2 mana. Look at the top 3 cards of your library, put one of them in your hand, throw the rest in your graveyard. Flashback cost, you can pay 7.
Mommy issues. The card.
You know,
It's a very
finding out your
expensive
entire
flashback.
life is a lie. But yeah, it's a very. I don't know why it's so expensive for a flashback, other than just we've talked about it before. But there is a gag. The cards that have the flashback rule are flashbacks. And this says this costs 7 to cast. That's
It's
cute,
not a joke.
I guess.
It's like Gavin Very, the head of the design for the set, literally said that.
Yeah,
It's okay.
Axe, he's doing it as a joke. He's joking.
It's okay. Like, honestly, as an initial card, it's pretty good.
It's a chuckle. Ha
I
ha.
like it. I like the initial card. I would never play this specifically for the
Yeah,
flashback side.
Like I said,
I
I
guess-
feel like this only has the flashback and it costs 7 because they had that design ethos of like, oh, we'll give the flashback cards the flashback effect. People will get a chuckle out of that. They'll go, haha. Because otherwise this has no fucking purpose being a flashback for 7. That seems
I mean,
like
it's not
really high.
I've hit
It
that,
is.
hit it, but it's not ideal.
It's not amazing, but just because you don't have to have it in your hand, so you just have it as an all-time resource. Like, there are a lot of flashback costs that are like exorbitantly high.
Yeah.
That's not an uncommon thing. Of like there's cards that are like that cost like 1 and they have a flashback 5.
Okay. So that this
so
isn't
having
that crazy.
Yeah, it's not because once again, it's you put it in your graveyard, and unless your opponent has graveyard hate, it's just a resource you have access to for the rest of the game.
Because it has to
It
be
is
costly,
just
so you can't
chilling.
just use it immediately. So I guess so you can do it
Yeah.
for like late in the game where it actually might matter.
Yeah, flashback is a very strong mechanic that has to be done very carefully. So I assume it's
so
cost
this-
7. Like, the 7 is cute, but I personally would assume it is more for balance reasons than for.
It's a big
Look, it's cute
chunky
number.
cost.
Because having this effect twice is very good. Because that's essentially 6 card search.
True. I mean, you pick one.
If
and
you're
put the rest
playing
in
this
your
card, you don't mind putting stuff in your graveyard.
Yeah, yeah.
Just
Obviously.
like in a constructed format, if you play this card, what I do actually in the current standard deck I run, you like cards being in your graveyard and in your hand.
All right. Anyway,
It's like
it's
very
time for.
fluctuating.
Speaking of cards that have Sephiroth in it, we're going straight to him. It's him.
Oh yeah. Okay, so this
So
one
this
might
is the
this is gonna be a
mono
long
black.
one. Could you pull up both of the alt arts? Because they're both fucking amazing.
Yeah, yeah. Crystalloid
There's
has,
gonna be a
has,
lot of
has
art for
linked
this
them both.
card.
So let's show the default art first of Sephiroth, Fabled Soldier into Sephiroth, One-Winged Angel.
Let's go by price. So the next one would be the one with the 7 in the background, and then the last one would be last for price ascending price order.
The one they asked Tetsuya Nomura himself to do.
Yup.
And the Tetsuya one looks pretty good.
Yep.
Yes.
So,
it
I-
looks
by the way,
sold it for
speaking
100.
of the artist Maji, they did the full arts with the numbers for Sephiroth here.
Yes, the numbered art they did for Sephiroth. Moss.
I mean, he's an iconic boy. We got to do it. I do think it's kind of funny that, I mean, obviously you wouldn't want to go too crazy, but it is a little funny that they go straight from Fabled Soldier to One-Winged Angel. Sephiroth gets to finally skip all the bullshit steps in the middle.
Omega,
Like
as
Bizarro mode.
as you are the Brain Trust Resident 7 fanboy, besides 12, 7 and 12 are kind of your things. Do you like how they use Supernova in this?
Well, we'll see. I literally haven't read it other than probably when this card got posted until now because I'm,
okay.
multi-screen drifting to post 3 card arts. So I don't have time
Okay.
to pause
Yeah.
and read. But here's the big ones,
We'll-
which are, as
we'll
you can
get
see
into
on the
this
bottom there,
card.
quote, Tetsuya Nomura. I will say, art design-wise, there is something very funny about this one, which is Nomura actually talked about the alt art for One-Winged Angel because he commented that the Safer Sephiroth design used on this version is slightly different than historically, and he just said, you're free to wonder why that is. Spoilers, it's because he's going to be in the 3rd remake game that they're actively working on, so Nomura probably touched up the character design. So Sephiroth, Fabled Soldier is a 3-mana, 3/3.
This might sound blasphemous. I actually like the Maji art for the One-Winged Angel side better.
I think in the context of the art and like the full art, it's better because it shows more of him, whereas the Nomura art is like the text box is blocking a decent chunk of the art.
I just also like the Sephiroth, the Maji one looks more inhuman.
Okay.
It's yeah. I mean,
This
and
one
that's the
looks
thing.
a little bit
It's
more sexy boy pose.
well, and that's the thing, right, Dallas? Like Maji's art is much more what Sephiroth, Safer Sephiroth, looked like in the original character design from 7, whereas this design here, where he explicitly has
Remake.
2 arms, this is probably what he's going to look like in the 3rd remake game, like I said. So they are.
Yeah.
It is a slightly different art style because they're catching up to
Well,
HD.
I just also mean the head. is the other part. Like, I like the head for the Yami.
Well, yeah, he's got more of his normal like face bones, though he does appear to have like a he has some weird shadows or like scarring almost on his face.
I
in
will
the
say
Nomura art.
the Fabled Soldier, I much prefer the Nomura one.
It's really
it's,
good.
It's the classic.
I
and
like
that's
there's
the
also
thing,
the whole
right?
feather thing behind him too. Yeah.
Yeah. But the thing I was gonna say was, and the thing people forget because he's mostly associated as like the head like director and writer man with Kingdom Hearts. Nomura started as a character designer at Square with 7, I believe. So
He designed like a chunk of the Kingdom Hearts characters too.
In my opinion, he's the second greatest Final Fantasy character designer ever.
his designs are very iconic. So
Yeah,
Fabled Soldier is a human avatar soldier. Those are all correct. He's a 3/3 for 3. When Sephiroth enters or attacks, you may sacrifice a creature. If you do, draw a card. Whenever another creature dies, target opponent loses 1 life and you gain 1 life. If this is the
So, Omega-
4th time you've done this turn, transform this motherfucker.
But you play the other Sephiroth that
I am
clones
going to
cards.
quibble here, Omega. I am going to quibble here.
Mhm.
The one thing I don't like about this card design, I don't think Avatar fits. And I don't know if they didn't put this in because of spoilers or because of power or whatever. Alien fits a lot better than Avatar, or Mutant, if you want to go with that.
I will say
So-
even though this is the
Avatar has
version
very
this is more of an
specific-
avatar
No,
because
I will say for
Avatar
One Winged
has
Angel,
very- well, no, actually, Avatar has very specific implications in magic.
well, I was
Well,
going to
it's a
say,
projection of
how
light
is,
stream.
how is Avatar used, better in Magic? Because I could see that. I could
Embodiments
see,
of concepts is
I
generally
could
what
Kind
see
of him, though.
One Winged Angel as not having Avatar, though he is. That's kind of what he's trying to do. Sephiroth becoming. I'm going to become the life stream. But regular Sephiroth being considered an Avatar works in a sense because he is literally an Avatar. Because spoilers for a game that's again like almost 30 years old. When you see Sephiroth in non-flashback scenes, you're never actually seeing Sephiroth. He is a Sephiroth clone or a piece of Genova's body or something that is...
or some kind of projection from energy.
I don't think he ever actually is like an energy projection. Like I said, he is like Genova cells or like taking over a guy that looks like it's Sephiroth, but it's never actually physically him because Cloud kicked him into the live stream in the flashback. That is literally an avatar, but like I said, that can be a
guess
bit of a
maybe-
reach, I think. Like I said,
My
I would agree that
problem
I
is
don't
because-
think that
My
his
problem is,
one Winged Angel should say God. It should be Angel Nightmare God.
yeah, and my biggest problem is it didn't succeed. Maybe because they also didn't put Kefka as God, so maybe they just didn't want to put God because they didn't want to draw
Kefka,
attention to the.
Well, it's because that's not the
No,
version.
Kefka's alternate form should be a God wizard.
No,
Because
I
he,
think-
hasn't he eaten his big form?
He
hasn't he
literally
eaten the-
becomes the embodiment of God.
Okay, yes, but I'm
Ate 'em,
saying
yeah.
that
No,
I thought
no,
the version.
no.
I thought okay, stop. I thought the version of Kefka they had wasn't that because the other version of that Kefka has a very
the
specific
main
design.
set Kefka. The main set Kefka.
Oh, okay. I've not seen that one.
Not the expansion. The main set Kefka flips over into Kefka, sexy purple angel man.
Okay, that should have got that side should have got.
That should be good because, like, while the religious imagery is a bit more subtle in Final Fantasy VII, and yes, if you can believe it or not, looking at that picture, that is more subtle than Final Fantasy VI. Because I don't think at any point Sephiroth literally screams, "I want to kill God."
No, I think Sephiroth says some things in the original to the equivalent of like, "I will be the new god of this world," and like it's very clear that like Sephiroth's goal, because we've talked about the Final Fantasy villain. Sephiroth's goal is apotheosis. He is like, well, I'm going to grievously wound the planet, suck up all the knowledge and life energy, and leave, just like my mother. We're gonna fuck off, and I'll be the god. I will be the godhead, the embodiment of all knowledge and life and stuff.
Here's my problem, though, Omega. Do you want to know what the creature type they gave Genova was?
Did they actually give Genova alien?
Yep. Just alien. That's the problem I have. Is
Wait,
I want them to be consistent.
shouldn't she be like Alien Avatar Nightmare or something?
Well, probably not
If they were
Avatar.
going to-
Like
if they were going
Genova
to
should
make,
be alien or
Sephiroth an
alien
Avatar,
mutant.
Well, she makes things mutants. She is an alien.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, no, Janova's straight up an alien, so yes.
I
That's...
wanted Sephiroth to be a human or angel alien a nightmare. One, because
That would work
card
too.
type would be fucking rad. So
I think you can argue, the switch for like a mutant in there somewhere. I think for Fabled Soldier, we're not doing mutant because he's not transformed yet.
I think at least one version of Sephiroth should at least be an alien or mutant.
Those are
none of them
because
are.
like those are both factually true about him. That's it. So his basic effect is like when he enters or attacks, you may sacrifice another creature to draw a card. That's cool. And then when another creature dies, you can make an opponent lose one,
life,
gain one
life.
And if you do that 4 times in a turn, he transforms.
Yes.
And then he becomes a 5/5 flying with Supernova. As this creature transforms into Sephiroth One-Winged Angel, you get an emblem with whenever a creature dies, target opponent loses 1 life and you gain 1 life. So what is an emblem in this context? I don't think... Have we seen any other emblem cards?
Okay, so...
Basically a permanent token.
No, we haven't.
Okay.
Emblems are something that are usually... Before this card, I believe, they are a card type that... They're not even a card. They are a type of thing unique to Planeswalkers. There is no way to remove an emblem. You cannot interact with emblems.
It's a permanent effect on yourself.
It is a permanent effect, not necessarily on yourself, because you can give opponents emblems.
Oh, okay. So it's a permanent effect that affects
there's literally an emblem that is give your opponent an emblem that deals 1 damage to them at the start of their upkeep. But an emblem is something that is uninteractable.
It is a new. I guess it's a new law of the game.
Yeah, it is essentially a game rule, is how you can look at it.
Okay. That's a little interesting. I mean, they have to call his signature ability Supernova because that's the thing everybody remembers. That's a little interesting compared to some of the other stuff that Safer Sephiroth does. Though obviously, this is something that's important to note. Heartless Angel is not Sephiroth's unique ability. I believe Kefka did it first. It just became a signature move of several final bosses to be like, set your life to 1.
Any of the really crazy God mode ones have, some of them have that. I think Kudra might as well.
But Supernova is like Sephiroth's iconic thing. It's the scene where he does a lot of math and blows up the entire solar system.
Yes.
That's going to be very interesting to see in the.
So why not he just literally change the rule of the universe by saying like, okay, so now you just die too.
And then whenever he attacks, you may sacrifice any number of other creatures to draw that many cards.
So let's start talking about him as a card.
Yeah, but seriously, how do you enable him to transform like reliably?
4 things die. 4 things your opponents control. 4 creatures die
your own creatures.
in a turn. Yeah, 4 creatures die that aren't him.
I mean, that works
Then
for the
he will
sacrifice
flip.
set.
Obviously, this card is great in Commander. Commander's the easiest one to talk about, so I'll start there. He's a great card in Commander. He's great as your Commander. He is already the 2nd most popular Commander in the set. Probably the 2nd strongest Commander in the set. Which is absolutely hilarious to me, imagining Sephiroth just like in his full One-Winged Angel form, and then just Vivi walks up and smacks him in the nuts with a staff.
I think that'd be hilarious.
Vivi is the current strongest and most popular commander. But he's a ridiculously expensive card because he is also theoretically good in Standard. When I say theoretically good, he hasn't put up that many... Obviously, Final Fantasy hasn't been out that long. He hasn't put up that many results, but he reads like a very good card. And people are experimenting with him regularly.
Yeah, because like he's a 3/3 for 3. He's got a sacrifice to draw a card, and then he just has the kind of lose 1 gain 1 ability, and then if you do it 4 times in a turn, boom.
He is one of the cards people are theorizing that post the ban murderment might be very good in Standard now. That is for people smarter than me to figure out. but currently he is not seeing that many results in standard. But once again, literally everything changed yesterday.
Yeah, it's a very new format.
So
I might try the mono black like zombie.
and
wave
also
deck.
rotation happens in like 2 months, so
Okay, so after rotation we'll see.
that might also change everything.
So yeah, we're still in a thinking
Yeah.
period, but he's good. He might be
He's
good
very
for
good
real.
in Commander. I don't know if he's showing anything in Modern. He might be, but no, this is a very powerful effect because once again, Blood Artist is a card that is already a very good card, and he is just a Blood Artist on steroids for 1 more mana. Blood Artist is just the text of whenever another creature dies, target opponent loses 1 life, you gain 1 life.
And then, like I said,
I
if you
think Blood
transform him,
Artist
that
might
just
be
becomes a
best.
game rule. We just live with the
Yes.
fact that whenever a creature
No.
dies, it happens.
He's very strong, and very good. Yeah, that's about. Like I said, he's the second most expensive card. Is he second, or he might be third? I don't know. Hold on, let me check.
Well, let's
price
talk about
tag.
another Sephiroth
At the-
card then
his
while Dallas is
peak
looking
price
that up.
His cheapest right
Yeah,
now is
I'm-
$40, but his search foil is like 700.
Well,
'Cause I
the
can't-
Search foils are ridiculous. Search foil Y'shtola is like $1,000, and her normal card is worth nothing.
Josh,
Well,
Next
yeah,
is Sephiroth's
uh,
Intervention, which I can only
here's the-
assume
sorry.
is. Go ahead.
Is him stabbing Aerith? Yes.
Well, no, I know it's that, but no, I'm saying I can't imagine because of a conversation we had previously about Overkill that this is necessarily
Yeah.
as good
It's
as
worse than
Sephiroth.
Overkill.
Yeah, no, that's what I
No,
said.
this
This is
card
destroy and gain 2 life for 4 mana. I'm like, that can't be very good.
I mean, it's
mean, it's
an
great
instant.
limited.
I mean, it's an instant as sorcery.
It's great limited.
It's
'cause
true. It
limited
is instant.
removal's good.
It is an
Like,
instant form
just-
of removal, which
I
is,
think think it's up by cost by 1 or
Is-
by 2 because it also did gain life to make it so they make
less
it
of
instant.
a-
And it is
it's-
target
it's-
creature, so it kills artifact creatures too.
it's
Um,
less of a mana tax because it is an instant, so you just save it for your opponent's turn. But
Yeah.
it's definitely like from what we talked about is like,
Oh no, Overkill's an instant too.
yeah, like it's
Like I
not.
said, it's worse than Overkill, but it's still a good card in limited because removal is good.
Also, I think this art is literally a reference to the second remake game. Like, I think it's literally referencing that shot.
Yes. No.
I mean,
it's-
no. This shot is just that scene in general because that's what he looks like coming down always. That was a CG
if you
cutscene,
want
so
a
there's
real
water above.
reference shot, because it even looks like vaguely like the art and color scheme, it really looks like the one from Crisis Core when you flash back to it.
Oh, okay.
Because of the
Like, it-
of the colors.
Yeah,
Because that game is gray as shit.
the color
And then if
scheme
we
looks a
want-
lot like that.
Yeah.
This quote is literally from Rebirth, though.
No,
And
I
if
should
you want to be
say
conspiracy theory about it, this is the shot that was redone.
Sephiroth is the third most expensive card. Base form, obviously. Alt arts just shouldn't be relevant for this conversation, but
Yeah, it gets a little crazy.
it is Vivi is number 1, number 2 is Buster Sword, and number 3 is Sephiroth. I sold my Sephiroth for $120 because I got the Yoshitaka Amano one.
Nice.
Nice.
And I wasn't keeping that for that much money. You kidding me? I'm like,
I have
sold!
I have the borderless Nomura one.
No, that's what I meant. Sorry, the Namara one. That's the one I sold. Because I'm not keeping... I don't keep that expensive cards. If it was the normal version, I probably would have kept it, because it's a cool card, but
Yeah.
when there's that much money to be made, I sold it and bought a commander deck.
Yeah, basically. That's the classic rip. So this is Shambling
Yeah.
Sith. Which is obviously, you know, a very bad thing that happens in 13. It's a mutant horror. Costs 3. It's another 3/3 for 3. It enters tapped. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, you may pay 1 black mana. If you do, return this card from your graveyard to your hand.
Yeah, it's decent. It's just kind of a body to have and to hold. It's just endless resource loop. There are plenty of cards like this. It's definitely a toned down version of some of them and a toned up version of others.
Yeah.
it's just like kind of a vegetables card. Like, it's good, but it's not great. It's good, just good.
It works best when you have the other bits of the deck to go around it, but it is like just if nothing else, it's a
It
system
is a
that
resource.
hey, you casting a non-creature
Like-
spell. Would you like to pay a black mana and add it back to your hand? Oh, does that mean that your cards that say when a card leaves your graveyard? Ooh, like
Yeah.
it does something for the deck. It's a very basic engine card. You're
It
not
fits
excited to play
fits
it,
in black
but
blue, it fits
it
in
does
black
something.
red, fits in black white. It fits in all the black decks. It's just like it's good. It's not
yeah,
great.
like I said,
not
it's a card you're not
special.
excited to play, but you play
Yeah,
it because
you-
it does something. And that's
You
this
never
is
let-
I know how goofy it is sometimes to say these things, but this is a thing that is true for Yu-Gi-Oh! It's true for Magic and for most other card games. You got to play cards that do something, and not just obviously like have text on them, but like they cause a result where the game state noticeably changes. This'll do something.
Yeah, like it's not amazing. I would never pick it early, but like, not bad.
If you're drafting black and you don't got any better guys, it's a creature.
It's got like a very unique design, but I feel like I guess like 13 had a lot of unique designs going on.
13 has some like I shit on 13 a lot, particularly 13 1 and 3. 13 has some of the best creature design in Final Fantasy.
13 was because 13 was their first
weird.
one that was HD, so that was a very chaotic time for Japanese developers, especially. There's a lot of like story behind that, but the short version is that they literally lost access to some of the modeling tools for HD stuff. But this means that I think that 13, because they were also going back to kind of they were deliberately trying to do kind of like a callback to 7. So far, like they literally marketed Lightning as, oh, it's like if Cloud was a girl. I remember that marketing push when 13 was coming out. So like
I think that's
they were
weird.
going for a thing.
That feels a bit.
That's the
about Cloud.
marketing. That's not how the game ended
I know,
up.
because it means like, wait, I mean, does she have she has an identity crisis then?
Well, also you're
mean,
you're forgetting that when
no.
13 was coming out, this was peak 7 revisionism. We just had cool
Oh.
stoic Cloud. We
Yeah,
forgot
they
that
just
Cloud was
had
a
post-advent
gibbering wreck.
Children.
I-
We forgot that
listen.
Cloud is a dorky nerd boy who can't string words together
He's,
right.
he's a country boy that wanted to be cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, people forgot Cloud was a dork,
So,
and
yeah.
they
And then he
portrayed
became
Cloud.
and then he became Blonde Zack, and then he reformed himself into someone new.
No,
And then
I'll tell,
No, and then
I'll tell you
Kingdom
what
Hearts
happened.
came out.
yeah.
I'll tell you what happened.
Oh,
I'll
yeah,
tell
because
you what happened.
they merged Cloud with fucking.
No, Cloud
What
stole
like his name?
Squall's. Cloud
Yes.
stole Squall's Cloud. That is exactly what happened.
No, they merged Cloud with Vincent.
Yes.
No, it was.
Well, I mean,
it
game
was specifically-
design-wise, yes, but no. Because
No,
Leon in Kingdom Hearts is a very different
Hearts
guy than
is
what Squall
Squall.
does. Whereas what
Yeah.
Cloud does in Kingdom Hearts is be Squall.
yes, no.
It's very funny.
Squall slash Leon is Cloud as a personality, similarly, and Cloud in Kingdom Hearts is just Squall because
Is that-
Squall
is that-
he's not emo. He's more literally emotionless. Because spoiler, he's only half a person.
Well, and also I want to say
reasons.
this: the early 2000s, like the mid to early 2000s, really like to use the phrase emo without knowing what it meant.
No.
A lot of the like stoic,
Final Fantasy
quiet, brooding
cosplay-
guys.
Final Fantasy cosplayers are emo. I could make an argument. Sephiroth is kind of emo. In that he's a literal mama's boy who cries over his mom.
And then tries to kill the world over it, kind of.
Yes.
But there was a stoic badass phase Cloud, and that's what they were appealing to with Lightning.
Yeah,
Lightning
which
is supposed
not
to be
the same as emo.
the stoic badass part, and not so much the identity stuff.
Yes.
But like I said, that 13, because they were deliberately doing something with the art direction, they were trying to get away from 12 and some of the traditional fantasy stuff and go back to kind of the science fantasy. They had a very distinct art style, but
I can now understand
This is
a person that really liked 7 and 8 really just not liking Kingdom Hearts because it feels like these characters are not represented of these characters at all.
no.
yeah.
I was lucky in that the first time I played Kingdom Hearts, I didn't even know Leon was supposed to be Squall.
Same.
If I'd known that, it probably would have been pissed. It probably
And
would have pissed me
I'll
off.
say like
Or
it's,
Nova in the game.
it's Kingdom Hearts. I love Kingdom Hearts to death, but if
One
you're
of my
thinking about
favorite
Kingdom
anime
Hearts as like a
designs of all time.
crossover, like a
It's not.
crossover
Like,
game,
it's not
they
Final
are
Fantasy as it
like
goes.
it's an AU, both for Disney and for well. You can debate how much of an AU it is for Disney because some of the way
Not
some of the
really.
worlds are written because of Disney's interference are very much just the movie plot. But Sora, Donald, and Goofy stand in the background and go, oh,
That's specifically
but-
Frozen, yeah.
very much Frozen. But
forever
there are a
love-
few
I
other
will-
worlds in 3 that are like
I mean,
that. But
I will
like
forever. Oh, sorry.
I was just gonna say, the FF characters are very different. Like Yuffie's kind of close, but she lacks the distinct gremlin energy that Yuffie has, where she's a huge pain in your
Yes.
ass.
I'm also
Um,
just annoyed that
I
there is no
didn't-
Renoa character.
I
in
didn't
Kingdom
want to
Hearts.
strangle Yuffie, therefore it was not accurate to how Yuffie is.
Aerith is
Uh.
also missing kind of her like cheeky
Oh.
side.
It
Like
feels
actual, the best analogy I've heard for the actual characterization Aerith has in FF7 is she's like a Disney princess you see on her smoke break. Like,
Yeah.
No,
like she is actually like
I'll
nice
say
and
this.
sweet, but also she'll hit you with a chair.
Aerith is a 90s Disney princess. Aerith is a Pocahontas, Mulan, Jasmine era Disney princess.
You are not
Oh,
wrong,
boy.
actually.
Makes
Yeah.
sense. I mean, it was 97 when the game
I'll
came out.
kill you. I'll fucking kill you. Oh, nice.
Whereas, like, again, a lot of the, like, 2000s era, and this may have been Nomura's influence or may just have been the way the fandom drifted, was,
I think I wanna say
because
that
I think
way.
the fandom just kind of made her Jesus. Like, a lot of the fandom was just like,
she was a martyr,
the
but she wasn't
martyr.
Jesus.
Oh, Megan, you're much more the derification of Aerith is one of my least favorite parts of
I mean,
what this
everyone-
Final Fantasy revision.
I mean, everyone really liked the
Revisionism.
thing in like the remakes where like Aerith is extremely spunky, and like they made the
They've
joke that Tifa's actually way
turned her-
next to the Aerith isn't a large Martian.
Well, and
They've
that's the thing,
turned her
right?
into
Tifa
this-
Tifa got the tomboy characterization, which is also, despite the fact that Tifa punches the
Yeah.
shit out of people, that's not what Tifa's character
It
archetype
was
is
supposed
either.
to be
She's
a
the like
it was supposed to
childhood
be a
friend girl next
juxtaposition
door type. Yeah.
where Tifa is the kind of like sweet down home person, but is like a
Just
bare
to
knuckle
conflict
boxer.
people.
Whereas Aerith is your healer, but she's also kind of in psycho a little bit. Just
I'm a
little bit.
healer, but Cox magic spell.
I have a Glock.
Cox,
And
Cox
you know, you want
Jacob
to if you
Beam.
make the joke like you have like I think in the game Yuffie was portrayed as a possible legitimate third option because she was a secret character, and also
You know
is
what I
Cloud
think
actually
really,
19?
You know where I think
Good.
think they've kind of mixed up with Aerith. I think a lot of people mix up Yuna with Aerith.
I can see that honestly.
As like the magic woman with a stick. Yeah. Anyway, this
It
is
was
Shooter
very
Reinforcements. We've
nice
kind of been
and-
talking about 7. This
Yeah,
is this is
yeah.
another 3 mana.
The one last thing,
the one
the
Go
last thing I
for it.
really wanted to say earlier was just like, I've always kind of saw a lot of the characterization of FF characters in Kingdom Hearts as if whatever they were written as if they from the design person that drew them, not the person who wrote them.
Yes.
And I think
Well,
that's like
I-
an
like to
idea
see
of
it
like
more.
what happens when you do the jump where Nomura, the character designer, like he gets like loose ideas from the story team of like, oh yeah, give us some character concepts that are like this, and then obviously the
I'm-
writing team is gonna do something different.
I thank my lucky stars that for whatever reason Amano just refuses to let them take any of the 6 characters into Kingdom Hearts because
You know
they
what,
would
that's
murder
fair, 'cause
Terrace King. They would murder
I mean, I
Terrace
also just think
characterization.
the general vibe is just that like. First of all, actually, Nomura might also not try and pull them in because here's the thing: a lot of people were worried with FF7's remakes, and a lot of them try to blame Nomura for all the weird changes. Almost none of that is his. Like Tetsuya Nomura on the
I don't
FF7
blame
remake
Nomura.
project is like the voice of reason. He's like, guys, we are remaking a beloved property. We gotta keep the keel on the even and the straight and narrow.
No, I would. Here's the thing: I would not be
Tifa's problem,
afraid. I would not be afraid if they I would not want them to remake Final Fantasy VI, mostly because I don't think you could match how beautiful that game is in a way because of when it was released. But that's a whole different issue. I wouldn't worry about the characterization if they remade Final Fantasy VI.
I think they could
worry
do.
about
Yeah.
Dragging characters into another game always messes with characterization.
I think they could do the remake treatment of 7 to 8 because they could do the whole thing of this is just another timeline again. but
Well,
also
yeah,
that'd be
'cause
actually
also-
very plot accurate to the game.
Well, because also 8 doesn't look great.
Yeah,
I will,
the 3D games were kind of experimental.
I
If
will
you remake
second
it,
you
that's also a
on
sequel.
things will characterization will go weird in other properties. Like I've mentioned with Dissidia, Terra does not feel right.
Oh,
Well, and this is probably
Oh.
what Dallas is saying when he says crossover games a
yeah,
little weird.
No,
I want to say
Terra-
I feel like
Dissidia is also a Nomura project.
No, and I understand it because Terra is a very hard character to understand because she does spend the first half of the game literally. I don't know anyone. I don't remember anything.
In the second half of the game, she's unconscious for a big chunk of it.
well, and I want to say as well also
Yeah,
for like bringing in pre 7 games into Kingdom Hearts. Obviously, I think because it's Nomura's pet project that he's not going to want to push for that, but also like I think it's just in general of like he's not necessarily going to do those moves because it's not going to fit the art style that he's developing because they are Ambano joints. But anyway, like I said, Shinra reinforcements. This is a human soldier drop. When this creature enters, mill 3 cards. You gain 3 life.
What? Why do they have tonfas instead of their normal guns?
Because they actually do have batons.
Oh, okay.
What are the tonfas? I have no idea.
I mean, they're.
Just a little bit of black.
I mean, he's holding them as a tonfa because that's how you're supposed to. I mean, I guess the question is like, hey guys, do you realize where police batons get their shape from? They're just tonfas. That guy's drawn holding it correctly because I assume that the artist, who is Japanese, is probably more familiar with drawing it as a martial arts reference than as a police baton. But no, the Shinra mooks in 7 actually have batons and will like hit you with them when they do a melee attack versus shooting you with their guns.
Police
Okay.
brutality.
I mean, yes.
But yeah, no, this card is well, they're not police; they're private.
I mean, they're not
they're
supposed to be
probably the
police,
police.
Dallas, but they are police because these are public
Well,
security
yeah.
troopers because
The-
7 is very cyberpunk.
7 is very
Police.
cyberpunk. 7 is
They're
the
corpo
most
cops.
cyberpunk of the Final Fantasy games. That is just true.
They're corpo cops, but yeah. This one's interesting because we talked
I
about
was
it
just
like
gonna say they're more like Blackwater style, like police mercenaries. But
the coloring is a little interesting in this because on the one hand, like, yeah, Shinra Corporation should be black associated, but they are just human soldiers. But the effect this card does to Mill, which I assume is just they're kind of like modeling just,
Yeah.
some number of Shinra guys show up.
yep,
Because usually a mill is also usually associated with like, how do I put this? Mill and discard are usually associated. Like milling is associated with like memory loss, and discard is usually associated with like insanity. some
that's a bit
cases.
fair. I wouldn't say that. I don't necessarily agree with the discard one, but Mill does have a lot to do with like, for instance, the card that mills half your library, or at least the most famous one, is called Traumatize.
Well, and
There's,
Dallas,
like,
you just said it. Your
memory
deck
lapse,
is
like
called
cards like
your
that.
library, right? Like it
Yeah,
represents the
definitely
spells that you have remembered.
Mill has a lot to do with the mind.
Discard is probably an effect that
Discard
just
has
like
a little bit more like sometimes it's literal demon magic.
yeah. Discard
Like-
feels like they've got it's a
Like,
color theme that's associated with
the
certain
most
colors,
fa-
but it's
the-
not
the most-
always specifically. a
the
theme.
most famous discard card is called Hymn to Turok, which is literally a chant to summon a demon skeleton god thing man person.
Oh, yeah. Shinra reinforcements.
remember what Turok
let's
is.
pull up another one that's real cool because it's a side
Okay.
quest. It's a black side
this one.
quest.
Can love this. My favorite
I
side
mean,
quest.
you know that you have to know that I love this, Dallas, because of what the flip is.
Yeah, hunt the mark. That's so good. I love that.
Hunt the mark.
Again, I feel like they surely just could have just made a 4. I mean, this also feels like a 12. This feels like a 12, 11.
I mean,
or
it is a
14.
12.
Any Final Fantasy.
It literally
game.
is a
Okay.
12.
Yeah, no, this is 12.
Because
No,
again, this is
12.
the thing of like you got to remember, Axe, that hey, all the people who made 12 are the people who made not all of them, but you know what I mean. It's the same studio made 14, so 14's
character
marks are based on
designers
12's
have-
So
marks.
is that one of the super bosses of 12?
Yes.
Yes.
This is the one that in the original took 6 hours.
Yeah,
Yzmat
Yzmat has
is-
so much fucking HP in the base version of 12.
Yeah.
It is an endurance
it's
battle.
It's an awful boss fight. Don't do it. It's literally like, because it's not hard. It's just an endurance test.
Yeah,
Okay,
he just
so
has
in-
so
in-
much
so-
fucking HP.
So in Zodiac Age, what do they do?
If Eastmat casts Reflect on your party and you accidentally heal them, Eastmat gets full HP.
Yeah, you got to watch out for
Oh,
that.
Okay, so
It's like an endurance battle of Longmorn. Zodiac Age probably rebalanced his HP pool and fixed his AI a little bit to make it less.
Don't do it,
Also,
'cause I'm just like-
you have a button to fucking accelerate to 4 times speed. So
so it takes only like an hour 30.
Or
Yeah.
if you're playing one of the unofficial versions of Final Fantasy 12, you have like times 16 speed.
yeah, you could do some more stuff there as well. But no, so side quest Hunt the Mark costs you 5 mana, 2 of which must be black. It's an enchantment. When it enters, destroy up to one target creature. You post the mark. You know, you're posting the
dies.
message. At the beginning of your end step, if a creature died under opponent's control this turn, create a treasure token. If you then control 3 or more treasures, transform this card, aka if you have, reward, transform it. And Yzmat is the like final elite mark of the base game, which you unlock the elite marks by completing the normal hunt marks. So it is like the big super boss scary guy. It's a legendary creature dragon. For 2 mana, 1 of which must be black, sacrifice another creature artifact. Yzmat is indestructible until the end of turn. Tap it, and then it's
It
got
casts Reflect on itself.
5/3.
Okay.
Yeah.
But
Guardian of a
in a
Sacred
weird,
Blade.
there's a weird scenario by mind goes this. So if you had to play the Final Fantasy set and draft, you got this card in Kane. You can reliably get 3 treasure.
Yeah, but you would never play Kane, so no. But I will say this. This card is probably the best removal spell we've seen today. Because it has multiple applications. So the fact that this card is an enchantment is very important. You don't necessarily want Yzmat that much. Like, Yzmat's cool, but there's also stuff you can do where, like, there are
Reliably
cards
just
that,
get treasure. For
there are
killing
cards that bounce your own permanents for cost.
Yeah.
So you can reuse this.
No, like
As
I'm
a
looking
kill
at it.
spell,
I greatly appreciate that this is the effect of this side quest is to turn into Yzmat.
Yeah.
He is just kind of a guy. Like he's not even
He's
a
just
flying
dude.
dragon.
Like,
He's just
not-
a big
once again,
dragon.
he's not bad. Like, I would never.
It's only a
decline-
5/6.
I've had 2 Yzmats on the board at the same time and had to sacrifice one of them.
It's not. It doesn't require you to sacrifice it.
No,
Yes, it
it's
does,
legendary.
because it's legendary. So
Oh, okay. Fair.
if
You
if
can only
ever
control
have
one
the
Yzmat.
same legendary permanent, you must only. Yeah.
Fair. It's not
Alright.
right because Psycho's not legendary, so you could have multiple of those. Yeah, fair.
No,
yeah.
yes, you can have multiples hunt the marks, but if you ever have 2 Yzmats, sacrifice one. But like I said, the fact that it's an enchantment makes there a lot more play around with it and makes it like, you know, where I looked at like Overkill and Sephiroth's Intervention, I was like, these 2 are clearly outclassed. Because this is such a weird card.
It's an enchantment that
It's
when
such
it
a-
enters,
it's
it
such a niche
destroys.
card, and it also makes you resources, and it can potentially be a goober. Like, there's so many weird things about this card that I can't outright declare, like, this card is never going to be used. Like, I could see a standard deck where this card is a part of it.
Also, by the way, I'm pretty sure I recognize most of these marks. There's a special version of the Koro. There's a special Malboro. There's a Cactoid.
Giant
There's a Flan. There's a
Cactuar.
white. There's a white Chocobo, which
There's
is one of the marks.
There's a pudding. There's a pudding.
Yeah, that's a white moose. It's a Flan type guy.
Yeah.
There's a big. I think that's actually a second dragon type guy in there that's got a mark on it that's hunted.
Then is the giant blue one get to be Yzmat?
Yeah, that's Yzmat's.
That's Yzmats.
So no,
Yeah,
it's
this
it's pretty
card
neat.
is one of the better cards for limited, and in non-limited, it has a potential. I'm not going to say it's good, because it could be bad, but it also has potential. Like, I would argue this is probably the best non-rare black card in draft.
It costs 5, but honestly, you play. I mean, if you're gonna play a mono black, you might as well play the Darkness Crystal, so it only costs 4.
Yeah, but it's also it's a destroy plus you gain resources, and
Yeah, you gain treasure tokens, which come more in. It's very forgot utility. Yeah.
No, it's
Alright.
just very good. There's another card we'll talk about very soon. Actually, is it the next card, or is there another summon in?
Well, we've got summon Anima first.
Anima.
Oh, Anima is first.
What
right,
version of Anima is this actually?
This is the original one from 10.
10.
Okay. Oh wow, it does not.
And
I don't think I,
I-
can. I think I can. I think I can say this.
I believe
I don't. It
that
doesn't change that much between 10 and 14. Like very
No.
much.
the design from 10 is the classic. I don't think Anima was a summon before 10 because it's very
Believe so.
specific.
Let me check.
'Cause I
So
know,
summon
like,
Anima is a Saga creature. It's 6, and it's a 4/4 with menace, and it's a Saga horror. Its first 3 token zones are just pain. Draw a card, lose 1 life.
This guy's in constant pain. His life is pain.
Final card is Oblivion. Each opponent sacrifices a creature of their choice and loses 3 life.
Isn't this technically Seymour's mom?
Yes, I believe.
Oh, is
that's
Anima,
what
is
Anima
Anima always a corpse?
based
Is
on.
Anima always made out of a corpse?
Yes.
This fucking guy.
This card's bad. Sorry. This card's not good. It's just way too overcosted.
Yeah, 6 for a 4/4 with menace, and all it does is you draw a card and lose a life. We've seen there's some
yeah.
funny
Takes
things you
too
can
long to
do
get to Oblivion.
with sagas with the enchantment creatures.
Even Oblivion is only sacrifice 1 of their choice and only lose 3. Like, I'd just rather play Marbro.
And Marbo's scarier.
Pretty cool art.
Yeah,
But-
great alt art.
And-
Alt art,
and-
beautiful.
Yeah. Also for Marbo, like you could also if you get it too early, you could just cycle it.
Yeah, like this card is one of those unfortunate cards. Is common. It's not costed well. It's just bad cost.
Do you
Unfortunate.
think it'd be better if it was 5 cost instead of 6?
I think it would be better if it was 5. Yeah, if it was 5 cost instead of 6, probably.
It'd be like
And just
arguably usable,
Maybe make it a 3/3 or something,
or a 3/4.
something like that. At this cost, yeah, I'm looking at its win rate. It's one of the worst cards in the set.
Odin!
For black.
And this is specifically
Speaking of
Primal
the
Odin,
exact
so
opposites.
this is the 14 Odin.
Yes.
Oh my god, the text.
Zon
The
Tetsuken.
Yes.
Although technically, I would argue Zantetsuken is kind of not the best mode on this card.
Yep.
Well, so this is
By the
another
way,
6 drop.
talking about alt arts, Jesus fucking Christ, this art.
That's beautiful.
Yeah, this is a cool art. I like this. So this Primal Odin is a 6 drop. He is a 5/3 Saga Knight. The Elder Primal Odin has returned to Eorzea. Also, I do like that his toughness is a little lower. Odin's thing in 14
He's
is
all
that
attack.
he's well, yeah, but he's not. He's for a primal. He's not that hard to kill. He just keeps coming back.
All
The
gas, no
sword will
brakes.
possess people. So
He's like a malevolent entity, yeah.
yeah.
I wouldn't say benevolent.
I said
No, he
malevolent.
said malevolent. Yeah.
Oh, malevolent.
So
no.
first effect here
That's fair.
is the first token is Gungir. Destroy a target creature an opponent controls. Just when he enters, pop 1.
Yeah.
Zantetsuken is this creature gains whenever this creature deals combat damage to a player. That player loses the game. They are
That
instantly
man's
killed.
soul, that man's brain, soul, and existence have been sliced in half. Good day, sir.
It's the Mortal Blade. You've been cut. We've cut the screen even. And then the third is Hall of Sorrow. Draw 2 cards. Each player loses 2 life, which I believe is his like huge AOE effect as a primal that kills lots of you.
I
This
will
card
say,
is very strong.
I think there's some joke here to make about like, okay, so that's who could you try to do it and it doesn't work, so you just go to Hall of Sorrow.
I mean, that is kind of the thing about like as a summon in general, Odin is like kind of funny because like obviously if he does Zantetsuken, that's very cool, but also most bosses and serious fights, especially endgame fights, are immune to instant death, so Zantetsuken does nothing, which is why
I'm used
at
to-
least as far back as 7 he does
I'm
Gungir as
used-
an alt attack.
I am used to him in
On 6 as well.
in Crisis Core when you summon him, he only does Gungnir.
Actually, yeah. But
Probably because they
no,
just
this
didn't even
card's
bother with
sick.
it, but yeah.
this card's sick. It's very good and limited. People are messing around with it in standard.
It just seems like a decent card. Like it's actually worth the 6 cost, honestly.
I think the Gung ability is probably the best ability on it, especially if
Just-
you can
yeah,
find
just-
any way to mess with it.
Just a free,
So he's
it's a free pop.
a
like-
guy that when he enters, you
Pop a
You know,
creature.
yeah, and then he's a 5/3, and then also
And if you
like
have
we
any
said,
way
if
to
you can
remove the
play
counter
around
on
with
it.
the saga, with the saga counters,
Yeah.
you can redo it.
It's not great, but it's something you kind of have to respect.
Yeah,
no, it
because
is
it
one
will
of those
kill you.
things.
It will
This
kill
one will draw removal because people like.
Because
It
if you
is
don't
very
do
rare
if you
that
don't
there's-
do something
yes.
about Zentetsuken,
Yeah, no, it's very rare that Zentetsuken will kill a player, mostly because that player will spend the removal on this card.
Okay,
There you
the
go.
joke here
Alright.
is that basically when he does it, you start seeing the cast bar and you start immediately finding your options.
However,
I think I'm pretty sure in the
I-
Primal Odin fight, Zentetsuken is the DPS check. You must kill him before you cast Zentetsuken.
Ironically enough, there's a card I consider the best summon in this set that combos hilariously with Primal Odin and makes this an almost guaranteed instant kill. We'll get to him maybe today, probably next week.
We'll see. We're almost done with Black, but we have been
Well,
here
he's
for like
green,
2 hours,
so.
2.5 hours. So
Anyway, but that's Odin. Odin good. Odin very
Yeah.
good. Speaking of good, I think we're on V. V?
no, we're on T for Tonberry.
Oh, Tonberry's here. I forgot.
That's a good card, I remember.
I mean,
he's alright.
It's cheap.
Nah.
He's a salamander horror. He's a so I love that, by the way. Salamander horror, great pick for Tonberry.
Yeah.
It's a
It's a
1
very
black for a
accurate depiction of the
2/1. This creature does enter tapped with a stun counter on it. If it becomes untapped, remove the stun counter instead.
I mean,
But
that's a Tom Brady
Chef's
for you.
Knife, during your turn, this creature has first strike and death touch. This again
very
is we're
accurate to
doing a
Tom
very we're doing a very cute reference here because mechanically this is how Tomberries work. They just sit around for a while until they act. They're either like very slow or they literally wait.
I remember the Tom Berry fight in the remake game, and it's actually like a thing of like everyone just like, wait, what the fuck? It's a horror monster! Oh no!
Yeah, he just slowly guts around.
Yeah.
And then
And
either
I
it
was
casts
gonna say-
Karma or it does the Chef's Knife attack. Usually, which by the way is either just an instant kill attack or does damage based on how many mobs you've killed in the game.
And first strike
no.
death touch, I should say, is almost a guaranteed instant kill.
Yeah.
Because, well, unless the creature's indestructible or the creature also has first strike, in which case it's a double knockout. But
So for like 1, it's
he's
cute.
very annoying. Here's the thing: if you can play him
Cheap as hell.
early, he's great.
Sure,
If
one
you
drop.
play him late, he's kind of awful.
Yeah, no. This is a card
It's
that
one of those
costs 1
early game
mana
cards
because you
that
want to be
is-
playing it on like
yeah.
turn 1 or
Turn
2
1 or
so
2 or
that you
3.
can have it
3
slowly
at the
untap
latest.
and then,
Yeah.
have it lose its counter and be ready to rock.
This is one of those one. Yeah,
not a
this is
blocker.
definitely one of those one drop. This is one of those one drops that, when you play it later, really does not feel good.
It's not a blocker. It's not a death touch blocker
Yeah.
where it's actually a good, reliable way to
No.
counter a card or counter a creature. Because that's usually what death
Like,
touch creatures
For
are
instance,
sometimes.
if we're going back to the first card we did today, I would rather pick, if I was given a pack and I had to choose either Tonberry or Aramon, I would pick Aramon every time.
Because it has a little
I
more
really think it has
utility.
other uses.
But this has some stuff.
Yeah.
This has a use, but it's
Tonberry
definitely a
is
card that like
subjectively probably, yeah.
you're gonna want to. You
This card
pray
is
you've drawn
hurt
it
by the
early.
mana curve a lot. But yeah.
But if you get it early,
and
it's
now
a
we go
one
to
drop
the-
that can be very useful.
I have to get to
Also,
the
once
list,
again, Dallas,
so I'm not
U is
just like-
before V.
It is. Icon letters.
Undercity Dire Rat, another 12 card. Literally, this is the opening of the of 12 once you get past the prologue.
What is that sword? What is that sword he's
Man
using?
being eaten by rats.
I think
What is
that's
that
just
sword?
a default.
That's so weird.
That's just what the default.
Yeah,
We've talked about this
default
before. Every
Well,
FF
in
game has a
12
unique
is-
art style. 12 has very specific art design for like weapons and
Remember
clothing and
this.
stuff.
Everything in 12 looks like it's a priceless, valuable artifact, even if it's like a random weapon. But they really went over, and I love it for that. They really went over the top with the design in 12.
So this is a 2 creature. It's a 2/2 for 2. It's a rat, and when it dies, you create a treasure token, which is an artifact that you can tap sacrifice to add a mana.
This is like the definition of it's aight, is good, is decent, is fine.
Rat Tail is also a like recurring item you can pick up in Final Fantasies as like a little drop or a key item or like a little piece of loot you can sell.
Yeah, this is the quintessential it's aight.
Yeah, no, it's
They're
a
not
very
great,
basic
not
creature. It's a 2/2
bad.
for 2, but if it does die, you can get a token later to use.
It's better
later.
than that zombie thing from 11.
Yeah.
Better than that thing from 13, but like it's not great. It's just not bad. It's not as bad as Kane.
It's good draft option.
Omega,
It's a
Yeah,
box.
it's a decent card.
Omega, I have a silly question.
Yeah.
The Rat Tail is just a sell item in 12.
Yes, they're a piece of loot you get from
Okay.
rats.
Vane's treachery. Okay, you gotta tell me what this
Vein
I
is
get to
treachery.
explain. I get to explain a mechanic.
kicker.
This is kicker. Technically, everything is kicker, and nothing is kicker. Kicker is just when you pay it, you have to pay an alternate cost.
Yeah. So sacrifice an
Essentially,
artifact or
everything
creature.
is kicker.
So you may sacrifice an artifact or creature in addition to any other costs as you cast this spell. Target creature gets -2/-2 until the end of the turn. If it was kicked, it gets -6/-6 instead. Anyway, Vane's killed his dad, the Emperor. That's what's happened right
Yeah.
there.
Vane is
that's
the
the corpse,
bad
yeah.
guy in 12. Well, one of the bad guys.
He's not the evil brother. He's not the evil twin, right?
In 12.
No, he's not the evil twin. He's an evil older brother.
No.
Okay.
Look, in 12 is, I think Omega will kind of agree with me on this. I don't know. 12, everyone except your party members are kind of assholes to some extent.
I mean, yeah, 12 is like, if you want to, besides just it being kind of like a Star Wars homage, if you want to talk about what the theme of 12 actually is, it's about, like, I want to say, like, authoritarianism and, like, systems, because, like, the Arcadian Empire sucks because they're militant expansionists, but they are also trying to, like, rip the fate of man out from, literally distant gods in their ivory tower who want you to use magical nukes to blow up the empire and, put the right of mankind back in the hands of gods. And so, like,
Yeah.
you're
Final
kind of,
Fantasy
like,
12
stuck in between.
I wouldn't call it a morally gray game because you are objectively, like, Van and everyone is objectively the good guys, but it's just there are not a lot of other good people than you.
But Vaughn and like Ash and stuff struggle with, like, hey, do we stay good guys in the face of this threat, or do
if we actually use magic nukes.
do we use magical nuclear weapons?
But they do come to the right decision in that.
Yeah,
Of,
but
like,
no, it's
nah,
12's a very
y'all
interesting game. I
suck.
have to stream it sometime to just, like, do a big LP run of it,
Yeah.
but I don't know when we'll find time for that.
Omega,
but
do you
it's-
basically do you guys just like fight both sides in the end? Like resolve
yes,
it?
basically.
Kinda.
I mean, you kind of have to at that point.
The gods are literally distant, so you don't have to directly fuck with them.
Yeah.
But you do, like, make decisions to
You
tell
fight
them
the
to fuck
Empire,
off.
and then basically Vane goes outside of his airship and then just points 2 middle fingers at the gods and just slowly floats away.
But yeah, so Vane is effect. It's really interesting because I don't think Vane has a primary card in this. So if we were doing what we did normally with the numbered Final Fantasies, there should be a version of Vane who's like a big mana drop for a big guy, but like that's his like literal last minute move because you charge your way into the equivalent of the Death Star and you are like, Vane, we're stopping you, and he's like, shit, you're here in person to stop me? Uh-oh. I guess I better turn into my, one-winged angel form. Oops.
Well, this is an RPG, so this does have to be a boss fight.
So yeah, no, like but so it makes sense that there's not like a giant version of him. But yeah, how's the card rate? Because like, if this feels like this is
looks like
only really good if you do the
Interesting.
kicker.
I mean,
Yes,
two,
no.
I mean, minus
Well,
2/2 is still useful if you get rid of something. Like it can have a
I
moment
guess
if you like
it's
if you're
-2,
desperate, you can use
-2
it.
for 2. There's
I
reasons
would
that is an
probably
instant.
Terrible.
If I had to rank the removal in the set, I'd probably put this above Overkill and Sephiroth stabbing Aerith.
Mhm.
Personally, because I like I almost said volatility. Volatility.
It's versatility.
The versatility of like
Yeah.
you can just pay it for 2 to kill a little annoying guy,
or
a
sacrifice
big
your own
one.
guy to kill a big guy, relatively big guy. Because I feel like,
like
most things in this set don't really have above 6 toughness.
no, there are not a lot of things that do.
It
Yeah,
kills
minus
most
six
things
is
in the
good.
set.
Bahamut.
Like at least like 80%
Well,
of
like-
things in the set.
The -2 is a little low because there's not a lot of things that kills.
But it is an
But
instant, so
I
like
still
you,
like
if it
it.
matters, you could make it work.
Yeah,
And then obviously, yeah,
it's
you
an
kick it, you
interesting
just-
one.
Kill. And it's not
Yeah.
like the mana cost goes up to kick. You're sacrificing an artifact or a creature, which depending on what kind of deck archetype, you're just expected
Yeah,
to do
no.
that anyway.
No, definitely in the decks in constructed. I think this is one of the few removal spells that's better in constructed than in limited. Because like I still think it's good in limited because it's a removal spell and like removal is good.
You
But
want removal?
in constructed, you can put this in a deck that really wants the sacrifice. So you can turn it from a cost to a benefit, whereas you can't guarantee to do that in limited.
Yeah, chat's mentioning that that thing you've talked about, that aristocrats deck concept.
Yep, it's an aristocrats card, or like a sacrifice card for like Rakdos, Scam, stuff like that. Like this card is good, is much more of a constructed removal spell than the other two. In which case, I actually think this has more of a chance to show up in standard than the other two. Like I would be genuinely shocked if I saw Overkill in a standard deck.
And look, it's the
whereas-
boy, it's the shooter. he transforms perfect.
Vincent.
It's
Alright,
the
this
man.
is
It's the man. I hope
monocolored
they
Vincent,
remake
the
his
big
game so we actually have actual shooter mechanics in the shooter game.
I don't know if they'll ever bother to remake Dirge,
Oh,
but
that
I kind of
game.
hope they do because it would be funny.
That game is so bad. But I actually love that it's like one of the worst games in history.
I think it's one of the worst games that was made in a big franchise by a big studio, cause like it's pretty bad, but it is also like functional. It's playable. It's a game
here's
you
the
can
thing.
play.
It's just not great.
Is it
It's
playable?
not good.
Like that's the thing. Like I think the reason I say
Yes,
one of
it
the
is
worst
playable.
games is because
Because I
to
played
me
it and beat it.
it is. Well, yeah. To me it is bad in a way that I find unfun. Which is the game is functionally like difficult to play in not a difficulty way, in a non-intuitive,
It's a cumbersome game.
annoying way.
It's a little clunky, but
Uh,
I don't remember having a lot of problems as
As
a kid
opposed to
playing it.
I still don't know how I ever played an N64 game. I look at those controllers and go, how the hell did I do this? But mainly what I'm saying is like there are other games that are technically worse. Like Ride to Hell Retribution is technically a worse game that is easier to play, in my opinion. You know what I mean? Yes, no, it is not like Zed is saying. There are AI designed gotcha games that are technically worse in every way, but
Yeah.
I would still
like I said,
play them easier.
You okay? Sorry.
This could be a me issue.
It's freaking out.
I'm also bad with FPSs in general, so
Is this a third-person shooter?
Dirge of Cerberus, yes. Though you can, I believe, in some segments aim
yeah,
down sights.
it's a TPS, but it's not a traditional TPS.
I mean, I think they really. If you want my honest opinion, what they really wanted Dirge of Cerberus to be was they wanted it to be Devil May Cry, but Square didn't hire any of the people who made Devil May Cry.
Well, now they could.
I mean, that's the
Now they
funny
can.
thing. If they made Dirge of Cerberus today, they would just call people who like left Capcom who worked on like Devil May Cry, or like call some of the guys who used to work at
as an
Platinum that worked on
action
Bayonetta.
RPG, yeah. Oh, designed by Platinum, that would be amazing. Yeah, no, if they remade it, I would want them to just ditch the third-person shooter entirely and just be like, nah, just make it an action game.
But it didn't function that way. So here's Vinny V, Vincent Valentine himself, the big boy. Costs 4 for a
Okay,
2/2
I'm gonna be-
assassin. Yeah.
Be real. I mean, no offense to Murakami Ibashi. Is it Ibashi?
Hisashi.
Hisashi.
It's a little blurry.
Hisashi.
Yeah, Hisashi.
I know. Sorry, they genuinely that was a me. That was me. I couldn't read. This is one of my least favorite alt arts in the set, specifically the Galian Beast. I think the Vincent alt art is actually very well done.
It's just okay.
The Galleon Beast alt art is just kind
It
of
looks
normal.
very
Okay.
cartoony.
I'm gonna be very real. This is definitely a
It looks like
Dallas
a behemoth.
problem.
It just looks like a behemoth.
My brain has been
that's what Galleon
poisoned by
Beast looks
people on.
like.
My brain has been poisoned by people on Twitter and Reddit, so I associate that design type with a very specific, non-threatening thing.
How much furry porn do you look at, man?
I don't look at a lot, but people who I talk with in Reddit post a ton of it.
Okay.
I mean, here's the thing. This is just Galleon Beast's pre-remake design. That's just what he looks like. He's purple with a big red mane and has behemoth horns. That's it.
Can you pull up the non-alt art version again? Because I think just lighting and posing does a lot to make it more threatening.
Which is also
Yes,
interesting. That's also a Japanese artist, Norikatsu Miyoshi.
Yeah. No, I love this art.
It's
Like,
like
if this was the card art, weirdly that works.
It's a weird case where the what Wizards is asking for with these full card arts is just like the character standing in a void with their number behind them. That hurts Galleon Beast because his OG design is very simple. It's very straightforward. The remake style designs they go for are much more like literally Vincent's original design for Chaos is he just turns into Chaos from Final Fantasy 1. He's just a gargoyle guy. He's like Chernobog from Fantasia. In Dirge, and presumably what he will look like in Remake, Chaos is like, yo, what if Vincent himself turned into Satan?
I will say that the remake Galleon Beast looks fucking cool.
Yes, they go much more core in there.
I wasn't necessarily talking about furry porn specifically. I was more talking about like furry OCs.
Okay.
Big chungus. Vincent as an assassin who becomes a werewolf beast works. This says whenever creature of an opponent controls dies, put a 1 counter on, or put one counters on Vincent equal to that creature's power. Whenever Vincent attacks, you can transform him. And then he becomes a trample lifelink 3/2. When Galleon Beast dies, return it to the battlefield tapped, front face up.
Do the counters stay through the transformations?
Yes, because if it says exile and then transform, they do not. If it says
it does die return.
So, yeah. Well, no. The when he transforms from the Galleon Beast back into Vincent, the counters would bleed. When he transforms from Vincent into the Galleon Beast, they would stay.
Basically, to say it another way, this just says transform, unlike say the 16 guys say exile and then transform it. So basically, you just flip Vincent Valentine to Galleon Beast. It keeps the counters. Galleon Beast's trigger to turn back into Vincent is it has to die, so it goes to the graveyard first. Then you return it, so the counters fall off. But yeah, this is a pretty good way to handle. This seems like a pretty good way to handle Vincent's rules. Like at the very least, this is like technically this is effectively a 3/2 with trample and lifelink for 4 because the transformation cost is just Vincent attacks. And also, if creatures die, you can put some counters on him. So presumably you're juicing him a little before you make him swing in with Galleon Beast.
He's decent. I would say he's like kind of the weakest of the legendary Transformy boys in black, but the black Transformy boys do tend to be strong.
Also, that's the thing. I don't know if that is normally I don't know if that's normally a black thing, but I've been thinking about this. There's a lot of guys in black that transform, like in the just
that's
the
not a
normal
Final Fantasy thing. There's a lot of Final Fantasy guys that transform.
Okay. Because I know, like we said, with all the 16 guys, they like transform into their dominant, their icon form.
We have ones in we have ones in 16, 6, all over the place that transform.
But yeah, like so far tonight, Black has had a lot of these transformations.
Black has a lot of them, but I think that's because
the multicolors.
True.
Multicolors is where the majority of them are.
Fair enough.
We'll get there.
All right. Well, let's go to Vincent's Limit Break, because this shows the original design for his 3 versions that weren't Chaos. Galleon Beast is just that. Hellmasker is just Jason if he did steroids and had a chainsaw, and Death Gigas is just Frankenstein.
He's just classic
Yeah.
movie monsters, like
Yeah.
the Wolfman.
He is very
Jason.
Hammer horror.
Vincent himself is very, very like vampiric. He sleeps in a coffin, and then
Well,
like I said, the original design for Chaos is just FF1 Chaos. It's just standard Demon Man.
Also, Vincent is literally named after Vincent Price.
Yeah.
Like.
And also, I do want to point this out. This is another case where the game does something funny but is correct. You'll notice that when we talked about him, Vincent's creature type was just assassin. It was not human assassin. Because we're not really sure what the fuck is going on with that guy anymore. Dr. Hojo did some stuff to him.
Oh god, I heard the Team 4-star joke of like when they had Vincent show up, he's like he just fucking said he just death cried Hojo to the fucking heavens.
That's just what Hojo did. We don't even know what Lucrezia did.
Yeah, I can't wait until Vincent is. I can't wait until Vincent is playable and we actually unpack his entire like subplot in the 3rd remake game because Vincent has a sad ass backstory. His dad dies experimenting on the Chaos Materia. His girlfriend breaks up with him to date and have a kid with Hojo, the world's greasiest man. And when Vincent objects to Dr. Hojo's plan, when he objects to Hojo's plan to inject Lucrezia and Hojo's unborn child with Genova cells, that's Sephiroth, by the way, Hojo shoots him in the face, and when that doesn't kill Vincent instantly, he decides, let's do some science, and then, to prevent that science from killing him, Lucrezia canonically jams the Chaos Materia into Vincent also. And then he sleeps in a coffin for like 20 years.
If there's one character you could actually call emo from FF7, it is definitely Vincent.
Yep.
I mean, there's a reason why one of Vincent's death quotes when you get a game over in Dirge of Cerberus is just Steve Bloom saying, "Now I can finally rest." Like, he's had a rough time, fam.
Sorry.
I kind of hope they make Lucrezia a shittier person in the remake, because otherwise, what the fuck was she doing with her life?
She is a shitty person. Like,
Unless Hojo was just threatening her the whole time, because it makes more sense that Hojo was just threatening her.
I mean, they might do that, because Hojo, they are not afraid of how bad Hojo sucks in the remakes. Lucrezia's weird because, like, she's supposed to be like Vincent's like lost Lenore type, and she clearly regrets what she's done because rather than get involved in all the Sephiroth plot, she
does kind of
imprisons herself in Crystal forever, but also she
Hojo, though.
imprisoned herself in Crystal forever. So she just kind of like fucks off.
She does kind of have that attitude of like, well, we already made this decision. Fuck it, we're going down.
I feel like it's a thing anyway. I feel like it's that because she's meant to be. Vincent was an optional character, and they needed to make sure all the people attached to him were not in the plot main-wise.
Yeah, no, like literally, I think you can't. Oh, actually, you can find Lucrezia's like hidden cave on the world map, but if you don't have Vincent in your party, she doesn't say anything. It's just there's a weird rock. Anyway, Vincent's limit break here is one of our tiered limit breaks. It costs at least 2 mana, one of which must be black, and you choose an additional cost. And this says, until the end of the turn, target creature you control gains when this creature dies. Return to the battlefield tapped under its owner's control, and is the chosen base power and toughness. If it's you pay no additional cost, it's 3/2. If you pay 1, it's a 5/2. If you pay 3 additional cost, it is a 7/2.
Is he manifesting chaos in like his hand?
No, I think this is just him transforming.
Oh, okay.
Because you'll notice this only goes to Hellmasker.
Yeah.
This card's kind of neat, but it's also kind of not good. Zed, that is a good way to describe Lucretia. It's like, what if the cost fallacy was a shitty person?
Yeah, Vincent's limit break here is interesting because it does.
So
it's an instant, so you can use it to make it so that.
Yeah.
your creature will auto reanimate itself, which can be very funny, can be very useful. Like if you know one of your guys that has like an on entry effect is about to get popped.
That's the thing. I think the best use of this card is for creatures that have like really good on entry effects to double trigger them. So I really think Galleon Beast is kind of the only one that is good.
Seems alright for like limited in the combat. You can at least maybe take something out, but not the greatest for that.
Like,
Yeah, I
I've
think
seen
the
this card be very
primary
good.
use
I've also
is-
seen this card be useless.
Yeah.
And,
The
I
primary
feel
use is that
when
it has a
during-
funny reborn effect.
I got this like multiple times in my pre-release draft, and I couldn't figure out how to use it right.
My best use of this was I used it on my own turn, used it on a Marlboro, and then sacrificed it. So it just came back.
That seems very mean and seems like what you're supposed to be doing here.
Yeah.
But
It's weird.
we're
This
going-
card reads like a combat trick, but it's really not a combat trick.
It feels like they had to make it tiered and do that toughness thing because they wanted it to be Vincent's Limit Break, but it doesn't. That part is the part that doesn't matter.
Mister, I assume you're in the future of this story.
You'll meet him.
Yep.
all I'll
Xenos Ye Galvus, who becomes Shinryu.
That's a complicated thing we're not going to talk about.
But this is a pretty neat one. And it has,
Flavor-wise, it's perfect.
Burning
yeah,
chains.
We won't
Yeah.
discuss why Xenos does the stuff he does. Just that this is a card that was made by somebody who played 14 and liked Xenos.
Burning chains is like it's actually a change mechanic, right?
Yes, it's a mechanic. It's the
Okay.
one where you have to run away from the partner.
Yes, burning chains is a mechanic that several fights in 14 actually have. That's when you get the chains between you.
I don't know why they chose the name
no,
for that
I've
one.
had to deal with that by far.
I don't know.
I think one version of the Shinryu fight might give you chains to split.
He gives you
Um,
chains, but I also think it's also
It just works.
It matches for like the name because you're chaining yourself to your win.
So
con to
Xenos
it.
Ye Galvus is a 5-drop. He is a human noble warrior. He's got 4/4. My first friend, when Xenos enters, choose a creature an opponent controls until the end of turn. Creatures other than Xenos and that creature get -2/-2.
You know,
So
This
you know,
is
Everyone
very
else-
appropriate. And then when that
Everyone
creature
else
leaves the
forgot.
battlefield, transform.
Omega, I'm not gonna lie. I don't like the outlook for whoever Xenos' first friend is.
Oh no, Dallas. The friend will be fine. The way I interpret this is Xenos makes everybody else job.
Fair enough.
But then Shinryu, Transcendent Rival, he turns into a giant dragon. He becomes a 8/8 with flying. And then as this creature transforms, choose an opponent. When the chosen player loses the game, you win the game. So obviously, this card doesn't that effect doesn't do anything in 60 card
In a 1v1,
formats,
yeah.
but
I need
is
to-
an alternate win con in Commander.
It is
Okay,
hilarious. in
sorry,
Commander.
but I have to play this sound.
A test of your reflexes.
It's true.
It's accurate here.
No, this card's kind of funny.
I feel like that is correct.
Honestly,
Like this.
As a card, he's just good because he's a 4/4 dude who does a mass -2/-2 semi board wipe, and then you can turn him into a 8/8 giant dragon man.
All I'm seeing is
An
the
80
mono
with
black
flying.
deck. All I'm seeing is the mono black in the 14 sets actually, like in the Final Fantasy set, actually seems pretty solid.
Black is very good in this set, in my opinion. I think it's the second best color, probably.
Well, and we talked about this, but like, not every villain has to be mono black. But the way Final Fantasy villains are, there's a lot of them who fit into mono black, and because they are big name villains, the game designers want to kind of give them their flowers,
Yeah.
you know?
And also, it should be said, generally black is never bad in draft. Generally.
Well, yeah, we talked about
Like-
that. Like black as a colors themes is unique. You know, they've got
Because
their unique
its
stuff of
theme-
like death
Yeah.
touch. They have a lot of like removal. They have a lot of
Yeah.
rebirth.
Yes, no, that because black is usually guaranteed to be removal. There are very few sets I can think of where black is the worst color. It's usually not the best color, generally, but it's usually like number 2 or number 3.
I mean, well, and let's look at it this way, right? We're basically at the end. There's one more card in black. We've gone through the entire color. There are some cards that are like not good in standard, you know, because they're overcosted.
Black does have the worst card in this set. We can say that.
That is
Which
true.
is Kane.
But
That card
other
is
than
bad.
Kane, there's not really a lot of like duds. There's cards that like you wouldn't play outside of
that's true.
draft, but generally the color is very solid. Even if its creatures are like
Yeah.
boring, they're functional. So it's a very functional
Well,
color.
I would say black to me is the antithesis of green, honestly, in draft. And this is just vibes. This isn't statistics. Where to me, green always feels like it's really good or really bad. Same with blue, honestly. Blue is kind of the same way, where it feels like it's either really good or really bad. Whereas
Well, and I
black
feel
is
like
just always
The,
pretty
the
good.
components of like green and blue's themes, I could see like that seems more difficult to balance because green's thing is like guys. If you get good guys,
Big men. Big
if you
stompy
have
men.
good big men's, good.
Big
If your big
bottom.
men suck, you're like, well, shit, I can't do anything. My whole deck revolves around big guys.
Oh my God.
And blue
No,
is like blue's more fiddly. Blue's got lots of little weird stuff. So if you get weird stuff that's just weird, it's just weird. It doesn't do anything.
that
We're
is
super
right.
generalizing.
Dallas, what Zed said is true about the burning chains effect. If Shinryu leaves, did the effect linger?
Yep.
Oof.
Yeah, because it's you've chosen that player, so it's just that effect is now there.
It's a very funny card, Commander.
Oh, hey, Big Sam.
It creates hilarious game states because basically the other 2 players at the table have to start protecting that player because if they die, they lose. It turns games into weird games. I don't know if it's like amazing. I don't know if it's like broken or anything, but it does flip the commander dynamic on its goddamn head.
Something that someone pointed out for like, that I think you should rule 0 in your own pods, but might be a problem in like more competitive scenes. Is that once you choose a player, that person can always threaten to surrender, or if the other players do anything. So it can just become a 1v1.
Oh my god, it's a fucking active hostage situation now.
Like I said, obviously don't play with people who are shitheads, so don't run into that problem. But it does really. I don't know if this is appropriate. Commander always has a politics element. That's part of why I love Commander.
Yeah.
That man turns the politics element up to 11.
There's a goddamn shower gun on the table.
Let's talk about Zodiark. Big Zam. This is the 14th version of Zodiark, the Umbral God. He is exactly 5 black mana. No more, no less.
No notes. No notes.
He is just a god. It is a little funny that
It's
it
indestructible.
works for him, but it's funny that we don't apply that to other big guys. But he's a 5/5 indestructible for 5 mana, by the way. When Zodiac enters, each player sacrifices half of the non-god creatures they control of their choice, rounded down. When a player sacrifices another creature, put a 1/1 counter on Zodiark. We can't talk about why this is thematically appropriate for Zodiark.
I think it's appropriate, but I think it's weird for it's on his card.
So fun fact, this is the only god creature in
I remember.
Final
I'm
Fantasy.
stupid. I remember.
Interesting.
Which to me makes a little sense because I think he's the only one of the god characters who starts as a god.
There's a very specific
Yes.
reason for that. You'll
That's
figure
fair.
that
That's
later.
fair.
You're
Yeah,
on
yeah.
time.
Like
You'll
all of
know.
the
You'll
well,
learn
no,
more about it.
I know who Zodiark is. Trust me.
Wait.
They-
Ultima's also a god.
Which also makes sense because Ultima started as a god.
And
Like, that's what I
technically
mean.
the Warring Triad, I guess.
Yeah,
Which
the
is,
triad
that's
views.
what I'm saying. All the god creatures start as gods, whereas like Kefka, Sin, Sephiroth, who else is like an analogous to a god? The Emperor of Palamitia. All these people turn into gods, but they don't start out as gods.
Okay, so the exception would be Venant Heidelin.
Well, yeah, because that's not the same thing. I don't know the story, but I don't think Vanon killed Heidelin and took her essence. His
No.
essence? Their essence. Essence.
Dallas just saying essence over and over again. No, this
Zodiac
is
kind of okay.
the card
I'm just
perfect
trying to
for
think
Zodiac.
about-
It
Am I
feels
just
like it's kind of
misremembering
all
that?
right. It's very funny.
You can do some pretty crazy stuff with it. He is not a good commander, in my opinion. He is good
Yeah.
in a god tribal deck. Because then
funny.
you can, because there are a lot of gods in Magic. Like, Zodiac is a small fish in a very big pond in the hierarchy of gods. Like, because once again, if you think about, well, Fighter Fighters characters are obviously powerful, and some of them are even universal. Magic is a multiversal scale.
There are multiple
thing.
planes, and there are sometimes guys who do stuff on multiple planes at once, which is indeed
Yeah,
pretty
sometimes
bullshit.
they break all of them. Sometimes they break all of them. That happened recently. Don't thrust a tree through all of reality. It's bad. It does bad things.
There are some Final Fantasy characters who sometimes occasionally get into, like, the time travel aspect, like multiple time lines, multiple world lines, but
Yeah.
generally
That's the thing.
dimension hopping is not done, and even when it happens in, like, 14, it's the talking about, like, the different reflections that the Asians are fucking with is different.
I always took it as alternate timelines as opposed to actual, like, planes.
But that means we've done black.
Yep.
Yay.
Black's my
Oh, yeah,
favorite color in Magic. And now we're talking about my second favorite color.
Red.
Definitely more so my favorite in Commander. I love red in Commander. In Standard, it's a little bit too aggressive for me, generally, but I love me some red. Some chaos.
Did we talk about the
Wacky
monocolor Barrett before, or was it the multicolored Barrett?
We talked about both.
Okay. So we'll show him on screen again.
Barrett.
Barrett, he's a 4/4 for 4 with reach. He's a human
He's
rebel.
doing his
Whenever
charge
Barrett
attack.
attacks, he
He's
deals
very
damage equal to the
okay.
number of equipped creatures you control.
I'm playing him in a game.
There is, I believe, is it...
Yes, no, true. Zed is correct. When you thrust a tree through all of the reality, you create Mario Kart.
It's
I love Magic
red,
Sport.
white is one of the equipment bundles. Is there another one that mixes with red?
So red white is the primary equipment. I'm actually playing him in a commander deck currently, or thinking about putting him in it, which is mono red equipment.
Okay.
We'll get into the commander of that in this set.
Yeah, we talked about this. This Barrett did not work very well in the 7 commander deck.
No, because that commander deck wants you to equip your big boys with all of the equipments.
Whereas Barrett Wallace wants you to be leading a squad of guys that have lots of little equipment.
Yeah.
But he's a classic, and I do like. Obviously, it makes sense because he's got a ranged attack. But like, literally, when Barrett becomes playable in 7 Remake, it's because there are long-ranged enemies Cloud can't hit with a sword, so he has reach to hit flying enemies. Thank you. No notes. Let's talk about another classic, though. They couldn't just call it Bomb, so it's Blazing Bomb, but it's a fucking bomb. It's the cartoony design from 9, but it's the bomb. This is what these guys look like. Here it is. Creature, elemental.
I mean,
He's
if doing
here.
blazing makes sense because there's also other kinds of elemental.
It's true. There
typing of
can be
bombs.
other bombs, yeah. But this is a you know, one drop red for a 1/1. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, if you spend at least 4 mana, put a 1/1 counter on this creature. Blow
Gets
up,
bigger.
tap, sacrifice this creature, deals damage equal to its power to the target creature. Activate only as a sorcery.
Hey,
Little slow, but he is a
well,
1-drop.
it's a 1-drop you play, and you probably play multiples of these, and you just have them build up bigger and bigger as tools to blow shit up with.
Yeah.
My goal
It's
is to blow up and act like I don't know nobody.
I don't know nobody.
No, perfect for a bomb.
No.
They literally get bigger
Like,
and then they
it's
explode.
definitely, to me, it's the weaker of the blue-red pair. Like, this is the equivalent of Sahagin. I think Sahagin is way better.
That's
It's
a
a
really
weak
good card.
Yeah, Sagan was a pretty good card. But this is another one of those things that, like, it's a very funny form of removal of, like, he just sits and gets bigger until you're like, okay, that guy, get him out of here.
I have blown Sephiroth up with this, which just makes me happy.
It's so funny.
Is it seriously? Can it seriously just get that big and no one gets rid of it because it's just a bomb?
I mean, it's the kind of thing of, like... But
Oh, yeah, you
also,
only
it's
get
like the
pocket
thing
twice,
of, like...
yeah. Oh.
It's also that thing of, like... Obviously, yeah, if you're waiting to make him, like, a 6/6, that's waiting too long, probably. But, like, if you wait to just get rid of, like, an important 3 creature, that's a decent number. And it's the kind of thing where your opponent has to weigh, like... Do I want to waste my removal on a 3 creature because it's a +1/+1 counter? Do I want to waste my removal on a 3/3 creature on the off chance it blows up my guy, or save it for my opponent's monsters that are 3/3 or have 3 toughness in general that actually do something? You know, it's a weird little case where he's basically like an exiled force. It's like removal with legs, but it's a little 1-drop creature.
Elemental is a huge tribe in Magic that has a lot of make big, so
and there are several other elementals in
Commander specifically.
There are several other elementals in the FF set, including several in blue as well. If you're doing blue-red, for instance, which this goes with.
It is not just the +1/+1 counters. Like, you can make him big other ways and deal damage.
True. So next, call the Mountain Chocobo. It's a 4-drop sorcery.
Yay.
Search your library for a mountain, reveal it, put it in your hand. Shuffle, create a 2/2 green bird creature token with whenever a land you control enters, it gets +1/+0 until the end of turn, basically landfall, I believe. And then flashback, you can pay 6 to do that.
This card is so interesting.
So this is very specifically for like the red-green like landfall aggro strat they build.
It's also for the red-blue.
It does work though because it does cost 4. You're right. Okay. 4. It is a little weird that it gets you a green bird creature, but you need mana.
Yeah, Chocobos are everywhere in Final Fantasy.
True. I do believe the green one is traditionally the mountain one.
This card is like really good and really bad sometimes. It's very deck dependent. This is like the Namazu card, where it's like it's really good in 2 of the decks and really bad in the other 2.
So
in non-limited though, I think this card actually gets significantly better.
Is there a bird tribal deck that's worth it?
In Commander, probably. Unfortunately, it wouldn't be in red. But the part about this that's important is it searches for mountain, not basic mountain.
Any mountain.
So anything that counts as a mountain.
Blue, white.
Okay.
Yeah. There are a lot of dual lands that count as mountain. And also, there is, what is it called? Valakut the Mountain Pinnacle. Which anyone who plays Modern will know that card because it's fucking demented. Which I think Valakut's a mountain. Is Valakut a mountain?
I mean, he's got a mountain in his
it's
name,
a red
so I
card.
can
I just
see
don't
it.
remember if it's a mountain. Well, like, lands having subtypes is important. Like, it's very specific. I can't look it up, but regardless, the ability to search non-basic mountains is important. So, I could
And
theoretically see
hypothetically,
this being
it has a flashback
good
cost,
in
so you might
some
be able to
decks.
use it twice.
Yeah, and like that, it's like I said, it's never bad to have the option. Overall, this card has many use cases and many non-use cases. It is, to me, this is the pinnacle of an average card.
All right.
What is next? D. Or is there more C? No, there's more C.
Yeah, it's the big one. This is another favorite one of mine.
Choco Meteor.
This is Choco Comet. So this is specifically 12. There's been a very nasty red chocobo a couple of times, but 12 is the one where there is specifically
It becomes a demented fire creature.
Well, there is a mark you can run into that is the level 99 red chocobo. Not as tough as Yzmat, but also another super scary guy. And one of its moves is it gets to rapidly cast Choco Comet, which is a special spell that can kill your ass.
Oh, arguably harder than Yzmat because it can like kill you faster.
Yes, no, because like it has several abilities it can do, which will just like reduce your party to dust. So Choco Comet is X plus 2 fire. It's a sorcery. Choco Comet deals X damage to any target, and also creates a 2/2 green bird creature token that has the landfall effect. Gains +1 whenever a land you control enters. I also love the flavor text here, because in 12, you don't like fight yellow chocobos. You can rent them to like speed through areas, but you can run into wild chocobos of other colors, which they're usually passive, but they can also kick your ass. So it's like yellow, best for riding. All else, best be hiding.
Yes. This card very good limited. Once again, because it's a red card, it doesn't really go in the bird deck because it's blue, white, green.
Yep.
But it's not bad. And in limited, this card is a house. Just to deal X to any target. Make a bird. Like, no notes. Very good.
Yeah. And of course, great to see.
Unfortunately,
red
birds are not really a red thing. Mostly because Phoenix is a creature type, so all of the red birds are generally Phoenixes.
Well, and it is interesting that the couple of Choco cards we've seen, because they're meant to go with the red green strat, they do not create red birds; they create green birds.
Yeah.
I guess a red green chocobo deck. Not terrible.
Yeah, green birds is actually fairly not the most common. It's definitely blue and white are the bird colors. But with Final Fantasy specifically, it's very much green.
Well, and I think it works for the
makes sense.
Chocobos because they're horses. They're not actually like.
They're not.
I mean, some of them
they
can
don't-
fly, but they're land birds.
Yeah, they're emus and ostriches. Not.
All right,
What's
so
the term for those? There's a.
I mean,
Okay.
flightless bird is just a usual one, but they're like.
No, but for like emu, ostrich,
I don't actually know
other
if they have,
stabby
like
one.
like a.
They do. I can't remember it though. Meh.
But we're gonna talk about Clive,
Here's
Ben Starr himself,
Clive.
Ifrit's dominant.
Man, this is
Great
the
Lord
like
Inferno.
funniest name for a Final Fantasy protagonist. I can't get over it.
Clive Rosefield?
Fucking Clive.
I mean, well, the other character's name is Jill.
I know. Jill is a less goofy name than Clive. No, Cassowary is the bird I was thinking of, but they have a genus name because I watch animal documentaries to fall asleep to because I'm a weirdo.
The genus is Dromice?
Dromiids. Yeah.
Dromiid. Yeah, Dromiid. There we go.
Okay, so whoever assigned them that genus is trying to be like, these are literally dinosaurs, because Dromaeosaurs is raptors.
The Takahashi art I really like.
Yeah, so this is the normal full art. Let me scooch it over a little. And then we've got
To me, it's just not as grand.
Big Blasty.
And we have
these are still
Ben's
pretty
shirt.
cool.
So okay,
Yeah,
the
Ben
thing
Starr
I was
wore
not
this as a
thinking, I was not thinking of Dromaeus. I was thinking of Ratite. Is the group I was thinking of, which is the like upright two walking bird thing, like what's it called? They're birds within the infra class. I'm not gonna say that word. But ratite was the word I was thinking of, which is like emus, rheas, ostriches, castrations. Yep.
And then, which is, and also Takahashi is the actual character illustrator for 16. So this is just cool new Clive art.
Nah, it's sick art. I'm sorry. The name Clive as a protagonist is goofy to me.
I mean, I'm pretty sure it's meant intentionally to be fairly normal. They're going for a thing.
It'd
mean,
be
like
if
like
his name was
people more
Craig or something.
I mean,
Normal.
Cecil is also a character. Is a character's name for a protagonist.
A lot of Final Fantasy characters have pretty normal names, but some of them are much more fanciful. Even Terra itself is like acceptable modern English, but it's still a little weird.
Yeah, that's true.
I don't, 7's my big touchstone, so I'm not even sure what they were doing. Barrett has a normal name, I guess, but like Cloud Strife is like if people
Tifa
ask
and
Cloud
Yuki-
Strife, I mean, I guess Cloud's mom's
Yeah,
name is
Cloud-
is canonically Claudia, so like, okay.
Omega, you know what my headcanon is? His real name's actually Claudius, and he's terrified to tell people, so he's just like, Cloud, my name is Cloud.
I mean, that would make sense for Cloud. Like
That'd be-
if
that'd be
characters
super
told
brand for
were
him.
like, Cloud, your name's fake.
It's like,
Tifa is Tifa Lockhart, which is like, I mean, it's like Tiffany without the E, but that's not how names work.
Honestly, the
Aerith's
bit is
name
like I could
literally
also
Earth.
I could also see a bit if like Tifa just called him Cloud because it was easier than saying Claudius. That probably was the bit. It stopped.
And then it just stuck, yeah. Like I said, Tifa's name is just Tiffany, but they chopped off half the letters, but also, like I said, that's not how names work. Vincent Valentine's a pretty
Anyway.
normal name, but it's cool because it's got two
probably-
V's in it.
we should
He's
probably-
Clive.
He has a rock star name.
Once again, he is literally named after Vincent Price.
Clive is a 6-drop, 2 of which must be red. He is a 5/5 legendary creature, human noble warrior. When Clive enters, you may discard your hand and then draw cards equal to your devotion to red. I think it's the first time that's come up in this pack,
Yes.
so how
This
does
is the first
devotion to
time.
red work?
So devotion, you see all the red mana symbols in the card?
Yeah.
Your devotion count is the number of red mana symbols on permanents you control.
So just
Or
Clive.
whatever
too.
color the devotion.
So wait, is Clive 2 or 4?
Clive is 2.
Because the separate cost. The separate
So
cards
use
transform is separate.
Zodiac would be a devotion of 5 to black.
Which
But
is, I think
Clive
intentional.
is a 6-drop, so like presumably you probably have other red permanents in there.
Yes.
So you have like 3 bombs on the field. That's 3 extra devotion.
Yeah.
It seemed like an okay, and then you can pay his summon cost again, basically tap him and then exile, return him as Ifrit.
Warden of Inferno.
So Ifrit's first ability is Lunge. Ifrit instantly fights up to one other target creature, which, by the way, Ifrit is a legendary enchantment creature, Saga Demon, who's a 9/9.
Yeah, that's it for it.
Let the flame burn
Yep.
within you.
And he will just Ifrit shows up and just punches somebody, and then
Which is very accurate.
yes, it's very correct. Especially because like Ifrit is
And
your
then
your
add
super form.
4.
Yeah, add
Add
4 red
4
mana.
red.
If Ifrit has 3 or more lower counters, exile it.
Then put back to Clive.
Clive is interesting. Clive's not bad. But he's very...
I think you said this before that Clive is not as crazy cool as some of the other dominants.
I see a lot of people building around Clive, and I find that the best way to describe Clive to me is much like his namesake. He is boring. He is a boring card. It's a card with an effect we've seen a million times of wheeling when he enters. It makes mana. Like, there's nothing bad about him, but he is...
I need to like give you. Sorry to alarm you, but I should tell you this. If anyone that knows Clive was a character from the game, you could not call that guy boring.
Okay, but he does not spark joy. I'm sorry. The
So,
card does not
I mean,
spark joy.
Dallas, here's the thing. We've talked about this before with, I think, some of the commander decks, but it's time for this to come back. You say, you're like, I don't know why people are building around Clive. Clive is the main character for the newest main numbered Final Fantasy. He's played by Ben Starr, who is super popular because he's a giant nerd. Ben Starr loves 8, by the way.
Killer performance.
Ben Starr
guess.
literally showed up to the announcement with a shirt with this art on it. So, like,
That's kind of awesome. I'm not gonna lie. Mad respect. Look, I'm just saying. Like, I guess
Like,
the devotion thing is kind of new.
people
But
are.
genuinely,
I think people
is
are
a good
working with this
card,
because
he
they're
was
like,
kinda
we
boring.
want to play Clive. I do personally agree that, like, well,
No,
all
that
this
makes
works for
sense.
Clive because Clive's the central character. A lot of the plot revolves around him, but on its own, Clive's personal abilities and Ifrit's abilities are the literal default of the game. Like,
I think
they are
the
your
more-
starting stance. So, like, it
I
makes
think
sense.
The more interesting thing you can do with Clive is have him as a support piece in a saga deck.
That,
can
I think,
imagine
would
that being
work
very
and
fun,
would make
where
sense.
you can manipulate him into punching things every turn.
Yeah, if you
But-
set up the counter a lot to have him lunge,
Like
and
I
he is a
said,
9/9
like-
to beat because like, and again that
He's not a
works
bad
because
card.
usually when you do a giant boss fight against another summon, you transform into Ifrit. So of course Ifrit has the potential to beat up all the other big guys.
Yeah, he's not a bad card. He's just a uninspiring card.
They also made a big deal about 16 being like Ifrit's chance to actually be like a heroic figure in the game.
Yeah, well, and that's the thing, right? Like,
I think the other
Ifrit
thing is
that way, yeah, good.
maybe I dislike him so much because I think his homie is so much cooler, and that might be my fault. Or at
Well,
least I
Joshua
assume he
is
his
very
homie.
cool.
Yes, no, Joshua is okay. Joshua is his homie then. Okay,
Joshua is Clive's
Uh,
younger brother.
good. Oh, okay.
They're
Well,
bros.
Spoiler: I think Joshua is a way cooler card, and I'm building Joshua as a commander.
That makes
I mean,
sense.
Joshua's-
yeah.
But like like I said, this
Super.
reminds me of kind of what you said about the Cloud Commander, that you were like, oh well, Cloud's like a diamond. Like there's bunches of equipment
Well, no.
commanders that do this, and I'm
Cloud,
like,
to
yeah,
me-
but
okay.
Cloud is like
Here's the
he's Cloud
thing.
Strife, so they made him kind of like normal
At least
and on
with
the
the
key.
Cloud one, at least the main set Cloud, the Commander deck Cloud that's a whole different argument. At least
Well,
with
that's
the
the
main
thing I
set
was
Cloud.
mentioning.
Oh, you're talking. Okay, then
Yeah, 'cause
I
you,
guess
like-
it's kind of similar.
Because
the main
that
set
we
Cloud
talked
is
about this
also
several weeks
very-
ago.
The main set Cloud is also very boring, but at least he's exorbitantly powerful, so I gotta get it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, oh shit, that's broken. Whereas this one is like it's a good effect, but it's a little overcosted for how much he is. Like, he's 6 mana. For potential not a good wheel. Like, yeah, you could potentially wheel for a lot, but you could also potentially not, because Red does have a habit of not having a lot of permanents on board, or their permanents exploding. Red does that a lot.
Yeah.
Literal bombs.
Yeah, Red likes exploding. Anyway, what is after?
I have seen really good mono red goblin decks because it's like they just kill half their dudes to kill other people, so it works out.
Yeah, what is after Clive? It would be
Coral
B,
Sword.
or is there another C? Oh, Coral Sword. This card.
Speaking of red equipment earlier. So Coral Sword from FF5 is a one red. It's an artifact equipment. It has flash. When this equipment enters, attached to a target creature you control, that target creature gains first strike until the end of this turn, and the equipped creature gets +1/+0. And then
Is Coral
it
Sword
also
kind of
is equip
actually-
1.
Is Coral Sword
So,
actually kind of like
well-
a famous weapon from 5?
Coral Sword is a
I mean-
recurring weapon that looks like this.
I would argue it's more famous in other Final Fantasy games, but
Okay.
FF5
they
was the
chose to use it
first
for 5.
autocomplete, but I don't. That may be because it was a FF5 card in the Magic set. Let's see. It first appears in 4, only in the easy type version.
yeah.
So yeah, it just seems like. Yeah. So what Coral Sword was in regular
Yeah.
in the first Final Fantasy, but was bugged. So 5 seems like the first time it actually did something.
I
And where
was
it's a
more
lightning
associated
element
with-
weapon.
I was more associated with, obviously with tactics, but that's a different thing.
Well, yeah, but I think tactics, they get it from all that. But the Coral Sword, the description in 5 is sword infused with the power of lightning, can be used two-handed, can be used with Spellblade. So I think they picked
Yeah.
the 5 version because it is a lightning element sword usable with the Spellblade ability. So it's like, oh, it's a instant cast equipment spell.
Yeah, this is definitely a limited card. This is 100% a limited card. This isn't actually an equipment card. This is a combat trick pretending to be an equipment card.
I mean, it's equipment card with flash, so yeah, that auto equips itself when it enters play.
That one time gives first strike, so you can make a really good block. Like
and it does give you +1 power.
Yeah, no, this is a combat trick. It's a good.
Obviously,
combat trick.
there are reasons to make it an equipment because, for instance, like with Barret, it's just a little thing that you play on your opponent's turn, and then you have another creature that is equipped with something.
But I'll be honest, even for something like Barret, I think it's still a little too unimpactful as an equipment.
I mean, it's the kind of thing where, like you said, it's got flash, so you play it as a combat trick, and then just if it sticks around and stays equipped to a guy, it like doesn't hurt anybody, and like re-equipping it is 1.
All right, Koros of D. I need to pull up the list.
Well, there's no D's. We just go straight to the Fire Crystal, actually. Funnily enough.
Oh, all the way to F. Ooh, so my boy is up next.
The Fire Crystal, the Crystal of Fire.
Oh, this one, yeah. This card is
So as with the usual, it's a 4-drop. It requires 2. Red spells cost 1 less. Creatures you control have haste. You can pay 6, tap, create a token as a copy of a creature you control, sacrifice at the beginning of your end step. I read that out loud and I instantly went, hold on. Fire? Red? Yeah. Create a token that's a copy of a creature you control? I guess it does sacrifice itself.
Okay,
but
so I'll say this. Red has a history of copying effects dating back to, ironically, Kamigawa.
Okay.
I'll pull up a card because this is the poster child of Red's copy ability. It's a fun name to say as well. This is based off of Kikijiki.
Yeah, so it
the one who breaks mirrors.
Definitely, I want to say, like, obviously, I feel like they probably wanted to be careful about what the passive effect is, but while I do think that
Kikijiki, this card is not. I just want to point that out. This is not Kikijiki level.
Well, yeah, Kikijiki you've shown is a goblin shaman that lets you tap to create a copy of a non-legendary creature.
Making copies that sacrifice at the end of turn is kind of a thing in Red.
Making
copying.
Making throwaway guys to attack is the thing. Yeah.
Normally it's spell copying, like spell doubling is a big thing in Red.
Yeah, spell slinging is a big thing in Red.
But they do also have permanent copies. It's just usually they're fleeting permanent copies, as opposed to blue stick on the board permanent copies.
This still feels a little weird.
It's just overcosted. Yeah.
To just give all your guys haste for 4, yeah, that seems...
There are better cards that do that in constructed formats. There's Anger, which doesn't even have to be on the field to do it. Which is just, if this card is in your graveyard, all your creatures have haste.
Wow. Yeah.
There's a cycle of those. Anger, Wonder, those are the only 2 that ever get played.
Yeah.
So I can't remember the other in the cycle.
I know for a fact you've already talked about Fire Magic. That came up in the Commander decks.
Yep. And now my boy.
But yes, it's time for Firion, the Wild Rose Warrior.
Firion.
From FF2. Another weird case where, like, two, like, had preset names and kind of had, like, character, like, types.
2 has 1 character. It has... Oh, no, that's not true. 2 has 2 characters. Firion and the Emperor. The rest of the cast are named. Sometimes.
Well, that's the thing. In the original 2, like, everybody had a default name, but you can change them, and they just kind of, like, fill roles. You know, Firion is kind of the default name of the guy who's kind of there. He's a constant.
The protagonist.
But you start with a few. So Furion Wild Rose Warrior.
Yes, he is the
He's a
leader of
3.
the rebellion against the Empire.
He's got 3/3.
Wait, what?
He's a legendary creature, human rebel warrior. Equipped creatures you control have haste. Speaking of giving everybody haste.
Yep.
When a non-token equipment you control enters, create a token that is a copy of it, except it has this equipment's equip abilities cost 2 less to activate. Sacrifice that token at the beginning of your next upkeep.
So, I'm building Furion as a commander.
On a red dam. Okay.
This is my first commander project for Final Fantasy. It's
to build
really
red equips?
interesting. It's not just equips. It's the fact that he makes token copies that then sacrifice. So you can also play cards that want artifacts to be sacrificed. You can play cards that sacrifice artifacts, and then just sacrifice the tokens before they sacrifice automatically.
Yeah.
Like I'm playing a lot of like Goblin Welders, Trash for Treasure, stuff that benefits from sacrificing artifact. Like if it was in red, I would be playing like stuff like Vane's Treachery, where it's like, this is going to be sacrificed anyway, so I might as well. And then a lot of the equipment creature people, the job selects, enter as 2 creatures that both have haste.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, this card is getting slept on, and I won't stand for it because I think this card is cracked as shit.
I mean, it says whenever a
there's so
non-token
many
equipment enters, you dupe it. That seems
Yeah,
good. And also
there's
just
so
in
many
general,
stupid
equipped
equipments
creatures.
that equip for 2. Like the Buster Sword equips for 2, so you get a copy of the Buster Sword for the first turn that equips for 3. Yeah, you could do so much stuff with this that I just am like, I had to build them because I'm like, oh, you can do so much dumb synergies with this, and I'm here for it. No, I love it. Also, in limited, this card is fucking disgusting because of just the job select cards. Like, if you get the him plus the samurai, like if you play this card in limited, he is a must kill because if you get the samurai's katana or the warrior's blade, which we'll get to, it's just like 8 damage and 6 damage with haste. Like immediately, it's just so much. Like the job select makes this guy ridiculous and limited.
Yeah. No. Also, hi, Loth.
No, I love him.
Loth, you missed all of black, which means that you missed the Tonberry and the Hektai.
No!
And the Namazu.
And Xenos.
Loth doesn't care as much about that.
I mean, that's fair.
He cares a little about that, but he doesn't care as much as missing Tonberry, Hektai, and a Namazu trader. And yes, by the way, there was a Namazu trader who was a mono black, Loth. It was very funny.
It's specifically that one guy.
All right, but next, talking about that 9 rep, Freya Crescent.
Oh, Freya Crescent.
Freya Crescent, Rat
The
Knight.
card that is going into the deck. I just realized I'm going to be talking a lot about my commander deck during this part. I'm sorry, but I'm putting a lot of these cards in.
Hey, go for it. You know, it's your project, and it means that you're shaking up a little. You know, usually you're talking about like drafting or.
Yeah, no, this one is.
If I may be honest, I misread where it said legendary creature and jump. I thought it said jumping creature.
No, legendary
That's
creature,
correct.
Rat Knight. She has jump. She has flying.
Because
She's
despite
dragoon.
what she looks like, she is not a red mage. She cannot cast magic. She does not have any magic. She is just
She's
Dragoon.
she's a Dragoon that just has regalia,
A cool hat.
or she's wearing fancy
Well,
clothes.
It's spoiler. It's because she is a rat person, and all of the rat people have clothes like that. They are very flamboyant rat people.
You can tap her to add a red, and then you can spend this mana only to activate equipment spells or activate an equip ability.
Oh no, or cast equipment spells.
Yes, sorry, only to
You
cast
can
an equipment
cast
spell or
equipment
activate an equipment ability. Yeah.
Basically, she's
yeah.
a mana rock that can fly sometimes. So you always
She's
can
very
like, probably
good
do a
for an
1/1.
equipment deck.
Yeah. Also, I mean, she's a
Makes
fucking.
her bigger.
She's a 1/1 for 1 with Yump. So she's a 1/1
she's
flyer,
not
which is like
awful-
not terrible.
She's not awful in not like equipment decks, but really you want to run her in equipment.
Oh yes, obviously, because then you get more benefit out of it. I will say, compared to
Like-
some of the other stuff we talked about, like with the Tonberry, this is a 1-drop that is probably good whenever you get her, assuming you're playing her in the equipment deck.
Yeah.
Because she
Can't tap for the
basically
turn you play her.
she just refreshes her,
If
her
yeah,
cost.
if you have synergy, and just because of how good flying is in this set, she's a lot better than Tonberry late game, just because it's a constant source of 1 damage. Because once again, there are only like 7 cards with there are 5 cards with actual flying and a couple cards with jump in this set. Like flying is not a big thing. But yeah,
All right,
I like her.
it's time.
Is
It's
it George now or Greg? No, it's
Gilgamesh.
Greg. Okay. Yeah, spoiler. This card's also going in my commander deck.
I mean, like the
would make
fucking
fucking sense.
the mono red equipment. I mean, you fucking run him in the mono red equipment deck because
Well,
he's just
no, we'll talk about this specifically because so whenever Gilgamesh enters or attacks, look at the top 6 cards of your library. Put all equipments onto the battlefield. Whenever you put equipment onto the battlefield this way, you may attach them to a samurai you control. Spoiler: Gilgamesh is also a samurai.
He's a human samurai.
So the funny way this this works with Furion is not a cast trigger; it's an enter trigger. So all of these copy themselves.
Jesus Christ.
wait.
this is
copy
good.
all
This
of
is
them.
good.
Holy shit!
Yeah, so Gilgamesh, when you enter or attack with Gilgamesh, you look at your top 6 cards. If they are equipments, put them onto the battlefield. When they are
Also,
put
if
onto
you
the
have
battlefield,
Furion on the-
Furion dupes them.
Yeah, and if you have any equipment that enter this way, you can equip them to Gilgamesh, which means he gets haste and can attack and trigger again. They work very well together. They are best friends.
So Gilgamesh pulls out like 12 fucking swords. And it's over, man.
Yeah,
And then
that's how it works.
Furion
It's a
injects it
real
with, like, the Final Fantasy
battle on the
equivalent
big
of
bridge.
cocaine.
Hey, you
And
guys
goes-
remember when like Best Bear were showing some of their like commander footage, or more just equivalent, but it was just Gilgamesh with 8 swords.
Yeah, I think I remember that
that's-
screen
that's
cap,
about
yeah.
right. No, Gilgamesh is a very good card in equipment decks. It's because it's only 6 cards, you really need to be hard into equipment decks. Like into like hard equipment decks. Like you'd probably want at least 30
if you
equipment in a deck.
I mean, this does. If you're gonna make the fucking mono red commander equip deck, why fucking
Yeah.
not make it where
Especially
you
because
basically pull
most of
5
my
cards off of.
especially because a lot of my creatures in the deck are, because of how Furion works, a lot of my creatures are living equipments. Like he loves living equipments. So
Will you run Freya Crescent in your Freon deck? Just because it's like
yes, no, Freya Crescent,
Yeah.
yes. Coral
'Cause she-
Sword is
she
the one
taps.
I'm like a little bit iffy on because it's like it's more of a combat trick. It doesn't really fit. And
that's
getting
fair.
2 Coral Swords is like cool.
I assume there's
It might be
there's
okay.
way better swords to pull from.
Oh yeah, no. Sword of Feast and Famine is an expensive card I own and is going in that deck. I'm not putting Buster Sword in the deck purely because I don't own one, and it's expensive.
Yep.
All right. Haste
It's
magic.
a $45 card. Hasti Magic. So this is another one of those cards that changes how I talk about it. Changed how I talked about it extremely
This is an
based
instant
on
that
the
costs 2
bannings that
mana.
happened yesterday.
Target
So
creature
other
gains +3/+1 and is hasted until the end of turn. Exile the top card of your library. You may play it until your next end step.
I think this is
So-
a good value because say you play this and then on turn 2, or say it's turn 3, you play Freya, you play this, you hit flying 4/2, and
It's decent. Like
that's not bad.
it's not amazing, but it's decent. It might see play in standard. I don't know. Before yesterday, no chance in hell. There was a flat-out better card called Monstrous Rage that gave a creature +3/+1 and also +1/+1 and trample
Right?
permanently.
Yeah. But the card's banned now.
Yeah, their card got banned, so this might actually see play in standard. I don't know. I don't know if this or another combat trick will replace in mono red, or if mono red will just die. I doubt it.
I will
Conrad
say though
always
the
does.
X at the top, and you can play it until your next end step. Until your next end step, so you actually have a turn or so you can
No, you
refresh your
don't.
mana.
It's the turn you play it. So unfortunately, if you use it aggressively, you don't get an extra turn to play it.
Oh, okay.
If you use it defensively, you do, but
If anything, it's still like
I
it's
said,
still useful though. If like it means you could play it later in the game and still have something, a follow up
I
card.
have a feeling there will be a red pump spell that replaces Monstrous Rage in mono red decks. Because once again, mono red always exists.
Yeah. But we don't.
Yeah.
We don't
But
know.
I don't know if
it's
it'll be
haste.
this one. Yeah,
I
it
should
has
mention
a
something
better. It has more of a chance to be played than it did yesterday.
And I have a question for you. When you take mono red,
I
what do you think?
forgot that, sure.
Lightning bolt. Lightning bolt. Lightning bolt.
Okay,
Yeah.
I was hoping for you to say aggro because I was actually going to say the weird thing of mono red's actually a control deck. In a weird
No,
way.
mono red's an aggro deck.
It's either I'm gonna cast a fuckload of small guys at you, or I'm gonna cast a fuckload of spells at you.
Mono red is the aggro color in standard and 60 card. In Commander,
I think
it's a little
if
different,
if I
because
understand
you
what X
can't
is getting
burn.
at, I see where he's coming from. I would not consider Battle Chicks control. That is technically tempo and aggro stuff. Is
Mono red is an aggro deck that can be mono red can be more complicated than people give it credit for. I agree with you there. However, it is still an aggro deck.
well, I mean, I think that's exemplified here. This is Hilgigas. He costs 6. He's a 5/4 with trample and haste, and he's the Mountain Cycler. Unlike a lot of our other cycle cards that like do something special, this is just a big fucking guy.
This will just crush someone.
Yeah,
go
I think
punch your
this and
face.
the green one are kind of the green one does something on entry, but it's really not that important. So the green one and the red one are kind of the big dudes, which is appropriate because spoiler: red's other thing is other than green, it is also the big creature colors, specifically one type of big creature that are flying and breathe fire.
Dragons.
Is it weird that I just like it's the same cost as Clive, so can I just play as Clive instead?
No,
Well, I mean, Clive doesn't search a mountain, but
Alder
it
Clive
also has-
doesn't have trample
yeah.
and haste. Like Clive's good, but in a straight 1v1, I think I would rather play this than Clive in a limited sense, and in a constructed sense, I wouldn't play either.
Oh, and the other thing I wanted to say, like, obviously, I think red has some very large creatures, but I know that historically, the other thing is that red also, we talked about, like, pump spells, is like, red is the thing where you make your
Red and
men
white are the
embiggened.
pump spells yeah, red and white are the pump spell colors, generally.
Make my
Usually,
monster
red
grow.
embiggens your guys for a limited
And
time offer.
explode.
Yes, either they die or the spell
Red
wears
wants
off,
to-
or both.
Red sometimes goes, pump these creatures, and then they explode.
But yeah, Hilgigas is our cycler.
No, to go straight to your thighs, and then you blow up.
And then you blow up.
And now we have the
now
item
Hilg-
shopkeeper.
Shopkeeper?
Supposed to be from 3. What can I do for you? A human citizen. A 2/2 for 2. When you attack, target attacking equipped creature gains menace.
So this card's okay.
All right.
It's way better than I thought it would be in limited, because of just how good the job select cards were. Ended up being.
Yeah.
But I don't think I don't think this will see play outside of.
Yeah.
does not have the
It just buffs your guys who are already equipped, so you already need equipped creatures. A targeted
in the first
attacking equipped
place,
creature.
This
There
is
are
just like
not
an
currently-
enchantment in creature form, but not that good.
Yeah, but it's okay in limited. Like once again, if the job select cards were bad, this card would be dookie. But because of the job select cards are kind of good, it's a much better card.
But yeah, it just kind of seems like it
so-
exists. We've already talked about Laughing Mad,
Yeah.
so next, Light
think
of Judgment.
Light of Judgment.
5 mana, deal 6 damage to a target creature, and also destroy up to 1 equipment attached to that creature.
I forgot
Beam!
I forgot Kefka yells that so many times.
He fucking blows up a city.
Yeah.
I mean, he blows up a lot of things.
He don't, yeah.
This is him literally blowing some stuff up.
He's got the fucking deck. He's got the fucking like 3D shape on him.
If you've ever seen that stupid creepy, if you've ever seen a stupid creepypasta video on YouTube, they use Kefka's laugh for it. I don't know why they all do it, but they all do.
It's an iconic laugh.
Yeah, I guess they probably, people rememberify it.
Look, I played that sound effect when I was playing Magic the other day, and I heard someone say, "Oh, the Sonic.exe laugh," and I died inside.
I hope you chokeslammed that
Did you-
motherfucker.
I was about to say, did you
No.
hard focus them?
I was in public.
After that?
No, they weren't even in my game. I was playing limited.
Anyway, how is it? How is Light of Judgment? Does it do stuff?
I mean, it's
Five
removal, so it's
mana?
not bad. It's not bad.
It's 5 cost.
Well, it being 5 costs is a bad and good thing. It's bad because it is overcosted, but it's good because it triggers all the stuff that wants you to cast 4 or more mana.
I mean, fair, yeah.
So it's kind of like
True enough.
odd and even. Like
Could it
I
cost
said,
more
it's
then?
removal, so it's a removal spell, so it will never be bad, but it is probably the worst removal spell.
I guess you Fire Crystal, it only costs 5, I guess, or 4.
Yeah, but then you're playing
So-
Fire Crystal.
Yeah, problem is Fire Crystal's bad. But also, there are decks where this will be good in. Like, particularly the blue-red deck, I think this card is good in. Where you want, especially if you get Shantoto or the Emperor, is very good.
I feel like I might side this in if I was playing an equipment against an equipment deck.
Yeah, it does
Yeah,
get to
if
destroy
equipment decks
a
ever be-
second thing.
If equipment decks ever become a problem in Standard, it might be a side deck option. But that would require equipment decks to do something.
And that's the kind of thing like in draft where like, yeah, it's a 2-for-1. Chet saying, oh, it's technically 2
Yeah.
removals, but you have to
that's
count that
true,
your
but
opponent's playing
you have
something you
to
can
be
remove.
against them. Yeah, that's the thing. It's like
I forget,
Like-
because it's been a while since I played Magic. If you destroy a creature with an equipment on it, doesn't that equipment also get destroyed?
no, it falls off. And they can equip it later.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's an artifact, so unless you destroy it, it's not.
It does like yes. If your opponent the other thing is like a lot of the equipment in this set isn't worth destroying because of how high the equip cost is. Yes, if your opponent opens one of the like stupid equipment cards, this can often be a very good card against that. Like if they have like Buster Sword or Ninja Blade or a Genji Glove or something like that, then yes, no, it's very good. But like, I'm not gonna side this in to kill a Warrior's Blade. I'm just not, or the Bard thingy. I'm just not.
Alright. Let's get back to
Like
wizard
I said,
shit.
it's removal, so it's good, but it's the worst removal, so it's not great.
Back on our Shadow Wizard money gang, Mysidian Elder, 3 mana, 1/3, human wizard.
If I still had Nitro, I
Oh,
would
wait, this
play
is-
that sound.
This is a different. Oh my god, this is a different Shadow Wizard gang.
I know, but it's still the Shadow Wizard money gang.
This is the Shadow Wizard gang on the moon.
But when this creature enters, you create a
Ah,
0/1
right.
Black Wizard creature token that says, whenever you cast a non-creature spell, this token deals 1 damage to each opponent.
Also, I think these are good guys. I think.
Well, that's why
I'm
they're
sure-
red and the other Black Mage, posse cards were black. This still goes in red-black because it creates a Black Wizard token.
Well, yeah. It's still not awful in a lot of the other decks, just because it's 2 bodies. So if you need to hold off, it's probably bad in red green, but red green itself is kind of bad. So like this is it. Like the rat card, this feels like the most like this is an okay card. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Also, red is kind of underpowered in this set, so it's probably worse than the rat, just because black is better than red.
But if you're playing
Red's
red-black.
win rate is gone. Red black is also not the greatest in limited. It's unfortunately red black is very rare dependent. Like if you get Kuja, it's insane. But if you don't get Kuja, it's kind of speaking of cards that are insane in limited, Niflheim Aflame.
With a powerful alt art. So this is
Yup. I believe
4
that's
mana.
another Yoshi or not That's the other guy. Tetsuya Nomura.
Choose a target
Oh,
creature
that's
you
the
control.
art card, not the actual
It deals
art.
damage
Equal
equal
to
to
its
its power
power.
to each other creature. If the spell is cast from the graveyard, discard your hand, draw 4. And then as a
So this
flashback
is what
effect. Yeah.
Except for one
Sephiroth
creature.
kills
You basically
everyone.
pick your biggest creature. Also, it should be noted, it's called it deals damage to each creature. So,
If it has
if you
lifelink,
cast
yeah.
this targeting a Tonberry on your turn, it kills everything automatically.
Right, because it's first strike, death
It
touch.
causes
Also, I assume that
death
means you
touch.
gain a shitload of life if it's lifelink.
If lifelink, you gain crap tons of life. This card is insane.
Yeah, this seems rad. Which is cool, because this is like... I mean, this is like... There are like 3 scenes I want to say that everybody everybody remembers from 7. Like even if you're casual and haven't beaten the game, it's Sephiroth burns down Nibelheim, Sephiroth kills Aerith, and then the Sector 7 plate coming down.
Like, I remember the Aerith one because of memes, so I don't really count that. This is the scene I remember being like, oh shit, that's kind of tight.
Yeah.
Whereas just Sephiroth being like, you know, I just burned everything. Everything you love, it's on fire.
Him just
but no.
running around.
I played this on Joshua and gained like 56 life in a turn, and my opponent just conceded.
I will say the flashback effect is also really good.
It is, but just the board wipe is just so backbreaking.
No, the default effect is good, but then also, you know, you can play it to be like, and also if I flash this back, I get to wheel my hand.
Yeah, no, this card is insane. Like I said, it's the highest win rate card in red. I think is it the highest win rate card overall? No, that's still alternate Terra, which we'll get to eventually. Maybe.
All right. Now let's keep trucking. Nibelheim Flame is cool. Opera love song. Speaking of iconic scenes, this is like one of 6's.
I remember the like in the Pick Story Master for 6, they like added a lot. They actually added like whole things to this.
Yeah, because the music composer for 6 is a psychopath, and I mean that in the most loving way possible.
No, I like in the remake.
No, he composed more for it.
Yes, but I'm also saying like I'm saying like in the game though, in the Pixar Master, they didn't really add much more. They actually added like new like backgrounds and like sets for.
Because like I said, once again, the guy who did the music for 6 has done entire like symphonies and operas performed in Lost Backyard, and by that I mean Sydney Opera House.
Yeah, that's what I assumed you meant.
Yeah, no, dude's insane. Like,
well, and also like I said, we've mentioned this before, right? 6 is the iconic, memorable, the best known Final Fantasy in Japan. The opera scene is like the signature scene, I want to say, of 6.
I would say
like
it's
one of the big ones.
The most signature. It is the most signature non-spoiler scene, so it probably is more known than, hey, guys, something happened to the world. It's not good. Oh no.
So this is a 2-drop. Choose one. Either exile the top 2 cards of your library. You may play those until your next end step, or 1 or 2 creatures get +2/+0 until the end of turn.
So I actually talked about this card earlier. This card was seeing not significant, niche standard play recently. In the last Pro Tour Final Fantasy in Vegas, this was in a couple of mono red decks, and I think one prowess deck. Now that those decks are dead, I don't know if this will still see play in whatever remains of those decks, or if those decks will go in a different direction. Could be either or. But this card is good. It's card advantage plus buffing in an aggro deck, and you want to aggro things in an aggro deck.
And this seems like a kind of thing where like some people might forget, but I feel like red works for this because that is the color that would be passion, romance.
Yes. The best way I describe it is red is the color of power in the sense of like Emperor Palpatine style. Unlimited power! Oh shit, I fried my face off.
It's like, cause cause I think of like, is it where it's just like, I have made the giant death ray. Oh
Right.
fuck, it's melting my hand off.
Let me show you the most red card ever. Hold on, let me pull this shit up.
I always think of the Goblin Hang Glider.
Let's roll in there, yeah.
Well, at least the
It's
most
Prompto,
red
it's the
spell
selfie boy.
ever.
Prompto is a 2-drop.
Prompto!
He's a 2/2. He's a human scout. He's got haste, and then he has selfie shot. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, if you spent 4 mana, create a creature treasure token. It seems pretty all right.
It's
He's a 2/2
cute.
with haste, and if you
He's
cast a
good.
non-creature spell, which is a good theme in red, you get treasure.
I like this. I like his original arc. Just it tells the point.
Yes.
I'm sad the boy band doesn't have more cohesive.
Yeah.
They are
That's another
kinda
case
all
of,
over the
like,
place, but it
the-
makes sense because they are kind of like, if you really think about it, they are kind of all like like they make up a party, so they all fit different niches. I will
It's
say
the kind of
Prompto's
thing that,
probably
like-
the weakest of the boy band.
You could probably
Which
there's
also
no
makes
way to
sense.
tie together.
That's also in the game too.
Yeah.
It's one of those things where, like, if they were
Right.
doing a single focus on it, they could probably tie it back together more and maybe even include, like, multiple guys for, like, different moments in their character arcs, assuming everybody.
Because there
has a
probably
character arc
versions
in
of them
15.
like pre and post the time skip in 16 or 15.
But when you're just doing kind of like a snapshot, it's out there. And I don't want to be mean to 15 because I feel like 15 is, like, a little over maligned, but it did have a very
Oh, I like
fraught
15.
development.
I think 15 is a lot better than people give it credit for.
I think the latest
especially
version,
as a game.
I think the remastered version where it's like it has all the bug fixes and like they actually added more cohesive parts to the narrative is pretty good. Is like decent. for what it
Sorry,
is.
I took a while to find this because Magic has too many fucking cards with power in the name. This is the most red spell ever.
Crackle with power. 3x, 2 red. Crackle power deals 5 times X to X targets.
Minimum 3. It's a 1.
So 3 damage to 3 targets, or no, 1 damage to 1 target, or yeah, it's just exponential growth
costs,
and
it costs
multiplicative
fucking
of it.
8 to do like 5 times,
Yeah.
cast 2 damage each to.
Yeah. If you cast it with like 30 mana, it does dumb things like 10 damage to 10 targets.
30 mana in
you
red,
deal
though, is like-
100 damage to someone.
I guess
30
there's
mana
ways
in
where
red
you
is the-
can just
red-
get a fuck ton of red for one time.
Red is the easiest color to generate single-use mana in.
Fair. Do it for this card, I guess. Have be one of the targets just be your opponent.
Queen
All
Brahni.
the targets could be your opponent.
Yeah, I think it
That's
says
funny,
different targets.
No,
It says X
it
targets.
doesn't.
So Queen Branhe. 3 mana,
Branhe.
2/1. A human noble.
God, I love King Nine's designs.
She's just
Again,
so
talking about
cool.
how 9 has that kind of like stage play fairy tale vibe. She's literally dressed like a you know,
Like
a
an opera
big
singer.
lady opera singer in a
Valkyrie.
Valkyrie. Yeah. She has prowess. Whenever you
Yeah.
cast a non-creature spell, she gets +1/+1 until the end of the turn. And whenever Queen Brahe attacks you, create a 0/1 black wizard creature token that deals 1 damage when you cast a non-creature spell.
If you don't feel confident
Look at
attacking her-
all those evil Lalafels.
all those robots. But
No, they're not.
If you don't
they're
feel-
not
if you don't feel-
Lavafells. They are just the void.
if
I
you
know,
don't
I'm
feel
joking.
if you don't feel confident in attacking her immediately, you just equip her with a card or you play a bunch
Oh, no.
of spells and then she's fine.
Although, something you'll appreciate, Loth. One of the Black Mage wizard tokens is the Final Fantasy IX Black Mage, and the other is a Lalafell from 14.
Good.
Yeah, we did.
all I have
There
to
was
say,
the black
good.
in black. There was the Black Mage's Rod and the Circle of Power, which is just ley lines.
We have the
Yes.
0/1 wizard tokens. The token arts. One is the Black Mage classic design, and one is a Lalafell. I can.
Hold on. Did they have decent flavor text for the ley lines?
No.
No, ley lines had too much
Oh.
space. There was no flavor text.
It had too much real text.
It should have just been no, my
Yeah.
ley lines.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Honestly, yeah, that would've been great.
Here you go, Law.
But yeah, this seems like a good card because she goes in your spell slinging decks. Either you're generating wizard tokens, or you're just casting spells. Either one works.
We love casting spells,
Yeah,
She's a
same
little bit.
thing.
She's a little bit weak overall, unfortunately. But she's not like awful.
She's a little weak for 3 mana, but there's room to get in there.
Like she definitely is a limited card. Like because of her power limits. I need to stop doing that. I promise you, I'm not doing that on purpose. But she is very limited in her applications.
Random encounter.
Again, very, very funny for us to just make. It is a little interesting that they go for 2 with this, but I guess this is when we got some of these iconic designs for the Iron Golem, the Coral, and the Marlborough.
Unfortunately, a lot of the reason they did, I know why they did that, is one has a lot more generic enemies, like generic fantasy enemies, of like orcs.
Yeah.
Like stuff that.
So this costs 6. It is a sorcery. Shuffle your library. Mill 4 cards. Put each creature card milled this way onto the battlefield. They gain haste. At the beginning of the next step, put those creatures back in your hand. Flashback.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, but this lineup here just looks like a fucking Crystal Tower lineup of monsters, just random shit, just being like, what the fuck? Why are these here?
I mean, it's literally a random encounter. It's just this is old school Final Fantasy game design, the thing that people say they want to go back to, where you just walk through a field and just a coral shows up, or you're just minding your own business and a fucking Marlborough pops up and you're just like, oh god,
How? Where were you hiding?
What the fuck is this guy doing here? I'm like 2 steps from Corneria.
I thought you live in caves, you motherfuckers.
Oh, the Iron Gig is
I
another
took
great
one
one of
step-
just you're minding your own business. You're just walking through a forest and a giant fucking robot, a like gigantor ass looking guy shows up and is just like, "Hello,
No,
I'm going to
It's
punch
got
you."
that
most-
feel of like.
to me-
It's got that feel of Fallout 1. You take 2 steps out of the vault and you get assaulted by 6 rat scorpions.
Six
God.
is
I
the
mean,
most
that happens, it
hilarious.
sucks,
Six is the most hilarious one to me because it is like in the areas of the game it has all this like painstaking choice of like what enemy shows up where, how many of them, and then the overworld is just like fucking whatever.
Yeah.
We have a lot of
Overworld,
fun.
meh.
But yeah, so this is just a way to speedball creatures. You just put all your creatures
is-
in for free and they gain haste. They do bounce back
This
to your
is
hand later, but
definitely- This is definitely a build around commander card. Like, you're gonna want this in very specific commander decks and not a lot of other decks. I don't think it's very good in limited because a lot of the red decks don't want a lot of creatures.
it does kind of seem like I think I understand why it is red in this sense, especially because it has that high cost. But you're right that it does seem like it is more designed for like you're trying to build a commander deck
This
or
is a
some other kind
constructed
of
card.
weird
It's
strategy.
not even a commander deck, just a constructed deck. This is a constructed card.
Yeah, because I could
specific
see
deck
this.
type.
Yeah, I could see this as a 4X in a constructed deck where your goal is just shuffle them, bin them.
Suddenly 3 Bahamut's appear. You're fucked, buddy.
Also, like, a Barrio, like, the
Once again-
flashback only being costing only 2 more is not that bad. It just means you'll probably play it a turn later. Probably just play it again next turn.
No. Yeah, like, once again, this card is either pretty good or really, really bad. There's no in between.
It seems like
all about that
like
control.
I think the phrase you phrased it best was build around. This is a card you're constructing around using this strategy for some purpose.
Like,
You
if
don't
you're in the
just
red-
casually
if
play a
you're
random
building a-
encounter.
If you're
Shuffle
building like a
library, draw
red-
4 cards. It is just 4 sorceries.
Yeah, no, that's the thing. Like, if you're building a red dragon deck, and it has to specifically be big creatures, because you're getting 4 random goblins, like, I'm not impressed for 6 mana. But, like if you're playing, like, an Eldrazi deck or some, like, big creature fuck you deck, this could be good.
All right. The Bull of Alamigo, Raban.
Hey, this one's also going in my commander deck.
Yeah.
Hell yeah, brother.
Roban. Honestly, my favorite of the 3 commanders. Although
one has been
Elf Lady is growing up.
limited.
Elf Lady is growing on me because she's like the least racist elf ever.
Connie-sen is great, actually. It's just you need to hang out with her more. They do stuff with her later, and if you do like white mage quests, you get to actually you get to see her kind of like off the clock.
She's interesting. It's like, and I appreciate
Also,
that
not
she's
an elf,
like
technically.
actually. Well, yeah.
Yeah.
But let me rephrase that. She's the least racist Gordanian I've met.
Also, ironically, despite the fact that the God, I'm trying to say the wrong name. It starts with a P. The Horn People.
No,
My brain keeps wanting.
Pajali?
Yes, Pajali. Thank you.
Pajali?
My brain keeps trying to say Pawan, and I'm like, no, that's Star Wars.
Pajamas.
Yes. Despite the fact that the Pajal are like horn people, they are very much more like forest elves than the actual Elizin are. But yeah, no, she's cool. Merle's also a badass, but
Merle is really
Like-
kind of neat, but I think she's. I don't want to be mean. She seems like the least interesting of the 3 because she kind of just aura farms every time she's on screen. Which is
Merle
bad,
is,
but it's like
Merle is kind of like she is the one who just does the stuff you'd like. She's the least complex character. I think she was more complex
Yeah.
in 1.0.
like,
where there's some
Raban
shit going on
has
with her
his
dad,
whole-
probably.
His whole deal with like he is the captain of the flames, but also the like Sultan's bodyguard, and politics are fucking stupid.
Yeah.
So he has to deal with that shit.
So
Yeah.
Raban, Bull of Alamigo, he's a 2/2 for 2. He has Ward, pay life equal to his power, which can be pretty mean. He's a human warrior.
Yep.
Whenever Raban attacks, attach up to 1 target equipment you control to a attacking creature. Come then, who will be next to die on my steel?
This can be really hilarious with certain equipments. I think he's less effective than he could be in the deck I'm putting him in, because not a lot of the equipments are like that overcosted, but some of them are because they come attached to creatures, so it's still helpful.
Yeah.
But he's also just a 2-drop that can auto-attach stuff, so he's just good.
Question: is there a card for the Griffin?
For the Griffin? Is
I
that
don't
a
think so.
specific character name?
No.
Yeah.
it's not.
Oh, okay.
Well, there's a character who goes by that title, but
Then no.
No, he's not a character that does it.
I know all the 14 legends. All the 14 legends, I'm pretty sure, are at least in ARR, minus that one dude. Oh, and Emmett Silk.
Yeah, they may use art from later ones, but most of them are ARR. All right.
Yeah.
Red Mage Rapier.
Or at least in ARR. Red Mage Rapier.
Artifact equipment. It's
The-
a 2-drop. Job
One of the more
select.
interesting equipments.
So it creates a 1/1 token. It does not intrinsically boost your power, but the equipped creature has the text. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, they get +2, +0 until the end of the turn, and is a wizard. So they become a wizard token, a hero wizard, and if you cast a non-creature spell, you get +3,
So
Or,
this
yeah,
one
plus
is
2, so you're 3.
interesting.
a 3/1.
I don't know if I'm putting this in the deck. And I keep going back. This is on my maybe board constantly. Because it's really good when it's really good, but it's not good when it's not. I know that sounds obvious, but
It ironically seems like a case where, like, yes, it is a red equipment, and so you may be casting non-creature spells which do include equipments, but it feels like it is almost better suited to just other general red
Yeah.
non-creature decks, like when you're actually making
Yeah.
guys.
But just like getting it to be a +2/+1 +2/+0 cons consistently would be enough.
This
I don't know,
feels
I-
like this feels like you
there's
put
a
it in
card
I feel like you put this in a spell slinger deck more.
Well, I mean, I don't necessarily need it to be a ceiling card all the time. This is a card I feel like I'm going to have to playtest with to figure out how I feel about it.
Yeah, just to see how it feels.
Because
I understand.
just to see how it feels generally, because I can see the upside and downside of both of these, and who knows.
For me, I feel like this is like a pseudo battle trap equipment where it's like I would throw off an opponent if like by boosting the attack power at the same time I cast an instant.
I mean, it could be, but the problem is, like, you have to have it equipped first. So...
Yeah, but it's like I have trouble using this one.
Yeah, this one is definitely, like, I feel like it could be good, but...
It's trickier.
I don't know if it'll be good in my specific deck.
Yeah, it's got room,
okay.
but you gotta test it.
I think it's the weakest of the 3 red job select cards, but it's also not bad.
I kind of feel like we've
I
talked
don't-
because let's see, there was the White Mage Cane, the Black Mage Rod, now the Red Mage Rapier, which does say it references FF1. I
we'll get
feel
to
like
some of
all
the-
of those guys are like, they're not crazy, but they're not bad because they're at least usually pretty cheap.
So I'll spoil this. Red, in my opinion, has the best.
Well, you did
equipment.
talk about that earlier, like, and you mentioned the warrior and the samurai katana are good. I just feel like the classic like color mage equipments they've had, like have been pretty standard. The exception, I guess would say, is the blue mage cane. Was pretty unique, but like white mage
Yeah,
staff,
some of
black
the
mage rod, red
commander
mage
only-
rapier are kind of like.
I feel like they
normal.
wanted to be very safe with the ones they put into standard, because all of the unique, interesting ones are in the commander sets.
So Sabotender,
Sabotender.
not the Cactuar, but the Sabotender. It comes from 11 originally.
Guys.
I love this fucking art.
Comes from
It's
11
so
originally.
good.
It's another. It's a
11
2-1 for
original.
2.
Okay. I didn't know. I guess they expanded upon. I guess that's how they expanded upon the Cactuars by Sabotenders and all that, huh?
Yeah. So it's a plant. It has reach, which means it can block flyers, and has Landfall. Whenever a land you control enters, this creature deals 1 damage to each opponent.
Yeah,
So this goes
card
in
can be good in the right
this
deck.
goes in the.
Yeah.
I mean, it can technically go in any deck because it's just doing chip damage whenever you play a land.
Yeah. And
But
it does have reach, which isn't nothing.
yeah, ideally, I'm pretty sure this is supposed to be for the like what
Yeah.
the build strategy is. The red green.
deck is, yeah. Unfortunately, that deck is not very good. So, like I had mentioned, that I believe it is still. Let me check to make sure it's still, because it does update. Yeah, it still has the lowest rate. Oh no, red white is actually dropped down to the lowest win rate.
Interesting.
But red green's the second lowest.
What,
How do
what
they do
metric are you
splashing?
measuring for this?
17 lands. It's the aggregate tracker for limited. For
Okay.
drafts in arena and stuff. Oh, that's in quick draft. What is it in Premier?
That's what I read.
That's
You know,
different.
Okay, because like
Uh,
I used the red green deck in like the try it out mode where they give you like the 2 themes, and red
Yeah.
green is the most common one where someone will quit it again when they play against it, and for
That's
reasons we'll get
fair.
to when we get to green.
Also,
So-
this card is fucking nuts.
Samurai
Speaking of
Katana, it
job
does cost
equipment,
3, but it is a job select equipment, so it creates a 1/1 colorless hero token.
Nuts.
And the equipped creature is just +2/+2 and has trample and haste and is a samurai.
Yeah,
Damn.
this
Free
equipment's
trample taste.
insane if you can cheat the equip cost.
Oh, so
Like-
basically, if you pull it off, Gilgamesh.
If you get it off Gilgamesh, or if you put it on with Raban, or just it makes a 1/1 body attached to it, so
Funny-
it's a 3/3
also the
trample
funny thing-
haste.
Who also
Also
is a
funny you
samurai,
do-
by the way, which means that if you have Gilgamesh in play, you can also put the equips on the token if that
Attached.
mattered.
Yeah. I agree. I agree with you. The problem is, and maybe this is just me, I feel like red is the least common color for landfall. Maybe I'm just too green black
I mean,
build.
the red.
I may be
card,
biased.
yeah.
I mean,
In this set, I think it's the only red with Randfall are
Dallas,
like
bias?
the Sable Tender and Rydia.
Perish the thought.
they tried to make a theme like we said. That is
Like-
one of the things that's supposed to be the red green.
Spoiler, there is a good landfall deck that came out of this set. It's just mono green. And mostly
that makes
led by
sense.
very punchy women. We'll get to her.
And
I think that will be next week because
I'm
we're at
third.
S and we've been here for like fucking 5 hours, 4.5 hours. Yeah, I don't know if we'll get to green tonight. I'll probably call it a day. But Samurai's Katana seems good. Like just yes, it's like
Yeah, no,
one
this
more
is-
mana than these equipments usually are, but it creates a 3/3 that's fucking a trample haste.
Yeah, no, this is the best in limited. This card is the highest win rate of any red non-rare in limited. It's the highest win rate of any of the job selects, I believe. No, that's not true. Dragoon's Lance is the highest win rate. But other than Dragoon's Lance, this is the highest win rate of the job selects. And it's very good.
Next up, Sandworm. It's a worm.
It's the only one I don't fucking own because I never open it in draft because Karma hates me.
Everybody just
but-
taking it, scooping it up.
Well, no, because I'd pick it over most rares in the set, but I just never get it. Sandworm is funny. It's a worm.
Sandworm's
not
it's a
not
5/4 for 5. It's a worm. It's got haste, and then when this creature enters, destroy a land. Its controller may search their library for a basic land, but they put it into the battlefield tapped. That seems good. Dallas, you've talked about this, that land removal is something that is maybe not played as often as it should be, but we've talked about this. Non-basic lands can be extremely powerful, so having a way, even if it is a very big way, it's expensive, having a way to just be like, get that shit out of here, play one of your basic lands instead, can be very helpful. And it's still
This
a
is
fucking
card-
5/4 with haste.
Yeah. This
It's
is
still
a
a nice
card
five.
in,
It's still nice five.
in limited. In limited, this card is not great because
No.
non-basic land destruction in limited is. What do you do?
This is basically, chat. To summarize something that Dallas will probably repeat because we'll be going for several hours. It happens, but targeted hate not good in limited because you have no guarantee that your opponent is playing the thing you're targeting.
Yeah. Well, also, even in standard, there aren't really any lands that I would classify as like, oh shit, I have to remove this, or I'm fucked. Like Wizards have been better about printing lands like that. They mostly exist in the past or in Commander-only products. These are cards that should be played in Commander, but people won't because they're whiny babies about land destruction. But y'all should play more land hate. That's my PSA.
Anyway, it's
So
Cypher.
far, I would say-
I guess the bit is they need to make land hate that does not target basic lands.
Yeah, I mean that's
Yeah.
the thing. From what I understand, is traditionally, typically, historically, basic land hate is really annoying because it fucks with the mana curve. But non-basic land hate can be very required because, as Dallas said, in Commander especially, non-basic lands, and historically in general Magic, non-basic lands can be also really annoying.
Yeah.
It's one of those things that like they have to balance carefully.
I do absolutely love the alt arts on this card for one very specific reason. And you haven't played 8, but Omega, I guess you could probably guess the reason. Can you guess why I love these alt arts?
Why?
Yeah,
I'll
go.
give,
Why?
they both tell a story.
Oh, is it because in the? Oh wait, no, he's got the scar in the first one.
Well, it is about time, I'll say that. That's
Yeah, he
most
looks-
things in 8 are.
Is it because in the alt art Cypher has a scar?
It's part, yeah,
No,
that's part of the reason, but
He has the
The
scar
scar's
in
a
the
different
main armor. It's
direction.
faint.
It's also a different direction.
well, no, it's because spoiler. The first art is from when he's your party member. The second art is from when he's your antagonist.
Oh,
Ah,
okay.
there we go.
Yeah.
Chat, for those who don't remember Kingdom Hearts, this is the guy that calls you lamers.
He looks so
He's-
different though
he's
in that game.
definitely, he is the Jet kind of the game in that he is the antagonist that is not the like serious world-ending threat.
He's a rival.
He's a Catholic. He's essentially a Templar. Almost
He's got kind of the outfit
literally.
for it. I do want to say the non-alternate art of this has a very good effect. You may not be able to see it well on the stream, but I can see it in the blow-up. Squall is reflected in his gunblade.
Yeah, I would say he's a little more extreme than a rival because he does torture you at one point, but.
So Cypher, it costs 4 mana. He's a 3/4 human knight. Whenever creature you control attacks, it gains double strike until attacks alone, I should say. It gains double strike until the end of turn. It's been a long time since we talked about double strike, but double strike is you get 2 attacks basically. You get 2 phases. You get first strike, and then you get your normal strike. And then Fire Cross. Whenever Cypher deals combat damage to a player, you may cast target instant or sorcery with mana value of 3 or less from your graveyard without paying its mana cost. If it would be put into your graveyard, exile it instead.
I will say, I like him. He's definitely a build-around card, and I do like that he has the same ability as Squall. The whenever a creature you control attacks alone in Double Strike.
Mhm.
They both have that.
It's Gunblade.
Yeah, he turns into an antagonist and kind of the main villain until the real main villains happen, and then he goes, "Oh shit! Wait, no, I take it back. Hold on, I'm not that crazy."
Like, wait,
He's like-
I'm not associated with her. I'm not associated with her.
He's like, "Squall, I'm going to defeat you," and then ultimately he's like, "I'm going to destroy time," and he's just like, "What the fuck?"
Honestly, more villains need to do that. I feel like that's a problem with not just Final Fantasy, but with lots of stories where, like, you'll get a, like, starter villain schoolyard bully, and they will stay with the big bad, even though the big bad is like, "I'm going to destroy the concept of time," and you gotta be like, "Bro, I know we're not homies, we're not cool, but you don't gotta stick with this guy, okay? We can sort out our shit
Yeah.
later."
If
He's like,
time
"No, I hate your
disappears,
guts.
You disappear.
You ate my sandwich. You stole my girl. I gotta kill you." And I'm like, really, bro?
Can we
More-
not
more-
like? Can we just not deal this over cards or something?
Yeah, like technically he still spoiler. Yeah, he still gives your party member to the main villain, more in a way to be like, "Hey, if I give you her, would you not to destroy me?"
Like
but,
he's
like,
thinking
still a
about himself.
shitbag,
Yeah,
but
he's thinking about
not
himself.
like-
Well, and I gotta
he
say,
very
his
clearly.
this art is very much like this guy. I know this was like, God, when was 8? Was it 99, 98?
I'll double
It's
check.
like 98, or it was near the end of the PS2.
But like
I'm checking.
he is
90
such
February
PS1,
99.
sorry. PS1.
he is such a 1999 piece of shit character design.
Oh, no,
like
yes.
trench
No,
coat,
this is like-
slicked back short hair.
I'm
huge
pretty
Also,
sure
neck.
this is.
Also, I'm also getting the thing of like what Zed is saying is like he is legitimately like a foil to the main character to the point that he keeps trying to be the main character to his own detriment.
Oh yeah. And he also is like technically the Meowth of a Team Rocket gang, which is very funny.
Yeah, how relevant are like Fu and Rai?
They're more relevant than they should be considering the stakes in the game. Fujin and Raijin are hilarious. Fujin, Raijin, and Safer are like the best way to describe them is like they're D-tier they're like the antagonists of Home Alone suddenly got like sucked into Star Wars. And they're like, why are we here?
I would love to see the fucking sticky bandits try to deal with Darth Vader.
Well, and I mean that's the kind of thing talking about
They survive
like
somehow.
for
They
instance,
somehow
I think
survive.
that like I
My
talked
god,
about
I
it before,
figured
like
it out! The
Reno
Emperor
and
Force
Rude-
Lightning's Marth, and he turns into a skeleton.
like we
And
talked
he's
about this,
okay.
right? Like Reno and Rude are kind of the Team Rocket, and they gain Elena later as the third guy. But they are also like a weird case where like as the Turks, they become comic relief guys, but they're introduced to you. Well, they're Rena's introduced to you, chasing you about Aerith, but like they're introduced as a fight to you, blowing up the Sector 7 plate, which is a huge emotional beat, and then later
I'll say
like you
this.
do fucking like Wu Tai, and they're like chilling in the bar, like smoking, drinking, and
Safer is always presented as a serious threat. Safer is always presented as a serious threat, even when he's kind of a goober. Fujin and Raijin are never presented as a serious threat.
They're just kind of his
Fujin and Raijin
bros.
are goddamn idiots.
Are they just like literally his mooks?
He hates them for the majority of the game. He works with them because they're all part of the disciplinary squad.
Right, 'cause
but
they're a combat school, right? Yeah.
they're technically like basically fucking Knights Templar. It's aided weird.
anyway, here's Gilgamesh is a cool guy. He's a bro for once. He blows himself up, self-destruct.
Gilgamesh explode.
Costs 2 mana. Target creature
Room
you control
5.
deals X damage to another target creature, and X damage to itself, where X is its power. It blows himself up,
I
and
believe
it blows up
that's
another guy.
Neo. I believe that's Neo X Death. It looks like X Death.
It's the final boss or another major boss in the you're about to get your ass kicked, and literally Gilgamesh shows up and says this quote: "If I left you in the lurch, I'd look like a jerk for all of history." And then he turns gold and blows up.
Yeah, Gilgamesh is so weird.
Greg is
He's the-
a very weird character, but I love him.
Because even pre-14, he is the only summon with like a personality and history.
Oh, it's because
And it's very
the
odd.
bit is it's always meant to be. It's literally meant to be the same guy. It's always the same guy.
No, I know, but
If there was
just-
ever a character in FF who should be a planeswalker, it's Gilgamesh, because it is supposed to be
I
the
half
same
expected them
Gilgamesh
to
in
do it.
different games, because he just like gets lost in the sauce and keeps traveling to different dimensions.
That was my thing. It's like I either wanted them to do Gilgamesh as the planeswalker or Sid as a planeswalker, and the joke is that he can transfer his consciousness between Sids.
I think the
That'd be
thing they
funny.
did. I think the thing they did instead with Sid Tribal is very funny though. Where
Yeah,
just
but
you're allowed to run
sometimes
unlimited
they're
copies
right.
of Sid.
Yeah,
Fujita Rise would exist to be sad.
I like the idea that they put Chocobos and Sid in the same category of.
I will say
character
this seems like another one of those. This is a very red spell, and this seems like
Oh,
another
yeah,
case of like
definitely.
very interesting red removal, where like
Yeah.
class.
it blows that guy up.
Dallas, you
He
would
blows
know
himself
this.
up,
What's
but he
this
blows
fucking?
up.
What's that one Chandra spell? That where she just
Oh,
immolates herself?
Chandra's Ignition. That
Yeah,
card
that
is
one.
fucking nuts. This is not that good, but this is also an uncommon for 2 mana. But this card is very good or very decent in other formats, where you can have really stupid big stuff, and kind of just okay in limited. Not very good. Like, no offense to Greg, but dealing 6 for a 6, because Gilgamesh is a 6, right? He's a 6/6?
He's
Yeah,
a
he's
5/5,
a 6/6.
or is he a 6/6?
Or the 5/5. Oh, that's even worse. But no, he's a 6/6. Yeah, he's a 6/6 for 6.
Is he a 6/6? Yes.
Yeah,
There he is. Yep.
Gilgamesh Master Dons. He's a 6/6. So dealing 6 is like good. But when I played in my Gimli deck and I'm dealing 25 to something, that's
25,
nice. Dude, Gimli is just, he grows big.
So like, isn't your bitch? You get something big, and then like, okay, so that didn't kill you. Okay, let me just self-destruct.
Gimli is here's the thing. Gimli is a red-green aristocrats deck, or the deck I've built at least. It's red-green aristocrats, and the Gimli's trigger is he gets a 1/1 counter whenever a creature you control dies.
Ooh. Ooh. I see it.
Has to make it. The problem is he doesn't have trample, so I keep attacking these people with like a 30/30 meatball. So I have a bunch of effects like this that like let me kill people.
Turn into a bomb.
That sounds a lot like some Dwarf Fortress stories I've heard, where some guy just went insane, killed a bunch of other dwarves, and now he's like an axe.
No,
All right, everybody, it's time to play Blitzball.
Gimli sold his soul to Cthulhu because most of the creatures in that deck are Eldrazi spawn. So Look,
Hey,
they're
dug
great
too
at
green, too
sacrificing
deep.
themselves.
Don't
So
do
I,
that.
I love
Actually-
I love the image of Emrakul just
Omega-
there and Gimli's the bigger threat.
Omega, that is unironically what I named the deck, is too greedily and too deeply.
So, side quest, play Blitzballman. This is a red side quest. Costs you 3 mana. It's an enchantment.
Blitzball!
At the beginning of combat on your turn, target creature you control gets +2 until the end of turn. So it's just kind of like a passive combat gain for you. But at the end of combat on your turn, if a player was dealt 6 or more combat damage this turn, transform this attachment and enchantment and attach it because it becomes a legendary artifact equipment, the World Champion Celestial Weapon.
That weapon's so
double
huge. It's
overdrive.
huge.
Equipped creature. Well, it's a perspective shot because he's throwing it, but it I think is pretty big. But it gets double overdrive, so the equipped creature gets +2 and also has double strike, and you can equip it for 3.
It's alright.
Yeah, it's alright.
The problem is it's 6 or more combat damage. So that's a lot more preventable than just 6 or more damage. And the equipment does still have to be equipped when it flips. Oh no, you attach it
Yeah,
once.
it's a
You
free
get one
attach,
free
yeah.
attach. But like,
But also,
I don't
I
know.
will say it's an attach that you get only after you've done combat.
yeah.
Like it's
Like,
at the end of
so
combat you
I-
attach it.
I am not playing this in the mono red equipment deck because
honestly, it seems a little slow for that. I mean, it's on the
It's
one
just
hand, Dallas. It seems
it's
cute
not
to
even
like
it's too
flash clone it
slow.
with Furion,
It's
but like it's
awkward.
after you do combat, and it's a little weird.
Yeah, you can't because is it exile and then flip?
No.
Yeah, no. See, it transforms.
It does not. It doesn't enter the battlefield. Yeah, so you can't do.
Yeah, it doesn't
you can't do that.
re-enter, so that's the
Yeah.
thing.
It's technically already
and
up there.
it's also a legendary, so double can.
In that case, I would
So
say,
no.
and then I would say, yeah, Dallas, you're probably correct for not doing it because this seems like it fits in a couple of red decks, and obviously does work with
It's
the equipment
surprisingly
one. But
decent in like. Here's the thing: in limited, I found this surprisingly decent for just being a +2 every combat to a creature.
yeah, that's what I was gonna say. It seems
it
like
makes
for
some
three
annoying
for 3
attacks.
mana to get an enchantment that just sticks around and gives you +2 every turn on a guy of your choice seems useful. The Celestial Weapon is like it's pretty cool when you get it, but all you get is you get the +2, and you do get the double strike, which is cool.
Like, this is one of those cards. Like, I think Yu-Gi-Oh has this as well. That looks worse than it plays, but I also could be coping. I don't know.
The eternal dichotomy. This card could be better than it reads, or I could be coping.
I could be dumb.
I
Is
could
this
just- I
better,
could just
or am
overthink it
I
in my head.
Stupid?
Well, then let's move on to Sorceress's schemes. It's actually her. The Sorceress.
It's be Ultimisia.
From 8, this costs 4 mana. And is the sorcery. It says return target instant
probably
or
the-
sorcery from your graveyard
Oh, this
or
is also-
exiled card with flashback.
Is this our final boss?
Oh,
Is this our final boss form?
no,
Okay.
we'll get to that.
Okay.
No, this
Uh,
is like her
this
second
is-
step.
Yeah, this is actually, I believe, a specific scene where she kills you. I think this is where she kills Squall. No,
I mean,
no, she's
it
using
says-
time magic, so she's using time magic, so because Squall gets shot by ice. It might be that
But
scene
it
still,
has a
but-
flashback. So this is. This took me a second to understand, but yes, it's return a target instant or sorcery card from your graveyard or exiles that has flashback you own to your hand, and also add a red mana.
And yeah.
Play
So
other flashback
the thing
cards.
about this is not technically a flashback, but because she is literally in a different time, it's technically a flashback because she's in the past, future place.
It's funny.
She's doing
She's in the
timeline shit.
future. She's in the future. No. She's in the past here because she's in the future eventually. It's weird.
When will then be now? Sir, we're looking
later.
at now.
Later.
Why?
This is so good. And talking about like the flavor text quote is the price for your meddling is death beyond death, which I assume is she's gonna fucking throw you into the
Erase
space between
people from
spaces
time.
to delete you from time.
Yeah.
The cockroaches are gonna
Which
eat
is
you.
which, considering her motivations, I now don't think she's talking about Squall.
It's probably someone else.
Technically, she wants to bang Squall.
There we go.
I think.
Complicated.
Maybe.
It's complicated. Evil future people are weird.
Okay, listen. Once they remake 8, it'll probably be more comprehensible or less comprehensible. It would not be equally as comprehensible as it was
They
originally.
make it even more confusing. Just
It
fuck you.
depends who's in charge.
I mean, I think the funny part would be, and Axe made this joke earlier, so I want to give him credit. But the funny part is, you can remake 8 and just say it's a different version of the timeline. Due to time travel, we're just doing it differently.
Oh, I love this summon.
Have it be Nomura just so they can add even more belts and zippers.
So this is Summon Brynhildr. I don't remember this from 13, but
13.
I believe Bryn was only a summon in 13, or if she's a summon in other games, she's not
Who's
very
Summon?
It's a
important.
cool design.
I believe she's lightning summon.
No, Lightning is
Oh,
Odin.
didn't Lightning got Odin?
Okay, I can't
Is this
remember.
Hopes?
No, it's
No,
not
Hope
Hope.
is
No,
Alexander.
Hope was Alexander.
is-
Yeah, that fucking stupid asshole Hope got.
Maybe Vanilles?
I hate how
No.
much I like. I hate how much I like Hope's magic card.
So this Summon Brynhild, this is an interesting one, because this is like a super cheap Saga summon.
She's Zaz's.
Oh,
Yeah,
right.
Saz, the Chocobro dad.
Saz.
That's okay then. We can like this. This is good. So I'm kidding. It's okay to like any of them, but
Saz Cup,
Saz is
right.
a great guy. We love that guy.
Look, I
don't know what
like
it is.
the 13 cast in this game, with the exception of Snow, which I will never find not funny, have some exceptionally fun and interesting cards.
Right. She
Well, like I
turns
said,
into a
this is a-
fucking car.
This is a Saga Knight. Yeah, it turns into a Hot Rod.
Yep.
It's a pretty simple one.
Saz
It's
is
it's
so
only 2
good.
drop for a 2/1. Effect 1, Chain. Exile the top card of your library. During any turn you put a lore counter on this Saga, you may play that card. And then 2 and 3 are Gestalt mode. When you cast a creature spell this turn, it gains haste until the end of turn. So this is a
That's a
really
nice card.
interesting. Yeah, this is a really
This is a
interesting case for
really-
sagas because
Yeah, this is a really good card in Saga decks, and not great anywhere else.
yeah, this is another one we're talking about. This is a constructed card in the sense that like you have to be building a deck where or a deck that does something with this because otherwise
in the unit
this
deck.
doesn't really work in the other like red
Well, no.
decks.
So
I can check
I think
creatures.
this-
I put this in the Unison Titus Saga deck, honestly, yeah.
I would not, because the thing. Well, first of all, if you're talking about Commander, you can't do
No,
because wrong color.
I fair. I
but-
was saying outside of command.
If you mean the standard Una, this is a waste to put in that deck because the thing about standard Una is she cheats mana cost, and this only costs 2 mana. So what's the point of cheating it? Like, she can put Bahamut into play for free.
Yeah,
Fair.
you don't bother with this. But there's
Like-
something going on here you could do with enchantment creatures and sagas.
Yeah. No, that said, I'm building the same deck as well, and this definitely, I'm going to put this in the Saga Terra deck because it's just an extra draw source.
It's also not bad to have in play.
No, and it triggers all your things that care about enchantments and stuff. So, like I said, in a
it's
deck
like-
that is built around enchantment creatures, this is good. In other decks, it's bad.
It's the card that's like it's not amazing, but if you need another name that fits a criteria, here you go.
Yeah. It's a
like
little
a
bit
different
weird
guy.
that it's a rare, but
That's a sound.
Ramu,
wait,
who is Espa Ramu, but is indeed so this is the 6th one.
did we miss one? Hold on. Oh, it's Esperamu, that's why. Okay.
Yeah.
Esperamu. Ramu.
No,
Man
we're
is
gonna
an
see some
Aura
interesting
farmer.
sagas up here in because we've got a couple of
I mean,
GF
it makes
Guardian
sense that
forces.
he's. It makes sense that he's the 6th version because as much of an aura farmer as he is in 14, he's really important in 6.
Yeah.
He's
And
very
honestly,
important in 6.
Ramu in I mean they made it work, but Ramu in 14 as a primal feels like he's the bonus guy. They're like, oh, well we didn't get to him in the core X pack. We're gonna put him in the
especially-
patches.
Especially because of the role they gave him, it makes a lot of sense. Because I like to think, personally, and this is obviously headcanon, because I like to think that Primal Ramu, the reason Primal Ramu is willing to not immediately Judgment Bolt your face, is that it is the Ramu that knew Terra, and is like, no, some humans cannot suck. Some humans don't suck. Some.
Honestly, I always think about Ramu in 15, who's like fucking kaiju size, and his beard is like longer than him.
Yeah, but
Sorry, I'm just recalling all this means about like I'm having this fight against this deer, and Ramu has suddenly come out of the sky to fucking Judgment Bolt it.
Yeah.
I fucking
So
love
Esperamu
He-
costs 4. He's a 3/3 Saga Wizard. His first
Yeah.
effect is Judgment Bolt. He's here. This creature deals damage equal to the number of non-creature, non-land cards in your graveyard to a target creature your opponent controls.
Yeah.
So probably killing
so,
them.
so this okay, I'll get to it, but
And then
this
the other
Ramu's
effect
kinda
is
weird.
wizards you control get 1/0.
So, unlike most of the sagas in this card, I don't think Ramu is very good in the saga deck, or at least the saga creature deck.
No, he's good in a wizard deck,
Uh,
I would assume.
No, he's good in non-creature decks. Like, there's another man I'm thinking of building, the Lord God Emperor of Hell. That is literally his card name, I believe. Oh no, it's just the Lord Emperor of Hell. The Emperor de Palamisia, who really likes having lots of instants of sorcery in his graveyard. Sorry, Lord Master of Hell. My mistake.
It's a very long title.
But no, this guy cares about like decks where you have bunches of instants or sorceries in the graveyard.
Yep.
Which there's plenty of those.
And
I don't
some
know
of
if I
them
play him that often in it, but
some of them can summon wizards.
if you have some synergy with him, like yeah, if you have some synergy with him, it might be worth it. Because I've been able to get some pretty strong Judgment Bolts in Limited. I have Judgment Bolted someone for like 9. Yeah, they did. Man, that Kuja reskin is. Oh my god, it's one of the magic arts of all time. Oh, that card gives me sustenance. Yeah, that was Kess.
Yeah, you play this guy in the black red deck.
I would say the blue red deck too.
I mean, I just think the wizard to control get +1.
I mean, that seems
true.
like an extra. That's like a bonus synergy. The big thing is when he hits the board, he Judgment Bolts. But then also you can be like, and some wizards get some tokens. let's
Speaking
do
of one,
Guardian Force
speaking
Cerberus.
of sagas
Single,
that
double, triple.
that work with not saga decks, here's another one.
And this is this our first Guardian Force?
Oh my god, double and
think so.
triple a spell. What the fuck? Holy shit.
Yep, that is the copy
He's
spell.
casting a
color.
spell.
Yeah, so Guardian Force.
Kerberos. Oh,
Which is-
this is
those
the
are-
one with
those are the
all
summons
the
in
big-
eight.
It
Oh,
looks
that's
so
so good.
doofy. It's so doofy. I love it.
So this costs 4 also for a 3/3
Wait, hold
Saga
on, I'm
Dog.
gonna Find it. If
Actually,
Sorry.
I think this and the next one are the only Guardian Force summons.
Yes.
Well, I feel like at the very least they're pretty unique to 8.
Yeah.
Like that Ifrit's got a couple versions, but Cerberus is like I don't know that much. And Ifrit they had a couple versions.
Cerberus, I think, has other versions, but not Guardian Force.
I
Cerberus.
am not sure how to feel about Guardian Force if we'll get into later.
I love the alt art, but
Next.
for those who fail Portrayal, this is what it reminds me of.
So yeah, Cerberus, like I said, is a 3/3.
Majestic.
He's just like I said, Saga Dog. First effect, Surveil 1, double. And then you next cast an instant or sorcery, copy it, choose new targets for the copy, triple, copy it twice.
Fucking fish rabbit.
He double and triple casts. Good job.
Yeah, once again, this is a saga that doesn't go in the saga deck. But I get it. But we can yeah, I think this card's good in a instant and sorcery like graveyard deck, and there are lots of decks that do that. Hold on, Loth. Sorry, I'm doing what is requested of me, and it's breaking my brain somehow. But
brain
yeah,
broken.
no, I think this card's good in an instant and sorcery graveyard deck, and if you cast it
Yeah.
with the right instant and sorcery, it's absolutely obscene.
Hey, so I'm
Uh,
gonna cast Lightning Bolt. Hey, GS Cerberus, kill them.
Or no, I'm gonna cast Breach the Multiverse 3 times.
What the fuck? Oh gosh.
You could do some really dumb shit with doubling spells.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just there, and it doesn't require
Is
you to have a
that-
cost for it already, because you already paid
When
for
you
it.
double and
It's a-
triple, does that also work on copy spells?
Ah,
Because I have recently done a kicked right of replication.
Yes,
they
you
still
can't.
use
Well,
you have to start getting ready for work.
okay, so you have to It's interesting.
So
You
this
can
says the
copy
next time you cast
spells.
a instant spell or sorcery this turn. So I think
Yeah.
it would copy whatever you did first that created a
You
copy.
You can technically copy back. You can copy back and forth forever, but there's no reason to do that with a triple, at least, not with double. But there's no real reason to do that unless you're playing a storm deck. Like, yeah, if you're playing a storm deck and you triple cast a dual cast, then you win.
Also, if you didn't catch that, chat, Loth had to go get ready for work.
Yeah. You triple cast, dual cast, then grape shot, and GG. No re.
All right,
But
so
yeah,
GIF for
I love this fucking pose. Best Ifrit design, in my opinion, is
This is the
a
classic one.
Ifrit of just like, fuck you, T-posing Lion Man. Grape shot deals million damage. Like, technically, neither of the Final Fantasy Ifrit designs are accurate to Ifrit, so... because he's just a man. No lion.
well,
Although I
and
do appreciate that he's... Yeah, that is much more accurate to an Ifrit.
yeah, the version from 8 is a little more lion-headed in that he's kind of like I mean, because he's the god of the Amalja, which is why he's kind of a fire lizard in 14. The one in 7, which I think is basically just the 3D version of his normal art, is just a giant angry man with horns.
Yeah, which is accurate, because... Spoiler,
The one
Ifrit
in
is just...
15, which is a recurring boss, Arden throws at the main party. He's
Ifrits are...
he's just a demonically. He's just actually like an Arabic looking dude, like Arab looking giant dude.
Ifrits are just demons. Like,
Yeah,
Yeah.
but just a giant
it's the
demon
one.
dude.
It's the one thing I am a little bit weirded about like them choosing. Like, I know they're just trying to subvert things for subverting. About making the main character Ifrit. Because spoiler, Ifrits are evil. Like, very
technically,
evil.
I mean, I
the
think
reason
Ifritis
Clive
can
is
be-
Ifrit is more of a. It's more
If-
if they want Ifrit a chance to be a heroic character.
If
No,
Ifriti-
It's usually the first boss in the series.
In traditional Arabic mythology, Ifrits are like the most evil of the Jinn,
I mean, I think there can be Afriti who are like
other than Satan.
business-like, you know, but no, they are generally
Well,
not
yeah, in the same
a
In the same way,
sign.
there can be devils who are businesslike.
But I mean, I want to say the thing is, Axe says it correctly. They picked Ifrit for Clive because usually Ifrit is the first summon you get, or he's a very early boss. Like, he's the first primal they summon in 14, so he's like the baby mode one. So they were like,
Yeah.
we wanted to give our guy a crack at as a character archetype in Final Fantasy. There's also a lot more going on that I won't go into if you ever played 16, but like there. You've
Although
caught
I
on,
will
Dallas,
say
that there are two fire summons that appear as characters in 16, because there's Joshua and Clive as Ifrit. That's not supposed to be true. So something weird is going on.
In modern like fantasy lore, Ifrits would be considered lawful evil. In traditional Arabic mythology, they are chaotic evil.
I think that. Well, also, I mean, they're just like you said. They're just evil. They are smokeless
evil
fire. They are
incarnates.
jinns. They are like guys that are not good.
Ironically, if you want an accurate description of what Ifrit are like, they're more akin to the Balrog in Lord of the Rings.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Of like demon of fire and shadow.
They're literally supposed to be guys of people made of smokeless fire and shit. Anyway, GF Ifrit here is a 3/2 Saga demon. He has just a very simple. On 1 and 2, you can discard a card and draw a card, and on 3 and 4, you add a fire.
Yeah. Yeah. They changed them because pure, unabrided evil is kind of boring. Yeah, this card is literally just generic red good stuff, the card.
Yeah, I'm not sure how to feel about it because it's kind of like whatever.
It's generically red and good.
I mean, I guess you play it. It's like not a
I
bad
play it.
summon.
I mean,
it's bonus mana on the back end, and on the front end, it's just discard and draw. Seems all right.
Once the rares are gone, this is usually one of my first picks in draft.
Yeah, that I don't know if I would say it's a first pick common for me in red because like. What would I pick over the? I picked Suplex over this, which we'll get to.
Actually, did we? No. I think we showed Suplex. I don't remember if we talked about Suplex.
No, we haven't shown Suplex or Thunder Magic yet.
Yeah, we mentioned that Suplex exists. I don't think we actually showed it.
Yes, we mentioned because it's not in the 14, not in the 6 deck. It's not a very good constructed card. But yeah, this is one of the first commons for red, but there are a couple I'd pick over it. Mostly removal, because I'm a removal whore.
So Suplex 2 mana, sorcery, choose one. Either deal 3 damage to a creature. If it would die, exile it instead, or remove an artifact.
This is in contention for my favorite art in the set.
I mean, it's real
listen,
fun.
It's designed so... listen, the exile target artifact is there so you can suplex the train. Only that.
Well,
no, that effect is actually like relevant as hell in this set.
It is
so, like we said before, 3 isn't bad. Like talking about get bomb to 3. There's a few 3-drops you can kill that way, and it does exile them. But I think this has a thing of we talked about earlier. I'm referencing an earlier point in the stream. Targeted hate is rough in draft context because you don't know if you're targeting things. This is a choose one. So it could just be kill a creature, and then exile it, or it could be artifact removal, both of which are probably relevant.
Yeah, this is Zed is correct. This is a better version of a standard staple card, or former stand. I don't know if it's played in. I don't play red in standard.
No, I'll be real with you. I'm honestly really happy if like Suplex becomes a staple in the format.
I could see it becoming a staple in standard because it is like it will never be a centerpiece card in standard because it's just not that type of card.
I mean, Lightning Bolt's 3 for target creature, but it also does exile, so it's not bad.
But it's the thing. Lightning Bolt's first of all, Lightning Bolt's not in standard.
It got faced out.
Lightning Bolt hasn't been in standard in like 10 or 20.
Sorry,
years.
I keep seeing it be reprinted all the time.
Yes, it's reprinted in Commander. It's reprinted in Commander products, Modern products. In this one, in the Through the Ages cards, it's reprinted all over the place in not standard.
Okay.
Because Lightning Bolt would be broken in standard because it's 1 mana for 3 damage.
Fair enough.
This is actually a point that is no. I'm glad you brought this up because this is an important point on Magic card design. This is something we brought up in the recent ban list. The difference between so Zed, that is it is reprinted in the Through the Ages, which are not standard legal. So the difference between 1 mana and 2 mana in a card is the largest difference in any card in Magic. So what you can print out, because to point it out, of the cards that got banned today, I believe 4 of them were 1 mana. Or 2, or synergized with 1 mana cards. Like, 1 mana is extremely important on a curve. So even though, yes, this has the same effect as Lightning Bolt, because Lightning Bolt is 1 mana, in a standard context, Lightning Bolt is like 10 times as good of a card.
So basically, the difference between 2 and 3 and 1 and 1 and 2 is just like
Now,
okay.
in other formats like Commander, this card is like 10 times better than Lightning Bolt because it can also exile target artifact.
The flexibility is really
So
important.
having the
Commander.
flexibility in a format like Commander, where everything is a bit slower, it matters a lot more.
It's a card that's useful in a lot of contexts. It's
Also,
after midnight,
with
so
release,
let's do
yes,
Thunder Magic,
Thunder,
which
Thunder
obviously
Magic.
doesn't have to be 13, but she is lightning, so they gave her Thunder Magic. It's fine.
Because I mean, yeah.
So
Like
this
lightning.
this is a 1 mana drop.
It's 1 hit for 2, actually.
Yes, it's 1 for 2 to a target creature
Which
because
is
fire does damage to every creature.
Well, 1 for 2 is also an iconic Magic card called Shock, and that's been in Standard several times over the last couple of years. So
I will
Shock is
say,
also sometimes a black magic spell.
I will say 4 for 4 is not great, but I guess the idea is if you're playing it in the red Final Fantasy deck, it's also going to proc other effects
that's the thing.
anyway, so it's not that
It
bad.
procs the 4 Magic cards, so this card's actually very good in Standard.
Yeah, so
not in Standard,
Thunder
in, limited.
Thunder does 2 damage for 1. Thundara does 4 damage for 4. Thundaga does 8 damage for 6.
7.
One of which or 7.
6.
Sorry, yeah, it's either thing you go.
Yeah, I
No, it is
don't
7.
I feel like
2 of which has to be
7
red.
for 8 is not great.
I mean, sometimes you got to do it.
I mean,
Sometimes you got to do it.
It's, an
It's
option,
one of
at
those
least.
things of like it's because it is optional. It's not like if these were
Yeah.
3 cards where it was Thunder, Thundara, and Thundaga were separate cards, they'd probably be bad. Because this is a card
all
that
of
is
them would be
tiered
unplayable.
and is an instant that is choosable, you can be like, okay, we can just do 2 damage to a creature, pop, or we can do
I
4.
think-
That triggers the 4.
I think Thundaga or Thunder would still be playable, but the other 2 would not be. But no, I've cast this as every mode. I don't know if this is playable in Standard or Commander, because Commander's Commander you would have to have some other benefit from like the Thundara or something.
You
because
would-
just dealing
Yeah, you'd
single
probably have to
target
be
damage
playing
is
it
not
in one of the
enough in
commander decks
Commander.
where you just want more spells that
Yeah.
you can spend 4 mana on.
But even then, you have so many options in Commander that it's hard to like imagine this would be good. That's the problem because it's an eternal format, and Magic's card pool dwarfs Yu-Gi-Oh's. To put
Well, yeah,
that
because
into
they've been around
perspective.
for fucking 10 years.
Fucking ever. There's over like 20,000 Magic cards. Bullshit.
That's about double Yu-Gi-Oh right now. A couple years ago, we printed 10,000 Dragon to celebrate the 10,000th card.
Yeah.
But
But
yeah,
no, this card.
seems
I could see this card being okay in Commander maybe for the right deck, but like it's mostly a limited All-Star card. Like great and limited, don't know much. I think there's 1 or 2 more cards.
Triple
Double, right?
Triad.
Oh no, triple
Triple
triad. I forgot.
Triad.
5.
Oh, please do the alt art for this. The alt art
Yeah,
is
yeah.
fucking beautiful.
We got it.
I got that the other day and it was just like, what the hell?
Yeah, I got this too.
Alright,
I
triple
mean,
triad
honestly, I
costs
would-
6. Good.
I'll be real though, guys. I feel like a poster of just the triple triad about the text would be fucking great.
Oh no, it would be.
It
Um,
does
That'd be
look
like
pretty
that'd
good
be cool
quality.
poster art.
This is an enchantment.
Kaoru
It says-
Hagia?
Yes,
Kaoru?
Kaoru
Yeah,
Hagia.
yeah.
Kaoru Hagia. He a fucking artist, like, because he also did the other 8 card that I said had like phenomenal art.
They must really like 8.
So, triple triad, like I said, costs 6. It's an enchantment that stays in play. At the beginning of your upkeep, each player exiles the top card of their library until the end of turn. You can play the card you own exiled this way, and each other card exiled this way with less mana value than it without paying their mana costs. This is funny.
So this card is funny. I don't know if it's good.
I feel like that's the if there's one thing I've learned about Magic is I can tell when a card is funny, when it is amusing to play. Is it good? I don't fucking know. But
Yeah,
does
this card
playing
might be
triple
good in
triad make you go, haha?
this card might be good in some theft commander decks. Because it is each, so you got some options. So yeah, I can imagine like theft commander decks it'd be okay in, but like, yeah, it's very much this is funny.
Yeah, I don't really have much else to add to that. It's a silly one.
And
It's
yet
another one that
somehow
seems
it
like a
does
commander
not
move.
does not have the worst win rate in red. Oh, Omega's gonna be sad at what has the worst win rate in red.
Is it Vaughn?
It's Vaughn.
Aw. Damn.
It makes sense.
Let's do unexpected request
If it
first.
if it makes you feel better, the alternate Vaughn reprint card is very good in limited. The Captain Lettery Storm Vaughn.
But unexpected request from 9.
Unexpected request.
Stain and Garnet.
I've
It
never
costs
seen this
3.
card.
It's a sorcery. Gain control of target creature until end of turn. Untap that creature.
Oh,
It
this-
gains haste. You may attach equipment you control to it. If you do, unattach at the beginning of your next end step.
I love this fucking card. I remember. This card is hilarious.
I mean, you were just
so I
talking
guess-
about if there's a theft deck out there. This is Change of Heart, but the way that Magic works, it's like funnier because you untap them, they're hasted, and you get to attach an equipment to it that you detach so you don't lose it.
Yeah. Also, the art and flavor text are Kino.
Yes.
Because spoiler, you're kidnapping the princess under the orders of the princess.
Here I do my best to kidnap you.
Yeah. No.
It's whimsical.
9 is fucking funny. Nine
it has
is
fun.
one of the. 9 is probably one of the most tonally dissonant video games I've ever played, because it oscillates from like laugh out loud goofy hijinks to creeping existential dread and thoughts about life and death.
Yeah, because the game's very much tied to death, but also it's about
Yes.
it's very deeply tied to death. Also, some of the character designs just don't work unless they're very specific angles. Like
It's very silly and very
but then,
dark.
then you go to the other world and it's like, oh, the existential collapse of everything.
Yeah, no, 9 is a unique game in a said positively.
Yeah.
Affectionately, whatever the meme is.
But yes.
But yeah, no, this card's decent.
Yeah.
It's a pretty common effect called Threaten. The unique part is the you may attach an equipment you control. So, which is semi-relevant. It's more just
Yeah,
good
for
as
red.
a theft card.
But just, yeah, take control of a target creature, untap it, haste it. Works. It's got steez.
Yeah,
Alright.
not good.
Vaughn, Street Thief. This is literally the intro of the game when you start playing as Vaughn.
This is your Luke Skywalker intro.
I really like the alt art for this as well.
Omega, can I joke that Vaughn is just Luke Skywalker that wants to be Han Solo really badly?
I mean, that is Luke Skywalker, though. Luke is
Luke
talking
Skywalker
about he
wants
wants
to be Han
to, Solo. Go to. He's like, oh, I want to enroll in the Imperial Flight Academy or something. Like, I want to leave this place and have adventures.
I know people have rewritten the canon of Star Wars because of all this stupid fucking discourse about Luke being like super epic and cool, but Luke is an annoying fucking dork through all of A New Hope.
I remember a lot of Mark
Luke,
Hamill's interviews
like,
back when he was
Luke's
younger. Saying he complained that
actual-
like, the dialogue he had was just bad.
A lot of Star Wars
Yes.
dialogue is kind of. There's a reason why there's a lot of memes about A New Hope.
Well, George
I
Lucas,
like
I love
the
him.
corny dialogue, but Lucas was not a good dialogue
He's
writer. You
he's
see this
good
in
about
the
writing-
prequels.
Yeah. Yes, no, that's what I was gonna say. I think Lucas is fine at writing dialogue as long as he has someone over his shoulder to slap his hand and go, "No, that's too stupid."
Like
That's too
genuinely, the original trilogy was better because he had different editors, directors, and like screenwriter guys looking at it. And
even actors like
oh yeah, no, Harrison Ford would just straight up rewrite his
I
lines
was like,
sometimes.
I'm not gonna say that. I'm not
Yeah, and he
gonna
would
do
just
that.
stick to his guns.
I've noticed Harrison Ford in general. He just doesn't really like putting effort into shit unless he has to.
Harrison Ford has been a cantankerous old man since he was 20.
Yes.
And it's a thing when you hire Harrison Ford to do a job, you got to understand. Like, there are some actors who are just like that. I think it works for Star Wars.
Edward Norton's the same way.
Yeah, I think it works for Harrison for like Han Solo in Star Wars. But yeah, also I want to ask you this, Dallas. So this card name checks Scouts, Pirates, and Rogues. Is Scout like a red thing?
Scout is definitely the most narrow of these. I don't know how many
because
Scouts
I'm
there
curious
are.
why Vaughn is a like technically you do join a
I think
hunting
they
guild.
So I think they called him a scout because they don't really want to call him a rogue, I guess.
Or a
Yeah,
pirate.
like he should be a rogue.
He's
This
not
Vaughn
really a
should be a
pirate.
pirate. If
No,
they
this Vaughn
had
should
the
not be a
version of
pirate.
him from Revenant Wings or from Tactics Advance 2, where he's actually a sky pirate and he actually put on a fucking shirt. No, that's literally all Vaughn's design in Tactics
Is he
Advance
became
2
a
is he
Balthier?
puts on a fucking he puts on one of Balthier's like white fluffy shirts under his vest. That's it. No notes. Penelo is also dressed like a human being. She's a dancer and dresses
So-
like a
oh my
dancer.
God, I'm not going to spoil this because it's for the reprint set, but technically there's a version of On that is a pirate. He
Nice.
does not have a shirt, though. Sad.
Damn.
But
But like, I'm curious why they went with Scout as his creature type,
I don't-
especially when this card
maybe
name
they
checks
wanna
Scouts,
make-
Pirates, and Rogues.
maybe they just wanted to give something with scout support. I'm going to look up how many
Prompto was a
scouts
scout
there
as
are.
well. I don't know.
I usually put scouts as like basically like the thin, small, speed-based guys.
I genuinely think that's more of a concern of like there's already so many things that give rogues support. They wanted to give something that name checks scouts too.
Because scouts
Well,
are
and,
also
like-
like people are usually people who just do a lot of running.
I mean, I will say, like, Vaughn as a character, like, him name-checking Scouts, Pirates, and Rogues, that works if you were doing
Yeah,
something,
it's-
because
it's-
that would
it's
be,
a
like,
buddy.
all of his little street buddies. That includes Balthier, obviously, you know.
Yeah, Baltic was a pirate. Spoiler.
So, like, there's, like, there's something there, but it's a little weird. Anyway,
Yeah.
he costs 3 mana for a 2/2, and he says whenever
I mean,
one or
scouts
more...
would so
Of your Scouts,
oh my
Pirates,
God.
or Rogues.
One thing to this.
God? Yeah.
Scout is kind of what they use for hunter. Would that make sense?
Yes, that's what I said. He does join. You
Okay,
are
then
like
yeah.
mandatorily required to join the Mark Hunting Guild as Vaughn. So like it works. It's just a
'Cause,
little
like,
funny to like show
Trapper-
him stealing
Like,
stuff.
like trappers, trackers, guides are kind of all put as like scouts. Conquistadors in some cases.
Yeah.
Right.
Actually, also I forgot. I got distracted. What I should say about Luke Skywalker. I was gonna say the point of Luke Skywalker is he does the hero's journey so that when Luke shows up in Return of the Jedi, he's like a cool guy. Like he's he's in his Jedi Master mode. He's all
No.
focused and serious and can do
Like
Oh yeah.
cool shit. But
iron-
also
unironically,
No,
he's
no,
not. I mean, he is a badass, but he's not like a badass who like kills people. He's a badass because he can look the Emperor dead in the face and say, "Nah, fuck you. I'm a Jedi." Throw down
he's
lightsaber.
also not that much of like the cool, calm, and collected badass because he does fucking lose it.
Yeah, he
Halfway
hits his.
through the movies.
The whole point is in that fight is he hits his rage breaking point, sees what he's doing, and goes, "No, I'm better than that. Fuck you."
Yeah, like people have flanderized Luke Skywalker as a character to fit a certain narrative, and it annoys me.
Yeah, 'cause it's like
the first
the whole-
line you ever hear from Luke Skywalker is one of the most, on purpose in my opinion, annoyingly said lines in the history of films. I wanted to go to Taji Station to get some new power converters. God, I wanted to kill fucking Mark Hamill for
Also,
that.
like Luke is literally introduced like he's just fucking chilling, watching the sunset, and his aunt is like, "Luke, come in," and he's like, "No, it's
it's fair,
I really
'cause it's
like Luke as a
'cause
character, but I
would
really like the whole like through line of him."
because
Yeah,
I
but the point is-
always took it as for like the Mark Hamill perspective of like for Return of the Jedi, where like Luke has technically failed at doing his journey, so like he's just kind of like working with it anyway.
It's why I don't like the EU version of Luke Skywalker, because they turned him into fucking Kung Fu Jesus.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's merits to him being a Billy Badass. There are some times when he feels a little too Jesus-y. I still think there's a great... Fate of the Jedi was a weird series. I do like that there was a sequence where some of the lost tribe of the Sith are like, oh, there's a Jedi Master in here.
Yeah.
We can take those. We understand. 4 guys, including a Sith Lord, try to jump Luke Skywalker in a zero-G station, and there's like 2 lines of text. I think he attacks 4 times, kills 4 dudes, and it's just like... Yeah, he's been through a lot of shit, okay?
No,
He knows
the
how to
only
fix
times
it,
I
that's
feel
fine.
like the only times I feel like Kung Fu Action Jesus Luke works is when he's fighting like the Mother, or like things that are like existential threats to reality.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
Anyway,
anyway, Vaughn says whenever one or more scouts, pirates, or rogues you control deals damage to a player, you exile a top card from their library. You may cast it. If you don't, you get a treasure token. Whenever you cast a spell you don't own, you put a 1/1 counter on each scout, pirate, and rogue you control.
I'll be very honest. If I wasn't building Therion already, I would be tempted to build Vaughn as a commander.
This is
but
another
even
one that,
then,
like I
this
said, I
card is
read this
useless.
and I'm like, this is
commander.
a constructed card. Like this, like you would put this as a commander card because you are building a scout, pirate, rogue tribal deck. That
Yeah,
doesn't
like,
really
this
seem like
is-
that exists in the FF set
Oh,
necessarily.
Yeah, no, there's not enough. There's rogues. There's not a lot of pirates, honestly. There's just, and the pirates don't really synergize with
No.
Vaughn. But like I said, if I wasn't already building a mono red commander for this set, I would be tempted to build Vaughn because I think he's
On the plus
interesting, but
side,
like I said,
how expensive is that full art if he's dog shit?
oh, I don't think he's dog shit outside of limited. I'll say that.
Okay, that's fair.
But it's under $1.
Yeah, hell yeah. yeah, brother.
The Vaughn full art is under. If it's not showing up here, it's under $1. Let me make sure. Oh no, I didn't have variants open. Hold on, let me make sure.
The Surge foil is
oh, yeah, no, it's under
$15,
$1.
so it's cheap.
Well, the Surge. Don't buy the Surge foils. They're all rip-offs. They don't look as good as the full arts anyway.
No, but yeah, okay, that's fun. Yeah, so we'll
They're for
I'll
collectors.
that's Omega gets to order a little something for himself.
Yeah. No. Yeah. You want to know how much my alternative choice is? Fucking $60.
Which
for
one is
not
that
buying
for
it.
specifically? Is that
Terra.
okay? It's
Magical
Terra, I figured.
It is the highest markup on a alt art card though, because her normal card is $7. Because yeah, like Sephiroth and Vivi are the most expensive alt arts, but their base cards are still like $40 and $60 respectively. So it's not
They're
like
they're
that
pretty
much of a
good cards
markup.
that are like higher rarity. So yeah, makes sense.
Yeah.
But yeah, Vaughn is another
Yeah.
weird one. Like I said, this is for a deck that I don't
This
think
is a build
exists in the
around.
FF set,
Yeah.
but
I don't think it exists
Could
in
have a home.
standard at all, but I do think he has potential as a commander. Like I said, if I wasn't already building a mono red commander, would be tempted to build him because that is a unique play pattern of like you want tiny rogues, tiny pirates, tiny scouts in red.
yeah, and doing a little bit of chip damage, and then you either get treasure tokens to draw cards or you cast an opponent's card.
Yeah, and like you can cast and it's not you don't have to cast the spell from his effect, so you can put all the theft cards in there. Like, yeah, no, I think he's a sick commander design, and I'm kind of a bit sad he isn't multiple colors because that probably would have made him a lot better.
Yeah.
I'd
So-
probably make him red white if anything.
That's a nice sword.
For Vaughn, that would work out. Yeah, Warrior Sword. This may be confusing to some of our 14 crew, but Warrior was just the swordman sword job in FF1, which this is referencing.
Sword board, yeah.
So this is another one of our
Well, no,
basic.
It wasn't sword. It wasn't sword and board. It was.
Yeah, I don't
sword.
even think you had an equipment slot for
Oh,
shielding
like a two-handed
FF1.
Oh, two-handed sword. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah. You just hit him with a sword. So Warrior Sword costs 4. Job select creates a 1/1 hero token. The equipped creature gets +3/+2 and is a warrior. This is pretty expensive, but you get a pretty
This
big
is-
token out of it
This is absolutely
for the job
obscene in
creations,
the
I should say.
In the Therion deck, this is absolutely obscene because you get 4/3s with haste.
Yeah, no, like that's
Like,
this
like,
is
in
like on the
normal deck,
higher
this
higher
is-
curve of the cost for the artifact,
Yeah.
but definitely because it's a red equip, with Furion, like you said, that becomes two
Oh yeah,
4/3
'cause
creatures with haste.
yeah, because it's a living creature. It makes the deck automatically. Like pretty much the only one I'm not immediately putting in the deck is Red Mage, and that's because it's a little bit specialized. But like all the ones from all the old arts, there's even one from the Universes Beyond Assassin's Creed that I'm putting in there. Yeah, no, all the living equipments go in that deck, and it's great. This card's great in that deck, and if you get this and Furion Unlimited is also very obscene. I have been absolutely dominated by someone just playing. I play Furion. Next turn I play Warrior Sword. I hit you for 11 on turn 4.
Yeah, it can
Tie.
be very, very spicy. All right, and this is our last one for tonight because it's 5.5 hours, so we're going to end shorter than last time, but we'll do greens and multicolors and maybe some other bullshit
Well,
in a final
first it'd
episode.
be greens. So it'd be greens, then artifacts, then multicolors.
Yeah, okay. And hopefully we can get all that done in one episode. Not that these aren't popular and are a good diversion, but we have been doing them for a while. And it is a new month, so I owe the people a poll result for a classic fail portrayal. But we've really refreshed things, and like I said, these videos have been doing pretty good. So Dinkt from 8, the Punchman.
He is a monk.
He's a human monk. He costs 3 for a 0/3. But first of all, he lets you play an additional land on each of your turns, which is pretty interesting. I don't know if that's a common ability, but it's a very interesting one.
It's a common ability, but not in red, I should say.
Zeldinkt gets +1/+0 for each land you control, and then at the beginning of your end step, you return a land that you control to its owner's hand.
Okay, so Zeldinkt is a very interesting card.
So obviously, this is for the like red green.
Yeah, this is for the red green
land strat.
Yeah, 100%. But this card is very interesting.
Yes.
Because,
that thing in the
and not even
background?
necessarily because of
It's
the
a guy who's
additional
punching.
lands. Like the additional lands is good. I think it's a robot. He beat to death.
A punch boy.
Zeldinkt Punch is very good. But the interesting part of him is the third part of his ability. The returning lands to your hand. If you have a land deck strategy, there are some pretty interesting plays. Like I mentioned, I'll just pull it up. This is the last card, and I don't think he has an alt art.
Nope.
So let's pull up Valakut, the Molten Pinnacle. Okay, it's not a mountain, but it's still broken. This is a card that I think would go into any Zeldinkt deck you would make, and you might be able to figure out why. Oh, God, it's for ants again. Hold on.
Valakut Molten Pinnacle.
Yeah.
That's legible, but
Speaking
if I
of
made it
red
bigger.
color, let me see if I can get a better art. There we go. If you're a modern player, you should know Valakut by heart. That's better. Much better.
Yes, that's an image. Let's throw that on there. I'll shrink him down a little. So it's a land. It enters tapped whenever a mountain enters the battlefield under your control. If you control at least 5 other mountains, Valakut Molten Pinnacle deals 3 damage to a target creature or player, and it's also effectively a mountain. You can still tap it to add red
Okay,
mana.
so Mountain Turbo. Is there a way? I guess you just have a way to play more Mountain. Which is,
Well, no,
yeah,
because you
Zeldinkt
bounce
was-
the mountain back to your hand and then play 2 every turn. So
Yeah.
you get 2 Valakut triggers a turn. Like you could, there's also other stuff. There's cards that have spells on one side and lands on the other, so you can play them early if you're short on lands. So if you have him, you can bounce those back to your hand and play the spell side if you're good on mana. There's a lot of neat things you can do with the bouncing your own land ability. It's a very interesting card. I have no idea
and
why
because
they
you're-
gave him this ability.
I mean, I don't know exactly why it's Zell specifically, but I feel like it's because he's a human monk who they decided to go for in red because, like, Tifa is going to be a human monk, but she's going to be green. Like,
Oh God, Tifa.
there's a theme we're building here, which is red-green punch people and land.
Yeah. And that is what red green normally does. Like, I know I talked about my red green aristocrat deck, but that's because I'm weird. Normally red green is the smashy punchy color. That is what they do. They smash and they punch.
Well, we talked about this earlier. Red and green are both the Lorge Boys type of strats. So
Yes,
you put
that
them
is the
together
Lorge
and you're
Boys
just like,
colors.
woo, big.
Big punchmans. Yeah. But no, I really like Zell's card design because, like, it's just really unique. Like, that land bounce ability, I can imagine stupid things being done with this card. But I can also imagine it not working. I don't know. It's just unique. And that's what I like about Universes Beyond, is sometimes you get cards and you look at them and you go, that's neat.
Yeah, like we were like a half an hour later, so you didn't get to say much out loud. But we talked about Y'shtola, Mono Blue Y'shtola last time, where you just get a second, get a second end step, and it's just like, that's freaky. That just does something that's not normally done.
Yeah, someone's gonna break that somewhere. that is one of those cards. It's like this is like, this has all the potential to just be either a bland card that never does anything, or some part of some weird broken FTK combo somewhere. Who knows?
It's always listen. Most cards always have a chance of being somehow stupidly broken.
That's why I like Universes Beyond, is because I feel like the designers really put their nerd hats on and be like, because these cards are tied to characters that people care about. They don't want them to be generic man McLarge huge. Like even Van, who I don't think is very good in limited, I still remember the card.
Dallas, I really hope they make a generic man McLarge huge as an uncard.
That could probably work. Just flex your muscles, something like that.
It'd be pretty funny.
I mean, but it's just one of those things. It's like, because they have to make these characters who are iconic into cards, they rarely make them generic cards. And that's what I like about Universes Beyond, is because they have to care, so they care more.
Yeah. Otherwise, it would misfire. And obviously, the FF set has landed pretty big. I guess before we go, do you want to say anything about the like secret arts and stuff they've revealed about Sonic? That one people seem a little less enthused about.
Those aren't arts. Those are actual cards.
Okay, so those are brand new. Some of them are secret.
Full cards, full brand new cards. The non-legendary creatures are reprints, but all of the legendary creatures are unique. All Sonic, Shadows, Tails, Robotnik, and Amy. How's the other one? I think they're fucking hilarious. I think Eggman is pretty cool, and has potential to be cooler. And I think Shadow is a fucking hoot. And has a potential to be very annoying because he fucks with the stack. Basically, Shadow is going to be an annoying commander in the hands of people that are way smarter than you, is the best way I can put it. Anyone who has their judge certification and is playing Shadow, watch the fuck out. Any just random Sonic fanboy that doesn't know much, you're fine. But if you see someone who's never played Sonic the Hedgehog bust out a Shadow Commander deck, they're going to be doing evil on you. They're going to be performing evil things to you, because... I'll say Shadow because it's the most interesting one. Shadow has the ability to, if you cast I believe it's a creature with Flash or Haste, it gives any instant and sorcery split second, which means it cannot be responded to or interacted with. It ends the stack. Yeah, you could do some... He's black-red, thankfully, because if they made him black-red-blue, that would... God, that would be annoying.
We're talking about Shadow, right?
Yeah, Shadow.
Then he can't
Shadow
be. That's if I understand how Magic is the color theory is different.
Yes.
If Shadow the Hedgehog was blue, I think we'd have to quit. We'd all have to quit. We'd have to go home.
I mean, yeah, probably.
Not only
but
is
no,
he
Shadow
literally
the
black and
Hedgehog-
red, but also it's like a whole thing.
But they all seem pretty interesting. Oh, they also have Knuckles. I forgot Knuckles exists.
And Knuckles. And Knuckles too, I guess.
And Knuckles.
Knuckles is kind of
And
funny. Knuckles is at the beginning of your upkeep. If you control more than 30 artifacts, you win the game. Which is just kind of funny. I don't think he's very good because he's mono red. And unfortunately, mono red is kind of weakest color. But yeah, each spell you cast, yeah. If mana was an artifact, yeah. Shadow the Hedgehog is each spell you cast has split second if mana from an artifact was spent to cast it.
Like
Which
the Chaos
does
Emeralds?
it's called, the ability is called Chaos Control.
Chaos Control. I
Which
know some Sonic memes, chat.
I just no, Zed. It says spells. It does not say instants and sorceries.
Each
So
spell
that
you
includes
cast
any
has-
creature and enchantments.
That's so good.
You could do wacky things with
I
this
mean,
card.
listen,
Uh,
if you're gonna be playing black red, which means you also probably could play Eggman with him too, because that's kind of the bit. So, like,
Also, I assume Hedgehog is a new creature type for
it ha-
Hmm.
for
I don't
Sonic.
know if it is
gonna-
actually. I don't actually
I'm gonna
know.
check. I actually don't know if that's
'Cause
true.
I
could
don't.
not be,
If it's
actually.
not, I really want to know. Cause like it could not be.
Yeah, let me check. I'm genuinely gonna check. Creature type. Hedgehog. Because it could not be. It could have like 4 cards from like the before times. I can imagine. Oh nope! It is the first Hedgehog because I forgot. There's a magic-only Hedgehog subtype called the Brushwag.
Gloomhaven, huh?
No, this is from a long time ago.
Oh, okay.
It's
Fair
some
enough.
wild shit.
Mirage.
Oh,
So, yeah, it's just like we're adding, Moogles. We got hedgehogs. That's funny. All right.
But no.
I don't know if the Sonic stuff will be as like successful as the FF stuff, but they're trying.
Well, considering it's a secret layer drop, it's not meant to be.
Yeah.
Thankfully. Because I don't know if they could get away with this art style for an entire set, because it's just not even attempting to be magic. Magic art. But like I said, secret layers can get away with it because they're just like one-shot cards. Sometimes they're not even unique cards; they're just reskins. So it's whatever. I find them hilarious. This card is potentially devastating in the hands of a sick-minded individual with too much time on their hands. But other than that, I don't think it means much. I'm more excited for the Avatar shit because that's a full set.
That'll be interesting for sure.
Anyway, yeah, that's red and black. Those are my 2 favorite colors because they kill stuff good. You'll notice I said removal a lot tonight.
It's true.
That's
I wonder
black
what
and
words
red
we'll be
remove
saying about
things.
green. Anyway, we'll figure that out in a week.
Ambigonate.
I'll see you there. We may say Ambigonate.
Those
I don't
are
know.
chicken.
I love
Uh,
Ambiguities. I love the word.
check
It's a
out,
fake word I
our
love so much.
Upcoming FF14 stream tomorrow,
Yes.
and probably
Oh, yeah, I had a thing-
more Death Stranding the day after. So have fun, guys. We'll see you later.
Next
Good night, Ray.
time on Chicken Ball Z.
If you've watched all like 6-ish hours of this, consider offering the channel some of your life-affirming money juice. That's it.
Like
Send to me.
burning money juice. We need to make that like an emote or something.